idea how the structure is, because I was watching one of the videos and the focal point of the camera is on, like they do like the surrounded where they sit at a desk and then all of the other ones sit around them or whatever. But to moderate it, I don't know what the structure is or if I'll even be on video at that rate, like based on what's going on. But I don't care. I don't care. I was asked to come help do this and help put some stuff together and blah, blah, blah. And I think it's fucking awesome. So I'm super excited. Tia says, let's fucking go. Congrats. I know. I couldn't hold it in. I've been dying. I've been dying, guys. All right. Admiral Gibbs is going as well. I also handed out some other names. I don't know if they have confirmed that they're going or not. So I know for sure Gibbs is locked in. I'm not sure if the others are. So I do have the list of some who are confirmed. There's some other big names going that I'm really excited for. So our connections and networks are building. But yeah, I will say Sean Kelly's been let me tell you how crazy I felt. I thought I was like being spam or like scammed or something because this was like maybe 8 months ago or something like that. And I get this message from somebody named Sean Kelly. And I'm like, who the fuck is this? Right. Asking if he could do an interview with me. If I was going to be at, I think it was like what was that? Some kind of Charlie Kirk convention. It was right around October. What's that big? It wasn't Charlie Kirk. It was another like Republican thing down in Texas or something. And he reached out and he said, hey, are you going to be over at this event? If so, I'd like to interview you, blah, 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 for my show. And I'm like, who the fuck is this dude? And I go and I look and I'm like, motherfucker has 12 million followers on Instagram. Like and he's messaging me. This has to be like some kind of joke or, I don't know, scam of some sort, but it really was him. And, unfortunately he's tried to get other connections with me at other times or see if I would fly out. And it just, timing has been terrible, 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 terrible every time he has something that he wants me to join. And I'm just like, it's like, I just can't do it. But the stars have aligned. It was perfect timing. And like, it just worked out so beautifully. Like I couldn't say no. I tried to figure out how to say no in my head. Like why the fuck is my camera doing what it's doing? I think it's my hat. But I tried to see like, okay, what would stop me from doing this? What would get in the way of me doing this? What would I do? X, Y, Z. And I just couldn't find a reason. And I was like, I have no reason to say no. I would be stupid to say no right now. So I said, abso-fucking-lutely, let's go. All right. So, oh my God, we have an amazing person backstage. I see you back there, big man. Oh, so sexy. Wait, you are dressed on the bottom half, right? Yeah. Okay. I see it. Oh my God. Oh my God. What a wonderful night to have this guest on. What an amazing night. So we are going to Vegas, ladies and gentlemen, June 21st through the 24th. All right. I will be out there. I believe we're recording. It is pre-recorded. We were recording on the 22nd in studio with lots of other big names. I'm super excited. Gibbs is hooking us up with some other content that we're able to do and some other people we're going to network to as well. He's a man with a plan. I'm really excited. We're going out there to work. There is no play involved. All right. We're going out there to work our asses off. So here's what I'm going to ask of you. If you can, I love all these super chats and they are incredibly helpful, but it doesn't help me right now. As I just explained earlier, it's going to be another month before I see that. Okay. But if you have any ability or flexibility between now and the 21st to kick off a Cash App or buy me a coffee, do send it now. I did some math between flight, hotel expenses, and then also what I'm missing by not streaming those 4 nights. We need about $2,000 to kind of balance everything and make it work so that I'm not like hurting myself to try to do this, right? I recognize this is a big a bigger exposure key. It's not a money-making key, right? But it's bigger exposure for us here at Mater Nation. So our panelists, and if you are a panelist, just be mindful. I'm also getting asked for other debaters. So if you are willing to travel to Vegas and a debate is of interest to you in Vegas, please directly message me. And because he's got some others coming up that he's asking for people for me to connect on. And I love to do that for all of you. I will never hold any of you back. I'm going to push all of you out. I'm going to pimp you out the way you deserve. Super congrats, says Tom. Awesome opportunity. Proud of you. I'm proud of me. I'm proud of us. All right. I probably would have been in like the miserable dipshit mode and not wanted to do this, but every single one of you has made me feel amazing and special, especially over the last couple months. And I was not going to stop. All right. Texas Bully Mom says, congrats, let's fucking go. P. Fletch says, kick ass news, Little Tomato, very proud of you. Thank you, P. Fletch. P. Fletch has been here for a long time, too. And Texas Bully Mom says, hell yeah, super stoked for you. It's huge, huge, the way Donald Trump would say it, huge. I forgot our president's name for a hot minute there. That was embarrassing. I'm sorry. I apologize. Objective Ethics says, word to the wise, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Hell no. Here's what's going to happen, right? Again, I said this is all work, no play, all right? We are going to be out there working our asses off, making content and getting as much done as we possibly can for you. For you guys, our panelists, our network, Mater Nation, every fucking one of you. We want to do this so that we can expand our network so that you have more debaters. And also, that means more people that we get to bring here for you too, okay? For our Throwdown Thursdays, our debates, and so on and so forth, all right? And Objective Ethics, you actually have a debate scheduled for the 24th. We're going to have to talk about that one because there's no fucking way I'd be able to fly from Vegas with that 3-hour difference, get home really late and handle that debate that night. I don't think it's going to, I started trying to look at it and it's like, it would be a hard push and I would be burnt out. So remind me if you could DM me to work through another schedule night with you guys for the 4 of you. I would be very thankful if you guys could accommodate that issue. Tom Carver says, I will match all donos tagged #Vegas up to 300 from now until the end of the night. Damn, Tom, that's big. Tomatoes in the chat from motherfucking Tom Carpenter. Holy shit. He says, fuck yes. He's just going to match it. And Plumpy, of course, giving out the gift that keeps on giving. These still count, guys. This still adds up. All right. We love you, Plumpy. Always having other people in mind. Texas Bully Mom says, #Vegas. And of course, SPINCITYNEWS. I may be able to help with lodging for you. Oh, all right. I mean, I have not booked. I'm booking tomorrow. I was going to book today, but I wanted to look at some other things first, but I have not booked yet, but I do want to stay close to where I need to be. So let me know. And maybe if there's something that's available, I'm not opposed to it. Anything we can get for cheaper or discounted, I'm excited for you. And of course, my mama's coming out next weekend, guys. She's got important family business to tend to out here. So we get to hang out with mama, which means I will not be streaming all of next weekend. So for those of you other panel shows, if you want to pick up the torch next weekend, Friday I've got a debate, but Saturday, Sunday, yeah, carry that torch. Spin does a Saturday night show. All right, let's get our panelists up here. You guys been sitting so patiently back there. I got a surprise backstage for you too. I'm so excited he's here. And of course, I actually, now that I think about where he lives at, now I realize why he's in the backstage. I love you so much. Here we go.
Good evening.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can, but I'm getting some feedback from you. I think
Yo,
it's.
what the fuck?
Let me make sure. Hold on.
Look at this bunch of animals here. Look at the fat cuck with the beard. Sarah, you're coming to Vegas? Yeah, you coming to Las Vegas, baby?
Hold on. You have an echo.
I shouldn't.
Let me do echo cancellation. How about now?
I'm living my best life.
Sounds better on this end.
Now you all see why I said, are you dressed back there on the bottom
I have
half?
my bathing suit on. I'm suntanning today. Las Vegas. I live on the strip now, Sarah.
Oh, very nice, Hormaxer. Very nice. Well, just so you know, I will be full-fledged with bodyguards and big men to protect me the entire time.
Well, I think practice some ball drainage with me.
What's that?
I think you would like to practice some ball drainage with me.
No.
Sure you would.
No,
You're lying
thank you.
to yourself. Look at these men. These men are embarrassment to humanity. They are ugly. They are low. They are dysgenic. They are hypogonadal. They are low T, and everything wrong with this is the problem.
I'm not low T.
And how about your heifers in your chat, the fat women in your chat? They could never experience a great man such as myself. Never. The pumpage and you big heifers in there could never handle it. I want to throw down the gauntlet with heifers, basically. Because I have a problem with big women. And your head looks a little rotund, Sarah, to tell you honestly. You need some looks maxing.
Oh, I have the orange light on. I can
Yeah,
make
it looks very round. It looks like a pumpkin.
There. Is that better? Do I not look as orange? I probably forgot to play with my light.
Yeah, but you can go debates here. That's fine. That's your thing. I know you're a vanilla Fruit Loop. You can stay on the strip. Believe me, honey, you don't have to meet me, honey. I'll do my own thing. I got my OnlyFans open.
You have your OnlyFans going?
Oh, yes. It just opened yesterday.
Oh, good for you.
Oh, yeah.
Did you have a good turnout for your first day out?
Well, I have no content yet. I was imagining you would be my first one on the content. So I'm offering, why not? What's the problem?
No, I'm sorry, Hormaxer. I love you so much, but I'm not going to drain your balls, sir, or do any type of OnlyFans content with you.
I wondered how long he would last.
I about lasted you all. I've had rodders. I'm on Rumble.
Was it even 2 minutes?
I'm gonna hold this. All right. I'm gonna use my veto privilege. I don't do it often, but I will say, I'm gonna hold it for a couple minutes until Hormaxer.
Hey, you know what? You're a fucking cuck. I bet your fucking bitch ass could never come up here. I'll kick your fucking ass. You try it. You're a fucking soft bitch. Stuff for this.
This is why I'm vetoing the. I don't do this often, guys. I don't veto, but I'm gonna hold it.
Go ahead. No, let me move the show. Go ahead. No, you don't want to drain my balls. You don't want to make OnlyFans content. No, I don't need to stay here. I'm going back to Rumble. Bye.
See you later, there, Hormaxer.
Lauren, we're gonna miss him.
Oh shit! Oh goodness! I mean, I've been dealing with him for what, like 3-4 years now. Yeah,
he's the one who named you.
He's the one who named me. That's why I said I was going to veto it just for a minute, because not that he has special privilege, but he is near and dear to my adventures of being a panelist myself. And he kicked off, he's the reason the channel is named what it is. And
when you get reoccurring things like that, you should go get medication so it goes away.
Sarah, can I ask you, anyway, before we get on to a big topic, can I ask a couple of personal questions?
Are you going to ask me if I can drain your balls? Because
no. We're going to steer clear of any of that. So first off, I want to make sure I'm not colorblind. Your shirt is tie-dyed. Your nails are red, correct?
Yes, this is a tie-dye shirt. I got it from Goodwill of all places for like $2, by the way. champion
Best place
status.
ever to shop to get a good
I
deal.
know, seriously. But yes, my nails are red.
And the second question, what I don't want to spoil the well here. What color is your hair?
Blonde?
Right?
Yeah.
I was just wondering because several people are absolutely colorblind and assume you have red hair for some reason. When they said it, I'm like, bunk, why would you think she has red? Oh, because of red lights. And
well, no, I do have a strawberry undertone in my hair. So it does, for some reason, I guess on the show, it looks more red than it actually is. My mama was a little redhead, but I am a strawberry blonde.
Sarah, what color?
I've seen your images in the sun, and you're very blonde from what I saw. A little bit.
Sarah, what brand hair dye do you use? Can I ask?
I don't color it. This is natural. It's all wet still. It's all wet still. I hear you, Duck.
What brand hair dye do you use?
I don't use any, Duck. This is the. I was born with white hair. I was a towhead. I had white hair when I was a baby and toddler.
Oh, it looks good. You look good every night. I always think about that when I come up. I think Sarah looks very nice tonight.
Thank you, Doug.
Sarah, No, I was gonna jokingly say you might be part Targaryen if you were born with white hair. I really hope I'm not the only one that understands that reference.
What? I didn't hear what you said.
I said you might be part Targaryen. It's a race off of the Game of Thrones.
Oh, yeah, I just didn't hear the words you said. The girl with the white hair, the queen lady with the dragons.
It's Valerians.
Yeah, she was awesome.
Well,
she was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, true. I read the books then, so yeah, you're right on that. But Targaryens are the ancestors of the Valyrians, but they basically got wiped out due to the doom of Valyria.
I see. Yeah, no, her hair was beautiful. They still talk about that like her hair. I think it was a wig actually, but they still talk about how awesome it was during the filming and stuff, because it's like every girl wanted to have white hair after that show. Objective Ethics says #Vegas. Socks and Speedos. I don't think that guy is quite as successful with the ladies as he is claiming to be. #Vegas rots your brain. Yeah, that's why I say all work, no play. Like I don't have intentions of like really having fun out there. And again, Gibbs has some content stuff already lined up for us. And I have a big issue. This is why I'm very particular about the last drama group that went and did Dash backstage. You have to do a quick cam up back there for me, please. The last group that went out to Vegas, if anybody remembers Mel Pandora and Marathon Kev, Resto, Chesto, and that whole group, Resla, they went out to Vegas and they all got shit-faced drunk, and like I think Resla was like the only one that was trying to make content, like solid content.
Yes, he went out there with a good reason. Yes,
but all that came from it was all this drama that ensued, and that would absolutely 110% be something I would avoid at all costs, because I don't want that kind of stuff. Like and that's another reason why I was like, I should, because when content creators tend to meet up, especially in groups, problems always arise, and I don't want problems. I don't want there to be issues, like nothing like that. I want to go do my job.
Shore. I do think I forgot to tell you congratulations on your new gig.
Thank you. I'm so excited.
So yeah, I want to talk about the Vegas thing. So I mean, we just came. Me and Lex just came from out in Vegas. We were watching a trial, so it was all work. Went out on the downtown strip. It's different than the regular strip, and I got a little bit of content from that. But so this guy, so he does podcasts. What do you know what he does? Like, so you said
he mainly did a lot of interviews. When I first looked at him, he was doing a lot of interviews, and then I think he's trying to pick up on the debate space that we have going on. A lot of people I notice. I'm grateful that I already had the foundations built for debates, because it's now becoming like more wanted content is debates. So I'm very grateful. We were already established when that kicked off, but I think he's trying to get into it, and he's trying to do it like Jubilee style, which I think Jubilee like does a pretty good job. But if you're gonna kind of copy it, you have to make sure you're filming the right way, you're getting the good angles, and you got a good mic system and everything set in place properly. But
well, and I'm sure a lot of people don't see the security behind the scenes.
You gotta,
if you're going to have a show like that, you've got to have some form of security too.
Yeah, it's a little different. It's a little different, right? Zerzy, it's a little different. They bring the best debaters. I mean, these guys are like, the smartest people in the country. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you come from, your background. You can be on Jubilee. You can, like, honestly, you can end up on Piers Morgan.
Wait, you just contradicted yourself, Duck. You said that you bring the smartest people, but then you can get on Jubilee. It doesn't matter your background.
No, I'm saying that you can't be biased.
Contradiction of
against
itself.
people. You can't be biased against people. Jubilee's one of the people that, break that down for you.
Everybody has a bias about people. What are you talking about?
Hey, so I got a question.
That just shows your own bias that you can't even engage the conversation.
It's beneficial to have a bias, right?
Hey, Sarah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how Ben pokes fun at me all the time? Says, oh yeah.
I mean, it's pretty easy, Spin.
He likes to razz me. So
razz? What is razz? Razzle dazzle? Hey.
He likes to pick on me. It doesn't sound like something I would do. So last night we had a panel, which a lot of people know. So I got the glorious idea to fuck with Ben.
Mm-hmm.
So I changed his nickname for him. It was Farmer McBen. That is what I changed it to. And for an hour, I'm sitting there laughing. And Clay, of all people, said, well, Farmer McBen, which may or may not have been staged, he looks at me, it's like, you motherfucker. The night before, what did I change it to the night before, Ben? Wasn't it old McBen or something?
McDonald.
Old McBen.
You didn't
old McDonald. Yeah,
you were going to do McBen.
Old McDonald.
Better, yeah.
Yeah, she's probably changing mine right now too.
No, we only do that when people pay to do that. You're giving away shit for free.
Well, I even changed Salty Santa to Elf's Muse. He never figured it out. And everybody, even Gibbs, is calling him Elf's Muse, and he really never figured it out.
He thought he was really Elf. He did. He called him Elf the whole time.
Ben, I think we're going to be busy the next couple of weeks.
Fair enough. James reestablishing himself as a member here at the Raging Tomato. He had to think about it again on whether he wanted to be a member or not. Oh my goodness, is that Furby?
It is.
Wow. Still banned from my panels though for being a little fucker. You can hang out in the chat all you want, but
argued with the moderator a little too much.
Huh?
Argued with the moderator a little too much.
Way too much. And see that again, that's where I was learning lessons along the way with people like that, doing shit like that. And it's like you put your foot down and that's it. Right. And learning how to be more assertive with that is helpful.
Oh, I watched that. You gave Furby at least 8 or 9 different chances.
Where people I've been where people turn their back on their friends and there's no coming back. There isn't recovering from it. It's not just about relationships. It's ultimately about who you become as a person. It's about the standard you set for yourself, whether or not you're willing to stand up for values like your own. And so, I'm not saying being cruel, right? It's not, but if somebody's a bully or something to you, that 10% extra is what helps people recover from abusive narcissistic relationships.
That's fair. And I just want to point this out because Tom said, I will match all donos tagged #Vegas up to $300 from now until the end of the night. I just want to let you know he is sending the matches on CASHAPP. Okay, so those are coming through. So Texas Bully Mom, Tom matched yours with a 10. And let's see, Objective Ethics, he matched yours with a 20. He is matching via CASHAPP. So don't be worried that he's like not holding up his end of the bargain. They just came through. I just realized they were there. So they are being matched. And if you'd like to help kick it off so that I can have that $300 matched in my CASHAPP, keep the donos going. And I did reset your dono goal because you guys have every hour to hit that dono goal. So if you want to keep on moving, we're going to keep on moving. All right. Super excited for everyone. So, okay, let me ask you, what were your thoughts on the moderator in that video I was showing earlier and the situation and how it happened? What Balderson, why don't we start with you? Balderson's not paying attention. Spin.
Well, it sounded like a kitten's getting squished over here.
Oh, well,
I felt very sorry for the poor kid because chances are that was a real big come up for him having that show. And then when as the moderator, you're supposed to be trying to keep the peace, and then to have one person decide that they're going to go outside of what was agreed upon, and the other person's just like, cool, I'm out. Like that poor guy's like, fuck. And not knowing what to do, not being confident enough to push any kind of weight. Like, I'm sorry, brother. I really appreciate you having me on. You coming on here to do this debate. But if you're going to you can't go outside the rules. I'm going to give you 5 minutes. And if you don't stop after that, then I'm going to cut you off and it's going to be Andrew's turn. Right.
Exactly. That's what I thought too. I definitely think a foot should have been put down there. Spin, to you, what were your thoughts on the what happened?
Well, I'm gonna first correlate it to an issue that you had, or excuse me, we both had on my panel, where dude came up and totally wanted to spurg and called you a whore.
Oh yeah.
Now I will correlate it to what that dude went through. I said it in the chat and I'll say it again. When that shit started, I'd have thrown everybody in the fucking back and had somebody that I trust, like old McBen up there, or Clay or somebody, just hold the chat open and I would have dealt with it. And if the fucking thing didn't happen, guess what? We could have an open panel chaos. But I'm going to say this. He is a lot more fucking patient than I am, because I'll go back to the dude that called you a whore. Absolutely not. It will never happen. Listen, my legs might not move, but my motherfucking finger moves quicker than my legs ever did.
Yeah, you were fast on that one. Gone. Like, he talked and then he was poof, gone. And I was like, what happened?
Ben, you were there. Fuck that. That ain't happening. And especially, I mean, not it's because of it was Sarah. Okay. Sarah was the exigent circumstances. But to any of the panelists, I'll give you a prime other example, Sarah. Last night, School of Thought or Nova Star, whatever account she gets on and calls herself that night, they were in there there were people was it the chat? Yeah, it was the chat, Ben, right?
Yeah.
Where they were being the most grotesque fucking shit. And guess what? I stopped the whole motherfucking panel. And I said, it won't be tolerated. And 4 of them got kicked within less than a half a second.
Oh, wow.
I just won't tolerate it. You know, people that come on to these shows, and I don't want to go into a long diatribe, but
too late.
People come on our shows. Shut up. People that come on our shows, they're there to talk. They're there to create entertainment, not listen to people wanting to, you know, titty fuck people and shit like that. And that's how I feel about it.
Well, Hormaxer is content, right? Like he is his own type of content. There's people that are debaters. There's people that talk about movies. There's people that do drama. There's people that do like crazy IRL get in fights with people content. Hormaxer is
freak show.
He does perv content. Like that's who he is.
He doesn't break TOS with it.
He doesn't break TOS. I love that about him.
You know,
and he's always respected that concept. Yes. So as much as like if he's new to people, if you don't know who he is and my history with him, like it's like, wow, this is crazy. Who is this guy? But me, it's like nothing new, right? It's just the Hormaxer. So, and shout out to Tom. He says, by the way, you'll find I keep no secrets. Sarah had no idea I was going to offer that match. I love this community. It fills a void in my life. And for high IQ people like myself, that's important. Let's grow it. Thank you so much, Tom. Yeah, that kind of surprised me actually, but we love you so much, Tom. You're a very strong member in this community and a rock star status, might I add. And we love you.
I want to say one more thing to that, Sarah, and then then you can. I understand I get a lot of levity, and I try to give all of my guests levity, but there is a line, and there's a line that you have to draw. And when you attack the women on the panel, that's a big fucking no-no.
It's an easy attack. To me, it's not a challenge, right?
Sure.
If somebody, I say this all the time, like, oh, you agree with or you disagree with a woman and what she, her argument, and like the immediate response is, you're a whore, you're a 304, you're this, you're that. It's just like, it gets old. And shout out to James in the chat. We love that motherfucker. Fuck your goal. James says, since Tom is doozing matches for Vegas, but still fuck your goal. Can I get the doos emoji and fuck your goal in the chat? Shout out. He sends a big 50 for that shit. We love you so much. And I anticipate Tom will be sending the Cash App. I don't feel the need to announce it again. He's going to keep doing it. So we love you so much. Hashtag Vegas. I'm so fucking excited, guys. If I told you who's on this list, you'd all like continue shitting your pants. But I don't know if it's been publicized who's else is going to be there. So I don't want to spoil it if nobody knows yet.
How long are you going out there for?
I'll leave here on the 21st. The debate is on the 22nd. Is it on the 20th? Yeah, it's on the 22nd. Gibbs has some stuff lined up for the 23rd, and then I'll be home on the 24th.
So
what's his channel?
3 nights?
Yeah, 3 nights.
Okay, I'll make a phone call and we'll talk on the back chat.
Okay, sounds good.
I might be able to make something work.
All right, I appreciate that.
What is what's his name?
This is the podcast will be on Gary's
channel?
It's right here.
It's right there.
Oh, here we go. Very good.
Yeah, Uncle Guns got you. See, so that you don't have to ask me questions like this, Uncle Guns got me. You just, before you even ask, go to Uncle Guns. He's got you.
Yeah, she already said she butchers it every time, so this works better.
Yeah, digital social hour podcast. I always miss at least one word in that sentence. At least one. It will be, I believe it's pre-recorded, so it won't be live. So I'm hoping by the time I get home, it'll already be available. And then we can watch it and review it when we get back. It'll be so fun. It'll be so fun. All right. I have to go use the ladies' room and refill my coffee. But I will let you guys carry on. Kraut, was next, and then Ant, then Duck, also known as Timothy right now, and then Clay, then Kay, then Zers, on your thoughts on the moderating thing that I reviewed just before that. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, I can answer that question. But Spin, real quick, I want to ask you something. Because I noticed people were simping hard, like they ain't got no common sense for that Nova character last night. Should I mention that to you in the back chat if I notice that, or just let you deal with it when you catch it? Spin? I think you might
You're
be
muted.
I heard half of what you said. I heard spin, and then I'm like, I didn't hear it. Try it again.
My fault. I noticed that people were like saying some wild
Yeah,
shit.
about
to
your
Nova.
questionable sexuality.
That's all right. There's a check mark that goes on my little tablet every time you fuck with me, and it's only going to get worse.
If I see some wild shit people are saying in the back chat about your panelists, do I like mention it to you in the back chat, or just let you deal with it when you notice it?
What about the whoa? I'm gonna loop Clay in on this. I have to. What about the panelist?
Like what? I have no idea what you guys are talking about, bro.
Are they talking about my show?
No, you remember yesterday when people were simping for Nova?
Oh, I was going to say, I'll fucking spurred the fuck out right now.
Yeah, no, I saw that in the comments yesterday, but I didn't say nothing to you. Now, should I tell you in like the back chat, hey, people are, talking about your panelists, or just let you deal
Mick,
with
it's
it?
okay. It's okay. This isn't Maury Povich, brother. This isn't Maury. You don't need to bring up other people's drama.
Doc, was he talking to me or was he talking to you?
It's okay. I can handle this. We don't need to bring in, when people aren't here, we don't need to bring in those types of conversations. We don't know the people that are.
He is here.
Everyone's here. So why is Kraut Mick bringing?
He's literally talking to the man right now. He's talking to the man right now.
Literally, it makes.
He's talking to the guy right now, Duck.
Typical Duck. Where's your kazoo?
Why is he bringing up your business?
Go get your kazoo. Go get your kazoo.
Why am I
Play
doing
your
this?
kazoo.
I don't get why I'm doing it for you, but it's okay.
I don't get why you're
Carry
even
on,
interested in the conversation at all.
Yeah, Duck is wrong, but right. He's wrong about the situation and what he's saying right there, because Duck's just confusing, but he's right. This has got nothing to do with what Sarah left. So that would be your time then, Kraut Mick. And I assume that you would use your time to reflect on the debate and the performance of the moderator that we had watched.
Yeah, but we've gotten pulled so far off the topic, I kind of lost my place. But I didn't really disagree much, or if at all, with Sarah's assessment of it. I felt like that kid was just in way over his head and had two big egos on his hand and not really ready to contend with it. Now, I don't think Andrew, I agree, I don't think Andrew really did anything wrong.
No, I don't think so either.
I can think of a lot of things to say against Andrew Wilson, but this isn't something
that's not one of them.
Yeah.
I feel you on that. All right, where are we? Duck, to you, sir.
Hey, what's going on? My name's Tim. You can call me Timothy or whatever you want. But yeah, I thought Sarah's assessment was spot on. But I want to point out this absurdity. I got a little hairball in my mouth. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, the small absurdity is Andrew also doesn't evidence his claims. It all comes from this weird religious extremist worldview he holds. And it shows because you agree to debate racial realism with a race realist. What do you expect out of that? And so I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be like a wet blanket, but when there's one, you have a goal that you're chasing after. Richard Spencer's goal is white nationalism, meaning you actually break up the country for white people. Like it's stated, it's obvious, it's what he wants. And when you don't see yourself having a need to go out and say, well, this is why, right? You're the type of person who wants to argue about black people or Mexicans or Latinos, whatever it is. and you don't see a need to evidence your claims. When it's, you can look it up, there is no evidence of the types of claims he wants to make. So, basically you're running into a brick wall. Either you can be that brick wall, or and check me on this, you can be that, you can be the brick wall, you can be the person people look up to, or you are the brick wall. You're not going anywhere. Nothing's getting through to you. Nothing's getting past you, and you look like a little kid. So I thought both Andrew and this Spencer guy looked like assholes. And at the end of the day, there are no winners. And this moderator who wanted to set up a race realism debate, fuck you, you little kid. You're a little bitch, right? Fuck you.
I believe the topic was manosphere stuff.
Yeah, that guy's a bitch.
I mean, I don't have anything bad to say about the moderator. I don't know him. I don't know if this was his first debate. I don't know if he does this all the time. I will critique it, right, in terms of here's what I would have done and here's how to fix a situation like that. And it's not fun to be in. I empathize with him in terms of I do agree. Somebody said he was kind of in over his head on that one. And I think making clear rules and establishing that on in the moment would have been more effective, but it just happened the way he did. And sometimes you get kind of caught in the heat of things and you don't know, you kind of get paralyzed, right? Like your brain just like freezes and you're like, what do I do? And even I go through that sometimes, like, wait, how do I keep this fair while also trying to make everybody happy, while also trying to accommodate the audience, while trying to accommodate the panelists, while trying to accommodate myself, right? This kid lost content because of it. That means whatever money he would have made that night, gone, right? I'm sure he's probably getting a lot of good view counts on it, but he lost in super chats, he lost in the live event, he lost in all of that. And that sucks because there's nothing you can do to fix it after it's already done. Right. And it sucks. Go ahead,
right,
Clay.
but he's building here's the difference. Here's if I could say one thing, is that like Kick and Rumble already, Discord already lets you build a racist community, a racist audience. I don't know anybody that wants to sit through a race realism debate. That's just my personality. It's how I'm feeling at the moment. Whatever. Boo-hoo. This, Tim is acting up again. Timothy's having another bad day. You guys don't give a shit about me. And so that's all I had to say, Sarah. I'm sorry. I'm passionate about
I don't.
Well, again, the topic was
That's not me, Sarah.
Again, the topic was manosphere categories. So I don't think it had anything to do with white nationalism or anything like that. All right, go ahead, Clay.
Liberals always go to the race card.
So yeah, I'm going to try to approach this from the practical standpoint. I always try to consider what the solutions are. So there's two things you can control in your life: what you can say and what you can do. Control what you talk about, and you can control what you do. All that good stuff. That's your work. And in that, there's 4 choices that you have. These 4 choices are broken down between those 2 things. So the things you can do and the things that you can say, those are the things that you can do. And then the other 2 choices are not doing something, right? So in the not doing something, you can watch as you not do something. And then there's the walk away and not do something. So those are the 4 choices that you have. So this kid had those 4 choices. Essentially, he had those 4 choices. That's what you have in life, is those 4 choices. There were times when he chose to sit there and watch. More often, he chose to sit there and watch. That's how he let it get out of hand. Unfortunately, he probably might not have as much background in the moderating, which is tough. I'm not going to even talk about what the debaters did or didn't do, because ultimately the context is around what he did or didn't do. And it really does fall on the moderator. Now, if someone acts out, typically it's because the moderator didn't take control sooner. And unfortunately, in this case, it's very clear and evident that he did not. The conversation revolving around what the prompt was is evident of this. it was clear that they did not work this out prior. And this actually goes into what Kraut was asking Spin earlier, because it's called housekeeping. These things, if you want the show to continue, have to be handled. Otherwise, it's going to be the not do choice. Either somebody's going to sit there and watch something happen and just not do anything, or they're going to walk away. I believe Andrew made the right choice in moving away. That's at some point, you got to shake the dust. That's just the best choice, especially in this case, because the guy did break TOS, and the moderator was not even addressing it. In my opinion, when it happened, the moderator should have booted the guy. The guy should have been gone immediately, right? Now, prior to that, you could have worked some way to maybe put a little foot down to make it not happen in the first place, dropping them both to the back, saying, hey, this is not what we're going to do. But as soon as that guy broke TOS, gone. You're gone from the channel. It's TOS for a reason. The moderator or the channel owner, we'll just break this down to the content channel owner. Like, even if you're not a moderator, you're still going to boot somebody who TOS is on your channel. This is just the way it works. This is business. And if I can't own my business anymore because somebody comes in and screws me over, you're fucking with my money. So
exactly. KO Dave, your thoughts, sir?
Yeah. I think that first off, the moderator was clearly not prepared for juggling those two massive egos. I think that Andrew probably went a little too hard, a little too quick on the situation. He should have just basically said, I think what Andrew should have done was basically said, no, I want to do it the way we agreed to do it originally, and left it at that, and then left it for the moderator to deal with from then on. And the moderator should have then made it clear to Richard that these were the rules we had agreed on. We're not changing the rules right as the debate is starting. This is the way it's going to be. I get the whole thing about about the slur that idiot dropped being a really big deal. I think that if the moderator could have gotten things under control, it would have been it should have been possible for them to actually have a debate even after that. But I mean, Andrew just is Andrew, and he always likes to come up with an excuse to run away from a debate. So he was out.
I would disagree with that. I've never seen even scheduling debates for him, right? I've never had him say no. I've never had him say I won't do it or make up excuses. There's been situations where it just didn't work out, right, between the other person or whatever, but I've never seen him run away from a debate, at least in my experience. So I don't know. And I don't he loves to dunk on people. This is what he enjoys doing in terms of debates. Like, it's free content for him to go and just shit on somebody else during a debate. Like, that's how he makes money. So the idea of running away from perfectly good content. But when somebody breaks the rules that you already agreed to it, if you know that they're problematic, or if you know that they have you've seen them act like this on other people's shows or as a guest or as a debater, and and so you come into it, say, I'll only debate him if we establish these rules, and then those rules are broken, then there's no point in going forward. There's absolutely no point in going forward, because if they're going to break that rule, how many other rules are they going to break? Are they going to do it again? Are they going to put your channel at risk again? Are they going to, if you give that leeway on the 5 minutes, If you give leeway there, then what else are they going to want you to give leeway on? It's the whole like give an inch and they take a mile kind of concept. But I see what you're saying, but I also still disagree with you.
I've known Andrew, or at least I've known of Andrew, like for years, since back when he called himself Big Papa Fascist, and I've always known him to be very slimy and very just pure sophistry coming from the guy, more or less. And that I watched that debate, like the Wick versus Andrew debate that you hosted, that you moderated, and that debate just that debate was a complete shit show from the very get. That really, to me,
well, behind the scenes was, but they had
I was
timers.
watching behind the scenes
behind the scenes, but but see, that's what I was saying about the other moderator. Like that's what they should have. Like I'm not pushing go, and people kept saying like you need to go live, and I'm like no, because we're not resolved. We're not going forward. I'm not hosting a debate if you guys have a disagreement. And they seemed happy when I finally I came back from the restroom and I just kind of put my foot down. I'm like, this is your side. This is your side. Everybody good, go. Right. And then everybody was able to they're like, oh yeah, I agree. Right. But we weren't able, I wasn't going to push go until that was resolved. And I think that that's what should have happened. That like all of that information should have been very deliberately and assertively delivered backstage in order to before they push go, because then even the guy not knowing the prompt, like that was weird to me. Like why would you be questioning the prompt while you're supposed to be giving your opening statement? So but I also say you said how you think Andrew's slimy and all of those things. Yeah, I can agree with that, but that doesn't mean that I can't give credit where credit is due in that moment. I thought he did exactly what he needed to do in that moment. Like whether I like him or not is beyond me, right? It's beyond the moment. And I think he still did what was right for him and for his channel. And I think if anyone else did the same thing, it would have been just fine.
I think in that situation, I think that if the guy moderating was a bit more experienced, he could have wrangled both of them into a proper debate even after the slur. But I think that I don't know. It's just everything I've known about Andrew I have a very low opinion of the guy. I've had a very low opinion of the guy for a very long time, and nothing I've seen lately has changed that. So that's just the way it is for me.
Yeah. I think anybody could still have a low opinion of him, but that doesn't mean that you see, that's where a bias comes in. Like, oh, well, I think he's a piece of shit. So therefore that entire,
I am biased against Andrew. I will admit that. Yeah.
This just shows how unbiased I am, you motherfuckers. Zers, what are your thoughts, sir?
Okay, first I'd like to start by answering a viewer's question, a friend's question. Sarah had reviewed a debate and then gave us some positive information, something new that she's going to be doing, and we're now answering to what we think about the review, what we think about the debate or whatnot. So that catches one of my friends up, and it looks like a couple of people in the chat. Now, I think I'm going to start by going with the debaters. The first guy that can open up an olive jar, he should have, if he agreed to 5 minutes and wanted to change it to 10 and he tried, he should not have continued to try to press the 10 minutes. And he most certainly, if he agreed to no violation of terms of service, he shouldn't have done what he did. Now, as far as Andrew himself, I guess if you had an absolute agreement that there's going to be no terms of service, I can understand him diving out that quickly. However, I do think there was a space to save that debate if Andrew wished. And when I think about Andrew freaking about the 1F slur, there are so many times that I have heard Andrew Wilson quite literally break terms of service, quite literally break terms of service, and just keep on going about it as if it's nothing, and even challenge the person and repeatedly do it. That's what I don't understand. And then at this moment to just quit, it was like, okay, maybe he didn't leave room to allow the debate to continue without any more terms of service violations. As far as the kid doing the moderation, I think he was fish out of water. He was not a moderator, so to speak. He wanted to be. I'm sure he may end up being a good moderator. Think about it. Everybody, when they first start out doing something new, it's challenging to them, so they don't know exactly how to navigate, should you say. And they tend to make mistakes like he did, where he didn't grab it before it got to the F-bomb. Before it got to the F-bomb, he didn't grab it by the horns and go, wait a minute, no, listen, dude, there's either two things going to happen. Either you're going to have the 5-minute intervals that you promised, or you're going to go home.
You know, one thing I wonder about is if they had actually agreed to the rules before all this happened, or if the moderator just dumped the rules on their laps.
It sounded like they were in agreement.
I already said that earlier, that I went because Andrew provided the receipts of what was stated. And to my understanding, that was all before they even, as they were even setting up the debate via DMs, like that was communicated from Andrew and received, right?
See, I don't know the other moderator. I don't know the other debater at all, so I'm not sure. Maybe that debater is one that
you guys don't know Richard Spencer?
Maybe no, maybe he is one of those that just drops the bomb after bomb after bomb, and then you're like, holy frig, what do I do with this stream?
But Andrew would not have, I know his style, he would not have accepted the debate if those terms were not 100% agreed upon in advance.
Is this
he's why Punch and Nazi became famous.
Yeah. That's the same.
Also, could I say one more thing, Sarah?
Mm-hmm.
And it's real quick. I saw a debate before with Andrew and this other guy, and I forget his name, but he was a Muslim. And the debate, the moderator, I forget his name too, but I think he was some type of Middle Eastern. I don't want to sound ignorant, but
you're talking about the fresh and fit guy, and he was debating Muslim Lantern.
And the moderator and the debater were ganging up on Andrew and changing the rules. So the only reason why I bring this up, and Boulder could probably clarify more since he actually remember the names if he chooses to, but I think Andrew dipped out so quickly on the debate that you showed us because he already dealt with that shit and he probably knew where it was headed. Not doing nothing, like the one moderator that was kind of ganging up on Andrew. Andrew probably saw this cat not doing anything as like the same thing. It's not going to help the situation. I already been through this dumb shit. I'm gonna be out. If that makes any sense.
I'm not. So the Muslim Lantern debate, what really happened was Andrew came in and posed an impossible question for a Muslim to answer. It was funny. Don't get me wrong, but he knew he was crashing.
It was funny. It was funny.
It was funny, but he knew he was crashing the debate when he did it. And so he was, and he does that with most of his big debates. He crashes it so so he doesn't have to face somebody that will actually face him. And Andrew stuck around, and yes, they tried to argue into it, but Andrew was wanting to stick on it and wanting him to answer that. And he was never going to answer that.
So I think, I probably agree with about 80% of what Andrew does. I know a lot of people on this panelist has their beef with him. It's not my beef, not my business. I don't care. But all of that said, I think he started going about that shit bolder because they started changing the fucking rules of what they already agree. I could be wrong. Like he said, that shit was funny. if anybody else don't know what we're talking about, look that shit up. Like I think you said Fresh and Fitness folder. So yeah, just type in Fresh and
Yeah,
Fitness for
what's his name? Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit was the moderator, and it was Muslim Lantern and Andrew, and it was hilarious. But Andrew was crashing the debate, and even Myron, who's a much more powerful person, has a much larger channel, so he's in a much more comfortable position, was having a hard time with that because he had two big names, two big egos that he was trying to balance with, and one of them misbehaved, and the other one was rejecting the debate because of it. And he's going, well, what the fuck do I do? I wanted to have this super awesome debate for the next 2 hours where a shit ton of people watched it because it's two giant names with very opposing points of view. And instead, the debate's over. No super chats, no views, no nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And so
yeah, they were arguing for like 40 minutes.
Even he had a super hard time dealing with that.
Okay.
But
I want to hand it over to For the Win because he hasn't had his turn up to.
Hi, Sarah. Awesome
Hi,
news.
For the Win. Yay.
Yeah, are you excited for Vegas or what?
Well, I'm not particularly keen that it's in Vegas, quite frankly. I've been to Vegas twice, like years and years ago, and I'm not like really like, oh, this is gonna be so fun. Like I'm not excited that it's in Vegas by any means.
Well, you know, sometimes when those things happen, you just have to roll with those punches. So the Vegas question at hand is: if you have 100 donos, $100, are you putting it on red for your nails or black for your soul?
That's a good one. Well, I don't gamble. I'm not a fan of gambling. The only time I ever actually gambled was we were out on a work conference. Actually, no, I've been to Vegas 3 times. We were out there for a work conference, and one of the friends of my company owners wanted to play the roulette game or whatever it is, and he gave me, what did he give me? I think he gave me like I don't know, $100 or so, like in chips, right? He's like, here, pick one, and I started picking them, and I started winning, right? And I was like, oh, cool. And by the end of it, I think I made like $700. I still gave him his $100 chip back and walked away with $600. And I was like, cool. And that was the only time I ever gambled because it wasn't my money, right? And we kept winning, so I kept going. But that was it, and that's all I'll ever do. I'll never
retire on top.
Stay off the machines in the airport.
Oh, none of that is intriguing to me. Like I'm not a gambler, so I'm not even concerned. Yeah. If somebody gives me $100 chip and says, go have fun, yeah, sure. I'll go have fun until that $100 is either gone or increases. But outside of that, I have no incentive to play it. And also you are currently 6 out of 10 on the dono goal. So keep on keeping on, folks. Keep on keeping on. Yeah. All right. Anyways, For the Win, your commentary on the...
Yeah. I was listening in, and then my phone died, so I got about 5 minutes of that actual debate in, but I kind of heard the setup with it and everything. And just kind of hearing after others have spoken so far, the moderator just kind of seemed a little in over his skis with this one. And sometimes, like, when you're that moderator, it's your fucking show. It's your everything right now. So when things start to go south, you got to take the reins and take control ultimately and make sure that the show stays the course and actually finishes and everything. So
yeah, no, I agree. And it's not an easy job. A lot of people sit here and say, like, you just sit there with your mouth shut and you're quiet and you don't do anything, like, and it's like you have to have you kind of enjoy those nights where it's a good debate and maybe they're like mildly interrupting each other, but they're not going crazy. They're not calling each other names. But I think that like when it does get crazy, or even sometimes the planning, when you have 2 creators that fucking hate each other, like that is the most painful you'll ever have to, because you have to go back and forth between messaging each one. And when they're like, well, tell that fucking asshole, blah, 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 blah. And you're like, I'm not going to tell that person that, but You're
You
not
go
going to know.
talk for yourself.
You're well, not only that, but like I'm going to translate this in a way where it's more acceptable to the other person, right? And how they say things and what they recommend, and sometimes even having to kind of negotiate between the two in different directions. It's
As a negotiator,
easy.
you can't necessarily tell them to go talk for themselves. But
Right,
in a
right.
normal situation, you're like,
Yeah.
no, don't just talk for
So
yourself, man.
yeah, for sure.
And that goes back to exactly what you were saying. When you're in the back prepping everything and there's a structure to it, everyone has to agree. So when everyone's on the same page, you're going to alleviate a lot of those problems going forward. And if you don't, chaos is going to ensue. And lastly, I think with a good moderator ultimately is that when things start to go off the rails, you're starting to leer off the prompt and such like that. It's that moderator's job to actually hone it back, and you can direct the conversation where it needs to actually go. You have that ability and power. So
you do, and sometimes it depends, right? Like if they're really they might be getting on a tangent, but the tangent is a really great part of the conversation that you kind of don't want to fuck with it. I've even sometimes told them, hey, we are slightly off topic. I'm waiting for it to kind of cycle back around, but I at least want to let you know you are like gearing in a different direction. And, I give them the option. If you want to keep going that way, that's fine. But I'm just letting you know we are on a tangent. And sometimes they're like, oh, yeah, we could bring it back down. Or they could say, oh, I do. There's a way to tie it back in. And here's what it is. So
that's actually the ultimate point where the moderator failed there is when Andrew said he was going to quit because of the terms of service. He laughed for a few moments before actually quitting, and the moderator just froze. He didn't step in and Andrew, wait. Let me get this under control, blah, 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 blah. He just kind of sat there like.
Can I ask Sarah something too? Because I know a lot of people aren't understanding why it's TOS. Can you actually explain to them why it's TOS?
Well, what happens is because it's considered harassment or hate speech type of stuff, and it could on Twitch you can absolutely not say that. Okay, like I know for a fact on Twitch, like Gibbs had joined one of our panels the other night, and that word was dropped. Gibbs had to pull the video and has to edit that out because it's absolutely not allowed. On YouTube, it can 110% be considered hate speech. It depends on who you're talking to and how the context is. But what can happen is somebody can flag that moment and say, hey, they said this bad word, right? And if YouTube comes through and says, oh, yeah, bad word you said. And even if you're just saying the word, even if I just said F slur right now and I'm not directing at anyone, even if it's in an educational standpoint, you'll still get hit with it. It's community guidelines, hate speech. It's what it's considered. This is why we have to be careful with other words. We try to not say other words like essay, grape, and things like that. But it can flag you. Their little AI tools can run through and flag your transcripts. And if that transcript picks up on it well enough that it's like, oh yeah, you said bad word, it can flag you. And then you start getting monitored. Like there's people that they'll get flagged left, right. Once you get one flag, you're going to continue getting flagged. And you can expect to be on their radar for at least the next 3 months until good behavior is proven otherwise. But that's your livelihood. I'm not willing to risk my channel for you to be able to say a word that isn't that vital and you can say it in other ways. And if you go on somebody else's show who is monetized and works hard to build their following and all those things, if you go on someone else's show and you say slurs, knowing that you can't say those things, you're a piece of shit. You're an asshole, especially if they tell you, don't say these words. We can't say them. You get a freebie, right? Of like, oh, I didn't know. This is my first time here. That's your freebie. Fine. But after that, like that, you don't get that freedom. You don't. If you know better, then absolutely not.
Another thing, because when I was talking about it, I kind of focused in on Andrew and the moderator, but Richard Spencer is like, for those who don't know, he's like an he's like an unabashed actual neo-Nazi.
Mm-hmm.
Like It's not. I'm not being like facetious here. He's literally a neo-Nazi,
It's
straight up.
not
And
hyperbole at all.
yeah, and he, a guy like that, I really don't think can be trusted to police his own speech. I'm not going to lie.
Right.
I think there's a good chance, even if the moderator was perfect, that debate was doomed from the start, just because Richard Spencer is not someone. He's probably just not debate friendly to begin with. Really,
not TOS friendly, I guess.
Yeah, definitely not that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these social media platforms are essentially the way that we, reach out to each other and all that. YouTube is a social media platform. Yeah, people make money on it, and people make money on some of these other ones now. But that money can go away like that, and yeah, they might allow you to use it as a social media platform. But if your income is based on the content that you create and you're one of the entertainers out here, you just can't risk it. You just can't.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Dave, on that, I would have to say that your argument argued for Andrew Wilson ditching, because the guy is well known for dropping terms of service violations. So I can absolutely understand now. You actually gave Andrew Wilson weight, and the reason why he left is if the person is that type of person that's going to constantly violate, then you don't want to have that debate. It's just not good for you.
Well, but that's why Andrew requested Richard has to agree not to violate terms of service. He contracted in on that. I mean, like, written agreement said that he wouldn't do it, right? So if you know somebody has behavior that does certain thing and said, listen, you typically do X, Y, and Z. If you want to continue, or I'm sorry, if you want to have a debate with me, I will only agree to doing a debate with you if insert caveats, right? And that was agreed upon in advance. So I think that that's fine in terms of how Andrew did that. And I don't think that he owes any other due diligence outside of making sure that that was agreed on before the debate even was scheduled. That was Andrew's due diligence to say, I know this guy breaks TOS. Therefore, if he wants to do this, I'll only do this if he agrees to not break TOS, right? That's due diligence. But that's where it stops, though. After that, it was on that guy, Richard, to not violate TOS specifically.
Ultimately, word for people. That's the one people have the hardest time with. Normal ass people have the hardest time with that one. Like there's a whole era where that word was just used for anything that sucked or something you called your friend just to irritate them. It didn't even have any real connotation at that point. It was just a general slur.
Right. Yeah, I agree. It'd be like calling someone a bitch.
The 90s. The 90s are gone. You are not in the 90s no more.
I know. The 90s were fun. Yeah. The 90s were still fun. All right. I'm going to give grace here because you guys really sent more than what I'm concerned about in terms of like hitting the goal. So I'm going to go ahead and kick off on the gauntlet. Kraut, you had a topic you wanted to propose. You said tariffs. Is there something new going on with the tariffs right now that I should be aware of?
Well, no, just in general, because I feel like we actually never talked about that. And I know hard liberal. I'm sure he probably has something against that. And there's a few things with tariffs I don't think a lot of people actually know about or how they can be implemented if used correctly. I actually read a lot about tariffs and fracking, but unfortunately, I actually forgot a lot about fracking. But I still maintain the information I learned from reading about tariffs.
Is anybody against tariffs on the panel?
I'm not against tariffs. I just feel that they're a lot of people think about them wrong. They don't think about where they're applied or where they're collected, or they just think about how it's supposed to bring revenue in, which if done correctly, it most certainly does.
And also, like, I love to test the liberals' logic against them. And to counter the arguments against tariffs, their logic would be inconsistent. If you would like to talk about that, I can bring that up.
So my largest argument against tariffs, if I was going to make an argument against tariffs, which I most certainly have arguments against the way tariffs are handled now, as the confusion that a lot of people have that somehow it's affecting the companies overseas, because it's, I guess, it's led to believe that the people overseas are paying for the tariff. However, it says it right in the law. It's for imports. Who's the importer? The importer is a person here who receives a product. And I don't think it really helps to, if they're making the products for next to nothing over there, they're shipping them for next to nothing over there. It arrives here and the company that picks it up has to then pay the tariffs. I don't see how that's not going to be directly applied to the end product on the shelf. And it's most certainly shown that it is, as prices have skyrocketed. I mean, I'm looking at things like twice their price within 2 years. I understand old man bitching about price, but when you're talking about doubling in 2 years, there's a problem.
All right. And just as fair warning, ladies and gentlemen, I am shutting down on the Raging Tomato side. We hit the 2-hour mark. That's all I want over here. Number one, if you joined to hear the announcement and come hang out and join Open Panel, I want to just automatically say thank you. You guys really have already made me feel so incredibly blessed, and your excitement for Vegas and what's happening and everything definitely just lets me know that you guys give a shit and you're just excited as I am. Squeal. So I can't wait to keep you updated on that. And maybe I'll go live while I'm out there and stuff like that, like from the phone or something. But outside of that, like it's going to be fun. So thank you. If you're watching on the Raging Tomato on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Pilled, whatever, Kick, I'm shutting down all of those ends, and we are heading over to the Gauntlet. That is on YouTube at the Gauntlet Debate. YouTube at the Gauntlet Debate. That's where you can continue hanging out. If you're watching on the Raging Tomato on YouTube, I've already set up the raid. We will see you over there. Thank you. All right. So back to the tariffs. Does anybody have something like a strong stance on it that's really heavy leaning in any direction?
I do want to say that the money thing, when it comes to money, I really don't give a damn. However, I think there's a confusion as to the understanding of what tariffs actually do. The tariffs is so that you give the opportunity to the American production to have a better advantage in pricing. Okay?
That's the one.
You can complain about the prices of your cheap shit on the shelf all day long, but the American production is why you might want a high tax at the dock. This way, when that cheap shit comes in off of the ship and gets put on the shelf, regardless of the price, your American manufacturers have a higher threshold that they could possibly compete with. Right now, the way it is, if you don't, then they don't. If you don't put tariffs or some higher tax on those imports, on those things coming in, those American production companies, they're going to have to compete with cheap shit that essentially, basically came in here for free. And, we do want some money circulating from our American manufacturers. That's what I want to say.
That's where I believe the individual tariffs on things like soybeans or such should be most certainly implicated. But I don't think broad spectrum tariffs should be set, because there's products, as you said, it helps manufacturing of the U.S. So manufacturers in the U.S. can sell their products. That absolutely makes sense. But a lot of the products that Americans are buying are not. There's nothing in America that are producing these mythical things that are American manufacturer alternatives, where what we're really talking about is things that are only made specifically overseas that grab people's attention. And it seems like we refuse as a culture to tool ourselves to make those things. And the government making them more expensive has never solved it, because the people still grab what they want. I call them, let's say, iZombies, who seem to think that the iPhone is an American product when most of them are manufactured overseas.
Yeah, from my understanding,
it's kind of doubly stupid as well, because you're not only increasing prices on the goods that Americans are buying, regardless of where you think or want for them to come from. You are increasing prices. Not only that, the tariffs are paid mostly, nearly entirely, by Americans. All of that money they keep touting, that's essentially ripped straight out of all of our pockets. We pay the tariffs. The foreign countries who import shit here or export shit here do not pay the tariffs. We do. That's from us. Our importers pay that shit.
And
none of that does absolutely anything to contend with what Clay said.
Core materials such as like lithium,
we don't have. It's okay for us to hurt our own people as long as we can normalize those kind of market forces.
The only way
it's okay to make it so our companies compete with the companies that choose to pay little brown kids 25 cents an hour to work. I would have thought your liberal ass would have paid for that.
Case, right?
That's not what
you would rather have things made by little brown kids for a quarter an hour.
Well, that little kid's still making it for a quarter an hour. The only person who's affected is the importer. Read the law. It's the importer.
The only way they pick up
importer, not an export, not a.
I do not. How is this? That's hard for you to comprehend. If we put large tariffs on these products, then the price goes up, and now the American who had to pay American wages, his product is now viable in the market and not getting undercut by child labor.
And what makes you think that business that imports isn't going to just simply send that cost down the road to the person he just bought those imports from? The idea that he's not going to increase the price, like he's going to charge.
You were halfway there, Clay. Yeah, he's going to charge it to the people who buy shit from him.
It works.
No, you're missing the economics 101.
It works in the bread industry, bro. Everywhere you go.
No, you understand it at every other point except this one. Yes,
it's much easier to exchange
consumers who are Americans.
It goes up in those countries. That's the way it works.
Dude, you're a fucking idiot. Come on.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. That's my response.
You guys get this concept on everything. You get it on minimum wage. You get it on everything. When a producer has to increase his prices, he passes it on to his customers.
Down the road to the production.
Yes, which makes them shitty made products by little brown kids for a quarter start costing the same as a quality product made by an American. And put on a level playing field like that, I will take the American made quality product every day. As will most people.
Yes.
And when it comes to steel, for example, Chinese steel is a very inferior product.
Well known to be
according to who?
Yes.
Very national standards.
That's news to me.
Really? Okay.
Maybe try reading up on it.
Sir. Oh, you don't. Okay. You don't buy steel. That's right.
Okay, the way I understand tariffs.
Say stupid shit. Like you bought steel. You actually bought steel.
Okay, the way I understand tariffs is that it's basically a tax on the consumers, really, of the imported goods.
Yes, and nobody's denying that. Yeah. So it brings up their price.
It's best. It's the only time it's really the only time it's really a good thing to use is like in like a protectionist move to protect a certain industry. Like very specific industries, right? So, for instance, before Trump tore it up, the North American Free Trade Agreement, Canada had it was mostly free trade. That's why it's called Free Trade Agreement. But Canada had a protectionist policy for their dairy market, for the dairy industry. and they use tariffs to enforce that protectionist policy. But when a country as broadly economically powerful as the United States employs like universal tariffs for like all of its trading partners, that's not protectionist. That doesn't help American industries, especially when the American industries like don't exist, because America is largely a service economy now, not a manufacturing economy. So
yeah, that was because of NAFTA.
It made more sense
That's
to
why
use
we
tariffs
lost our
here and
middle
there
class.
in a
Steel
protectionist
was-
way to protect local
You're
manufacturing
solidifying
industries.
our point there.
Steel
Kate.
was actually a good
And the
argument
point on
individual tariffs. Steel was actually a good argument on individual tariffs. Now, it's something that most liberals would say, what the heck is this guy talking about? Tariff steel? Yes, tariff the heck out of steel. Tariff the heck out of steel. Do individual things that you know that you want to protect the American market on. We want to make sure our American steel is protected and we're not getting a whole bunch of Chinese and then other things that aren't necessarily imported as much, that are most certainly grown here in America. There's no need to tariff those. And then some small company that's processing it for cheaper is ending up coming here for a lot cheaper to the consumer. And you were saying who pays that? Why can't you just send it up to the supplier? Why would you want your supplier to be upset with you because you keep asking for more and more and more money because Donald J. Trump or some other president decides to raise the tariffs again, when it's much easier to do what normal economics does and trickle it down? It goes down from the consumer to, let's say, the second or third person buying it, and then the other person in line is you. It's ultimately you that pays the tariff, not the companies, not the importers.
Nobody is fucking arguing that. I know you're proud of yourself with this point, but not a fucking person has argued against that.
Well, who's paying it? Who's paying it?
Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Did I just say everybody agrees with that? And you're like, well, who's doing it? Quit making a point that everybody agrees with, dude.
So on a broad spectrum, you're losing money overall on products that you would not necessarily even have American manufacturers.
We don't have American manufacturing because NAFTA let it out to other countries who don't have the same labor laws we do. So now America, which has labor laws, because we as Americans feel like we should get paid good money for the shit that we do, we are now way more expensive than it is to have that product made in a country with no labor laws and then ship that shit over here. We need to be able to compete with them, because then the funny thing is when the consumer buys that cheaper product, our guys end up getting fired, even though they have whatever labor protections, they don't have a fucking job.
I'm specifically talking about dropping large tariffs. Hold on,
if I may just interrupt for logistics, and I'll hand it back to you, sirs. I love your fight here. Like, I love that you got the spirit with you. P Fledge gifting out 1 Gauntlet membership. Shout out to the lucky lottery winner there. The gift that keeps on giving, and of course, Carpenter Tom made a deal with all of you. If you were not watching over on the Raging Tomato, you now know that the Raging Tomato is going to fucking Vegas to moderate a 1v10 for the Digital Social Hour podcast. I think I said it right this time. Million+ subscriber show. 12 million follower Instagram, and all those other fun things. So we're super excited. We leave. It's June 21st to the 24th. Super excited for that. We will get some more content while we're there as well. But we need to get some sponsorship going on. Cash App and Buy Me a Coffee are the best places to send the money to now. Because that I will have quicker access to it. If you send it on Super Chats, it's fine. It's not going to hurt me, but I don't access it for another month because of the way YouTube pays you out. But Tom Carpenter said if you hashtag Vegas on a Super Chat, he will match up to $300. and he has been matching those over on the Cash App. So far we had, hold on, let me find him here.
Actually, to be more accurate, anything donated today on YouTube, Sarah won't see till the end of this month cycles out, and then another 3 weeks till they actually pay it out. So it's actually like a 7 week.
July 21st, if you send a super chat right now, I will not see it until potentially July 21st. Sometimes it's a day or two late. But yes, Tom Carpenter said anything tagged with hashtag Vegas, he'll match up to $300. So he matched 10. He matched the 20. Then also he matched because James sent 50 over on the Buy Me a Coffee app with the hashtag Vegas. So we are up to 80 so far. So, and now he's going to match another 10 in from Texas Bully Mom. So we're up to 90. I got to keep writing these down or else I'm going to have to keep adding them up again and again. So we're up to 90. Then Mr. Tom Carpenter is matching. I'm sure that Cash App's going to come through any second now. I'll just call that considered it done. But yes, that's what we're doing. So Fourth Wiseman, I see you were in the chat. I don't know if you were watched over on the radio channel for this big, huge announcement that we're all happening and we're all excited for, and anyone else who's just joining over on the Gauntlet. We love you. All right, Zers, I will hand it back to you. And actually, Storm backstage, I just need a quick cam up from you, just to give me a hello back there, and then I can bring you up. You don't have to stay on cam, but you have to just send me a little hello back there. Thank you. All right, I'll add you to the roster. If somebody gets booted, we can bring the young lady up. All right, back to you, Zers.
Can I say something real quick? I'm gonna let Boulder and the other.
Let's hand it back to Zers. That way we stay in line. Thank you.
So my primary contention there is that we should most certainly have tariffs on individual products, but a broad spectrum tariffs end up hurting us on products that we cannot possibly produce. One thing we love in America is our electronics. We love our portable electronics specifically. In America, we do not have the type of lithium supplies to supply American batteries or American purchases. And to put a broad spectrum tariff on a product that we have no capability whatsoever of producing enough of in our country just harms the end price of that product, which is very widely spread throughout our culture. Everything has a battery. You use a battery at night. I guarantee it. I guarantee you use a battery.
I certainly wouldn't put a tariff on raw goods. It's the manufacturing that we want back. Bring in them raw goods by the bucketful. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Ben's onto it. And I was
but if you're doing an open tariff, that raw goods also gets tariffed.
Sure.
Where I think the individual products that are highly created in the United States should have the tariffs. Those products should have the tariffs so that those products aren't replaced by cheap Chinese products. Mm-hmm. Instead, the only available option is American products. And I'm talking super high tariffs. That 15,000% that doesn't exist, it's only 100%, by the way.
And what we're talking about is everything that should be manufactured in America because we can. This will bring back the manufacturing, which brings back the American middle class. Remember the 80s when we all had money? Remember the age of excess? It was good for everybody.
But crippling the things that we want that we can't make here.
No, it's making incentives here to produce those items instead of just accepting a cheaper alternative being flooded into our markets from overseas.
Do you know an effective way to produce lithium?
We don't need to. Well,
see, you keep making straw man.
We have to make a battery. It's not a straw man. It's a product that cannot be made in the United States of America that is being tariffed right now because of a broad spectrum tariff. Yeah. Instead of attacking a product like steel, which is made in America, lots of steel is made in America. We can tariff the heck out of that and make our bonus there instead of tariffing something that is going to end up only costing us in the end.
Quit fighting straw men. It's weak as fuck, Zers.
Look up sodium ion batteries and
none of this
sponges.
And where do you buy those at, Ant? Where do you buy those? Right? Yes, I understand solid state batteries. Where do you buy the solid state batteries
I didn't say solid state. I said sodium ion.
Even the sodium ion.
Look, really quick. Let me jump in really quick. Look, None of this is lacking of consequences. Even what Zerzuz is saying has consequences. You tariff steel, what happens to every business in the U.S. that needs cheap steel or relies on cheap steel?
Right. Hopefully that pushes the
right.
production of steel forward.
I just had to ask,
the production of American steel forward.
I asked, can lithium be produced in the U.S.? It says yes, lithium can be produced in the U.S.
I'm just saying either side of the equation.
And the country is currently undergoing a massive expansion in domestic production to secure its supply chain for electric vehicles and clean energy technology. Bro, what are you talking about? You think for a second that we can't produce it? Like, for real, anything in the world that can be produced, we can produce it.
The problem has never been able.
We can produce lithium.
Willing to? Yeah, we could. We
yes,
just won't.
we can.
And furthermore, we can fucking produce any goddamn thing we want in the United States.
Pretty sure lithium is a natural element, and I don't think there's enough deposits of lithium here in America. But I'll look that up. I don't know. I just think that we're not capable of supplying the American battery supply.
People in the United States have become lazy, and people like you are encouraging them to be lazy. That's my opinion of this. This is exactly the problem in the U.S. People like you are encouraging people in the U.S. to be lazy and just
equate to encouraging individuals to be lazy.
Buy the cheap
I
shit.
have not spoke about individuals
on these other countries. Don't
stopping work anywhere or starting work. How does this equate?
I'm gonna go spin on you, bro.
Go spin on me. But then I'm going to ask you how you equate to laziness anything that I said.
I'm talking about lazy ass motherfuckers in these big ass goddamn cities going out to these goddamn protests, thinking that they can all of a sudden change the world to something that it's not. Okay? We as Americans used to produce every fucking thing, okay? Everything. Now all of a sudden, people like you want us to produce nothing and buy everything and then serve, right? I think one of you guys said it was, oh, we gotta serve. We're all what, serving now? So we're the servants? No, we're the producers. This is the best way to run a fucking household is you produce. Okay, the worst way you can possibly run a household is to have to go serve somebody else. Okay, now, yeah, we gotta serve somebody. I'll go back to Clay on it. Yeah, we might have to serve somebody. Everybody's gonna have to serve somebody. But if you ain't producing shit, you ain't running nothing. Does that make sense? Are you there?
No, I did not. I was waiting for you to get done rambling your yab.
Yeah, okay,
I did not argue. Hello, Jesus, fucking shut your yab for a second.
What about the meta do you need to discuss?
I don't have anything about the meta. I never argued in no products being made in America. What I most certainly argued is that the products in America should be incentivized to be made in America so that we don't buy Chinese steel. We make the cost of Chinese steel more expensive by tariffing it. Stop nodding and talking and let me fucking finish, okay?
You do that.
We make the steel that is imported from China and other places much more expensive to import so that we are incentivized to make more American steel, so it doesn't cost us 5 times the amount to buy Chinese steel. We don't want the Chinese steel. We want the cheap American steel. The best way to do so is to make us produce more, to force us to produce more. That has nothing to do with you said being lazy, sir. That has nothing to do with being lazy. That actually provides much more production. That provides much more production. Excuse me?
Is it just Chinese steel that we should tax?
All steel that's from overseas, any steel that is from overseas, so that our American production is higher. We want to raise the American steel production, correct? We want to raise the American production of American products. Steel is one of them. That is one of them that we can actually produce. Batteries, we cannot necessarily produce because we are talking about a natural element from the earth. We are talking about a natural element from the earth, and that we cannot produce. So that should be taxed. Soybeans, because soybeans tend to be purchased by...
Okay, what else? Want to go down the list?
I mean, what I'm saying is we shouldn't have a broad tax because, yes, our government most certainly should go down the list. If that's what you're suggesting, our government most certainly should go down the list.
Look, man, everything is taxed. That's just the reality.
Of course, everything is taxed, but how much is taxed and how much is it beneficial to American production? Beneficial to American production means we should put more money on the American products. More money taxed, or more money.
You keep saying the same thing over and over again.
More money tariff to the American.
Let's move along. Let's get to a solution. What should be taxed? You said Chinese steel, soybeans.
Listen, products that are normally made in America should be tariffed.
Okay,
that
so
way, individual products. You're talking over me.
I'm trying.
That way, you constantly have been talking over me.
You keep saying the same thing over and over again.
Because it's the only fucking logical conclusion.
And then you get caught in the meta. Stop. Getting caught in the meta.
No, there's no meta there. The products that are made. Stop. The products, because I'm going to be leaving here in a second. I've already been kicked, okay?
Run away.
The products, no, you keep opening your goddamn yab. Learn how to stop it. You're a fucking frauditor, and that's your problem.
Oh, this is the issue. So you have a person.
No, I'm trying to give you a clear explanation, but you won't shut your yab here.
Government accountable.
You won't shut your yab, and I'm making it very clear.
You don't like the government to be held accountable.
What we are looking for. No, I have no problem with the government being accountable for. Actually, I have the bricks and things coming up.
You like the government. You suckle the big brother.
Will you stop talking for a second?
You suckle the big brother.
We want the products that are made in America to be made in America and not from anywhere else. There is only one logical conclusion, is to pick those products and make shipping those products into our country more expensive, so the incentive is to build more of those products in America. Now you're talking about lithium, stop. Now you're talking about lithium, which is a natural element that can't just be created out of freaking thin air.
You'd be surprised what can be.
You'd be surprised. Show me where we can create lithium out of thin air. It's a natural product from the ground, and we don't have enough to supply all of our batteries.
It grew out of an agave, y'all. It just grew. It's an actual living organism. Lithium. It doesn't occur here. No. Listen, Zers, I want to take this on a serious level, okay? Look.
We didn't say it doesn't occur here. I said there's not enough in our country. There's not enough to supply the American thirst for batteries.
Over and over and over again, though, bro.
Because you're too fucking dense to understand.
No, I've understood what you said. You're just fucking wrong. You're wrong. Okay?
I can take that. Okay, so we can get our American batteries and have our American batteries made. So we should tariff the Chinese batteries. So cheap Chinese batteries. Wait, so cheap?
What you told me not.
Okay, so cheap Chinese batteries don't make it into our country.
Point, you need to talk again, right? Okay. So you have no interest in having the conversation.
What company in America makes batteries, lithium batteries?
It doesn't matter, because essentially you don't want to hear that. You don't want to hear the answer.
And it doesn't matter, Zers, because I gave it as long as I could, but you have to go to the back. I love you, Zers. Hang tight back there, okay?
No,
in the storm, we're bringing a lady up on stage, but I want to shout out that P. Fletch also added the hashtag Vegas, also known as Vega in this moment. But yes, he hashtag Vegas. Therefore, Tom Carpenter is going to match that. We're up to a full 100 match right now. We've got 200 more to go, ladies and gentlemen. Every super chat you send, hashtag Vegas on it, so that we can get that match on the Cash App from Mr. Tom Carpenter. He's being ever so kind tonight. And I want to add another feature in. He wanted to know what I was going to record all of this content while I was there with. And I told him, I was like, well, I got a GoPro that I've never opened that was given to me a long time ago. I've got my phone, like we can make it work. And he said, no, fuck that. Mr. Techie over here is going to send, it is called a DJI Pocket 3, and it comes with a great wireless mic too. He's gonna get that shit Amazoned over to the P.O. box in time for me to be able to take it out to Vegas so that I can put together a video, which is my favorite thing to do. I should have just done videos, never done live streams. but I love you guys too much, so we're here. But I will be able to cut, edit, and make some content for you guys to show later on how amazing and fun this trip was and all of the great work we did. So bunch of tomatoes in chat for Mr. Tom Carpenter. He's done more than he has to for this to happen, and I'm greatly appreciative of everyone, your donos, your support, your love, and I'm so excited. I could not have done any of this without any of you. So thank you again. We will continue. If you're poor today, don't worry. We will continue grifting this grift up until I leave on the 21st. So yes, but Fourth Wiseman says, piggy bank support 1 month. You'll appreciate it. Haste will limit good decisions usually. And I think I saw that this was explained to Fourth Wiseman in the chat, that the reason we're trying to grift, especially Cash App and Buy Me a Coffee app, is because I still have to buy. This is kind of an unexpected cost for me, which was not budgeted in pre-month beginning. And it's a little outside of my means. So we are grifting the flight and hotel. I did all of the math, and for me to be able to get the flight, the hotel, which I'm going as cheap as I possibly can, even if that means I'm taking a really early flight, which I don't want to do, but we might have to, and the hotel I'm picking as cheap as I can. If Spin can help us out with some freebies or discounts and hookups, I'll take that as well. I'm not going to be too picky. I'm not really picky at all. But also I'll be missing 4 nights of content and the potential thereof. And so that's 4 nights that I'm also not making money, right? It's just like bartending. If you don't show up, you don't get paid. So in order to be cost effective, I estimate about $2,000 should cover all of those things, right? So we're going to try to make that happen as well as possible. And get it all kind of in the bag now so that I can take those 4 days, make the best content possible, moderate an amazing debate, be featured on a huge platform, and be able to do more for the Maters here at Mater Nation without worrying about not making money, because that's I know that there's a bigger factor in mind later, and that's what I'm looking at in this moment. But we got to get there first. Chad says, how many net manufacturing jobs have we gained with broad tariffs? Looks like that strategy doesn't work unless we have the workers and factories first. Anybody would like to comment on this?
Yeah,
that's just absolute stupidity. That the whole thing that's going to be the impetus to rich people putting into going, I'm going to make money if I build a factory doing this, because there's now a hole in the economy that needs filled, and I could make money by filling it. That's just how it fucking works.
Yeah,
and also, the United States has some of the largest lithium reserves in the world, estimated to be well over tens of millions of tons.
Yeah, the issue isn't that we don't have lithium. The issue is there's no willingness to process it in this country, because it is an insanely toxic process. Huh?
Well, and now there is.
Yeah, it's starting to
regulations, right? Because we care about our people. Regulations hold it back, because you have to spend money in the United States to do these manufacturing businesses.
Regulations keep you from living in a toxic slop pond because people are processing lithium across the street from your fucking kids.
I like regulations. And the thing about it is, those foreign nations, they don't have the regulations we do. Now, some of them do have some regulations, but they don't have them like we do here. So we protect our people and we bring the jobs back. I love that.
Hence why you let them process the toxic chemical, because you can just buy it from them after it's processed.
I don't want them processing it. I care about them too. See, that's the difference between you and me, Effigy, is I care about them. I don't want them working in dirty, nasty factories, sending kids into nasty, dirty factories. This is you, Effigy.
Cool straw man, bro.
No, it's
but
not
you're the one who just said that you wanted that.
You like the child servant.
Here we go. More straw man. This is literal straw man.
You let them manufacture the dirty
supposed to show your morality.
I just have no say over what they do in that country because I don't live there. You guys are morons.
No, but you will buy from them because you want it cheaper. Because you want it cheaper. It's okay if those get burned. Fucking live hard is always
This is exactly why lefties get get shit on by righties because and this is me not being a righty.
This is
too,
all just
this is
emotional
why
bullshit.
lefties get shit on by righties because you guys like the cheap labor.
No, because righties are too dumb to understand the arguments they make.
Righties are smart enough to figure out.
Here's a fucking argument. Here's a motherfucking argument. How about the Palestinian flag being fucking replaced from the American flag in Newark, New Jersey? How's that one? With your retarded fucking ass. Don't get me fucking started.
All right.
Okay, we won't.
I love you, Spin. Fourth Wiseman says with the Big Ten, see all around you. I mean, all 100%. Without metal trades, without metal trades, nothing is made. And I mean nothing. Somebody did mention tariff steel earlier. He says, unless you're going to knit, weave grass, or whittle wood on a rock. Shout out to you, Fourth Wiseman. Anybody would like to comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, Zers was bringing that up, and yeah, he's 100% right. We should tariff. We should tariff the Chinese steel. We should tariff any steel coming into this country, 100%. But if we do that, what that means is that when manufacturers start noticing the hole, as Ben pointed out, supply and demand, now we start producing it at a better price. That's the way it works. We bring the manufacturing back to here. It works in the long run. In the short run, you're not going to see it.
Hence, the Chinese fucking steel that we're fucking imported is junk. It always has been junk. It has to be reinforced. My father, a steel worker of 45 fucking years, said they got to do more work to that fucking steel than they do American-made fucking products. Period.
Fair enough.
Hey, Sarah, I'm about to get off. Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
It's crazy. This was the topic I brought up. I barely got an edge word. Like, there's a lot of shit. So I guess I'll only comment on two things. Yeah, remember the last time you said we can bring up a topic, and I brought something up. I had the candle go on fire with that too. But yeah, that dude that Clay was talking to, I don't know what education system he has, but he literally said to tariff American products. That's impossible. I don't think he knows what tariffs actually are. Second thing, somebody brought up how iPhones are manufactured in other countries. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the owners of the iPhone still live in America. So even though it's an issue that there's jobs overseas producing those American iPhone products, the money is eventually circulated back in America and it doesn't create a deficit. One more thing. I guess I can talk about what terrorists have accomplished. Is there was a couple factories over, I think, in Mexico or Canada, where they didn't want to pay the taxes, which essentially are the tariffs. So they decided, instead of building their factories in, again, either Mexico or Canada, they decided to build the countries in America, hence creating jobs for American citizens. Those are just the three I want to cover real quick. If you guys can dispute that, go right ahead.
Yo, I got a question for you.
Yo,
what entity collects the tariffs here when we get them?
The government. Do you know why tariffs were originally created?
Yes, the government sure does. Does anyone know the answer to this question? The External Revenue Service. Newly created.
That's the government.
Yes, but why would we have an External Revenue Service?
Who was this talking? What's your name, bro?
For the win, bro.
For the win. Oh, I thought you were more on the right. Ask your question again real quick.
What entity, a part of the government, collects the tariff revenue?
Well, you just said the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, right? Which is part of the government.
The External Revenue Service.
That I don't know. You're gonna.
Yep. Trump just created it. The whole point of what is going to happen, you guys, is that the External Revenue Service go to fucking hell, Effigy, and suck it, because this is what's happening.
Hold up, Effigy. I want to go to bed. I got work in the morning. Let Win finish his point.
The External Revenue Service is going to take in more tariff money, and the Internal Revenue Service is going to become obsolete. So for all you people bitching about tax money and everything else, it's going to be a great time to be an American, everybody.
They like
we
Well, let me ask you
pay
this,
the
for the win.
tariffs. What
Hey,
do you not get about
hold up.
this?
Hold up,
When,
FG.
no. When a product ships from like China, if you buy a fucking TV from China, it comes to the port at the United States. The person who comes and picks up that TV or 10,000 TVs, when they pick it up, they pay the tariff. The person inside the
tariffs
country.
pays before it gets to the country. Won't even be fucking allowed in without it.
And those revenues are collected by the External Revenue Service, my friend.
It's not external revenue, you moron.
Oh, go look it up,
pay it.
smart fuck. Yeah,
All
those
right.
revenues are collected there, my friend.
So
Fourth
let me get your
Wiseman.
argument is that he makes a thing called the External Revenue Service to fucking make gullible idiots like you convince
Gullible
yourself that
idiots like me.
tariff
Well,
is paid
you know
for
what?
people outside the country. Oh, but he made a thing. It says external, therefore it's external. That's your logic, dude. That's how fucking mush brain you are.
Mush brain. Okay,
brain.
because the federal income tax that we all fucking pay is
fucking
done
mush brain.
internally. Last time I checked, Chinamen aren't fucking paying my taxes here, smart fuck.
Don't worry for the win. I'm going to get his dumb fucking retarded ass, just like the other one here shortly.
Now, and also, I'd like to remind everyone here as well, too.
is this.
Crowd, it was really good to see you up here, and thank you for this.
Yeah, Crowd.
Yes, thank
Appreciate
you
it,
so
Crowd.
much, Crowd. It was a good
Hold up,
topic
hold-
pick. Absolutely.
Yeah.
ahead.
Clay, would you agree with most of my assessment?
I'm sorry, I was looking something up. What was the primary assessment there?
Well, I'll mention the last thing I mentioned real quick. Where tariffs, if implemented correctly, creates jobs in America, and there's actually evidence of this because either Mexico or Canada didn't want to pay the tariffs, which are essentially taxes for imports that we receive.
I
So
got
they
you.
decided to make those factories in America.
Yeah, and the thing is people don't see the long term effect, right? So yes, it's not going to be immediate. Like you're not going to
No,
issue
not at
a
all.
tariff, and then tomorrow you're going to have 30,000 jobs all of a sudden. No, that's not how it works, right? So the manufacturers will choose to do business here because it's just cheaper to do it here, and so eventually, yes, they start doing business here.
And that guy you were talking to is an idiot because he said we should put tariffs on American products. I don't know how the fuck that's possible. I never fucking heard that shit before. But yeah, it's always interesting to get
Soybeans,
your
bro.
point.
The soybeans, just the soybeans, and the. I'm sorry. Look, I like Zers. He's a lefty a little bit, but he's not like crazy lefty.
Nah, he's not. That's why I was surprised when he came off the cuff with that wild fucking comment.
And I love that.
Boulderson, you had a lot of good points too. I'll agree with you. So it's funny, like me, Clay, and Boulderson, we agree on a lot of stuff, but there's a few points that we mildly disagree with or outright disagree with. So I'm always curious to see that influence based on what I say. But Sarah, as always, thanks for having me. Boulder, Clay,
Make that effigy.
peace out. Effigy, peace out. Even though we disagree on mad shit, you cool cat.
Take care, man.
Thank
Later,
you, Crowd. We appreciate
Yep.
you. I love you. Fourth Wiseman with the Big 10 says hashtag Vegas, nerve. Shout out to you. And of course, I'm going to add that Mr. Tom Carpenter is going to go lay down, but I'm going to give him the total later. And he will continue cash apping. I think he's good on his word, so I'm not concerned about it. But he will be matching any super chat that comes in that says hashtag Vegas up to $300. We are now officially up to 110. So we got just under 200 more to go. Let's keep it going. Fourth Wiseman also says hashtag tip. Hashtag tip, prior to arrivals when traveling, note your business dealings, i.e. promo places you go to, you'll get discounts, point them to your channel as a reference. That's a really, really good tip, actually. I don't know where we're going. I'll have to work with Gibbs because he's kind of got an itinerary planned and some content with some other things. I won't announce it because it's his baby to announce and whatever he wants to announce. I think we'll expect to see him in an hour if we're still going. But yeah, I know he's got some plans and I have no idea. I mean, like I don't plan on going out and partying. So I don't know, aside from going to the studio and then the content that Gibbs is working on, I don't know what else we'll do. But that's a really good tip. I'm going to put that in my back pocket and think about that later on how to implement. Fourth Wiseman also says, go ahead, Clay.
Yay. Fourth Wiseman. Thank you, sir. What you're not seeing, Clay, on topic of tariffs is a lot of companies in China are American owned. This is why I often point out mainstream media. Everything is just garbage nonsense publications. Yeah, actually, I agree with that. There's a lot of American owned businesses doing production outside of the United States. I 100% agree with that. That actually is exactly kind of the point. No, I'm not missing that at all, sir. Yes, no, you're right. That is what is happening. However, we want them producing here. Like I was saying to Mr. Zers, is that yes, we do need service, but the more we can produce, the more time we have to do whatever we want. So if we can sell products, then it gives us time. But right now we're buying, we're not selling. So that's kind of the point here, is that we don't want to produce overseas. And yeah, that's it. Yeah. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah. No, good point. Fourth, very good point.
Thank you, Fourth Wiseman. And last one I'll read from now, and then I'll kick it back to you guys. And I will give you the option to continue the tariff conversation, or you're welcome to, if somebody has another one they want to bring to the table, we can switch gears as well.
I want to make a clarification.
Oh, hold that thought. Fourth Wiseman says the sooner that you get out of the me attitude and you surround yourself with we, then you introduce yourself to a whole new way of operating in business. No, I agree with that. And that's what this platform stands for, is promoting everyone and pushing everyone outward. I network people like it's my fucking job, because it is my fucking job. And we always push like, especially new debaters. I'll push them over to Modern Day Debate. If I think they can get something great over there, I'll push them over to Wick, because he hosts debates as well. We've pushed over to Horseradish. He's another debate host as well. We push people around in other directions. I also made recommendations for Sean Kelly at the Digital Social Hour podcast of debaters I would recommend for bringing them out, or, for them going out to Vegas to debate. He's asking for more people. So if this is something that interests you, reach out to me. I will never hold any of you motherfuckers back, because we are Mater Nation, ladies and gentlemen. All of you and me here hanging out. This is what we fucking do. All right. Zers, you wanted to make a clarification, then I'll hand it to Spin. Zers.
Yeah, some people were really confused about what I meant by tariff American products. Of course, if they're made in America and they weren't shipped here, you're not going to pay the tariff. But what I was referring to was specifically products that are made in America, most certainly are made in America. So I'll have to give an example, since you don't quite understand what I mean. So let's say Ford Motor Company. They have all of the tooling available to make an American product. However, it is a lot cheaper to go to Mexico and have those cars made and then shipped to America. Now, if we tariff an individual product that is made in America, that we are tooled to be able to make, if we tariff that product, everything made overseas coming in will then cost more money. So it will be less lucrative for the person who owns the company, to then send his American-made product to another country to be manufactured and then not American-made, of course, American product. Ford does it all the time. A lot of companies do it. Bring that product back to America and then sell it to you, because the tariff doesn't cost them anything compared to how much they make by making the car in Mexico instead. It's an American product. If you put a high tariff on it, it limits the amount of imports of that product and raises the likelihood that the CEOs, the CFOs of that company will then make more of those products in America and not Mexico.
I highly disagree. And so tell me which American.
I was thinking that he actually had a brain aneurysm while talking.
Let's hand it back to Spin. Let's hand it back to Spin.
When he's listening, anyways.
Go ahead, Spin. I know you had your hand raised.
Finish this topic because I'm the fucking barrel's loaded.
Ooh. All right. We will give it. Where are we at on the timer over here?
Meaning you have nothing to say.
Yes.
Yeah.
We will give it 10 more minutes on the tariff topic, and then we will switch gears over to whatever Spin's topic is.
Sarah,
yes.
I have something loaded in the back, and it is from my VOD, but don't put it up yet. It's
okay.
There's no sound or anything. But I want to show these libtards what the fuck they're doing in this country.
Ooh.
And I'm going to tell you, it's not going to be pretty.
While you're loading that, I have
guarantee you it's a complete non sequitur to what we're actually talking about too.
I have a concession as well. Apparently,
Avatar. I'm gonna be pointing it towards you and the other fucking libtard. Shut the fuck
up. You're pointing anything
All
at
right.
me.
Clay, I think you were saying something on the tariffs in response to Zers. So let's get back to that. We'll get 10 more minutes and then we'll switch.
And I'm gonna hand it back over to Zers because I just have a question for him, and I know he had a clarification or a concession or something. What specific American production is being tariffed in the United States? Which ones of those American companies
that's not what he said at all.
If it's made in America, it's not being tariffed. I'm sorry you can't understand that.
It's like
now can I go to the concession? That's like the fifth time I've said it, I'm sure.
You said that.
Shit in your ears, dude.
You're totally missing what I said. I don't need to obviously you say I'm repeating it.
Go ahead with your concession, bro.
What the fuck is this? Clay's like insane. Like you look like a fucking moron, and then you start trying to claim victory when you do not understand what's happening.
I didn't even have much to say about this. I just said I don't really care about the money, but I've had more to say on this because people like Zers are so
making sense.
retarded that he literally doesn't understand the way tariffs have worked for like ever.
The stuff that's imported costs more.
American products are getting tariffed.
That's the point.
Right.
Oh my God.
We've been agreeing with that point the whole fucking time, and you keep acting like I'm making this point they agree with. What we are saying is, then if the product suddenly starts costing as much, if the shitty ass Chinese made Walmart product starts costing as much as the well-made American product that people in America made and got paid middle class wages to make, then suddenly the whole system comes up.
I'm not convinced by that, but
as long as every product that we buy was made in America,
to work on a fucking low fucking margin, high labor fucking shit like that, instead of working in the high value, high skill industries that we fucking want, that actually drive wealth in the entire fucking planet.
He still doesn't get it.
Yep. We understand it.
Now for my concession. No,
I'm apparently just a bunch of words at all. You just don't fucking understand
something, bro. You literally haven't said a fuck thing this whole fucking time.
Anything that's not straight out of the fucking dumbass libtard playbook.
You guys can sit there and claim ignorance all you want. You're just showing us stupid.
You guys actually are completely illiterate when it comes to economy.
The best part is when they show their morals for shit, and you point out how horrible they're high horse morals.
I got
you guys don't give a shit about what happens to people in other countries. Stop playing.
Okay? I got a really good analogy here. Okay? Let's say I own a farm, okay?
You don't.
Let's say I own a farm, okay? And instead of buying somebody else's goods, I actually go out and I grow the shit myself. Is it going to be cheaper for me to grow the shit myself, or is it going to be cheaper for me to go buy somebody else's shit off of their fucking farm? It's really this fucking simple.
Well, here, I've got an analogy right back at you, Clay.
Which is cheaper?
I'm a brain surgeon. I'm a brain surgeon who has a dirty office. My office is dirty. I can clean an office. I'm a brain surgeon, but I know how to clean it. Should I stop fucking committing surgery on people's brains to go and clean my office, or should I pay someone who's cheaper to do that?
That's not production, stupid. We're talking about production, not service. Don't be a retard. You really do not understand what this conversation is about. It's called production. Production, not service.
Oh my God, you're dumb.
Yeah, you're dumb. What's the difference between production and service? What's the difference between cleaning someone's office and growing food? One's producing something. The other one is working with your hands to serve somebody else. You don't fucking know what the fucking conversation's about, dude.
Sometimes it's easier just to buy it off
Well,
somebody
most
else.
of these liberals know about service. They end up working at McDonald's with their fucking degrees.
Wow.
I tell
So
you
if
what,
you have a product like soybeans, let's
You guys
say,
live in
or
a fucking
grain, and
fantasy
that
land. That's what it
product,
is.
even with tariffs, is actually cheaper. Let's say you're going to make cereal. And you need grain. And that product is actually cheaper to purchase overseas, even with the tariffs. Even with the tariffs in place, it's cheaper to purchase overseas. What would it be the incentive for a company to then buy local? Unless you raise the price of that wheat, unless you raise the tariff price of that wheat to a point where it is above, but you don't just broadly spectrum raise the tariff on things that we don't make.
No, bro.
We already clarified why your dumbass is consistently trying to fight the things we didn't say like a fuckwit.
But right now we're doing a broad. Okay, right now
incoming goods.
What type of product are we tariffing?
Incoming manufacturing.
Right. What type of products are we? Everything. We're doing across the board. The problem with that is if we don't make it in America, we don't get the products.
Then we get the manufacturing to make it. That's the whole fucking point.
Importing isn't a sign of weakness; it's a sign of efficiency.
Tomatoes in your own backyard, or is it cheaper to go buy
liberals want to sit around in their grandma's?
This is very easy.
Actually, right now it's very much cheaper to buy them in bulk.
All right. All right. Fourth Wiseman sends the Big Ten. Number one. Oh, wait. He was just back there. Joe Cool was just backstage. Maybe he's got to do it again, but he was just back there. Fourth Wiseman sends the Big Ten, and he says, notice for you YouTubers, or as my son likes to say, YouTube, that are established, and I mean educated quite thoroughly in the operations of running your channels. Don't forget, only 4% plus of humanity is a YouTuber. Your market is huge. Yes, and I mean, even if you get like over a certain, like there's even a percentage of that percentage that actually does well in terms of especially live streamers. We are like our own breed over here. And if you have like more than, I don't know, like 10 or 20 live viewers, you're already in another percent on its own, because a lot of people can't even get monetized. A lot of people can't even hit that 500 subscribers. So it gets even more specific. Like I never realized how very small of a percent of people can hit that ability and can survive off of it, and so on and so forth. So we are all a rarity. You are all special. Fourth Wiseman also says it doesn't matter what you choose to do for an income in life at all. Just get good at whatever it is you do, and also seek investing in others who also know this. Then you will find stability. 100%. Fucking tomatoes in the chat. This is what we're talking about right here. Fourth Wiseman gets it. Fucking love you. All right. We've got 2 more minutes left on this topic, then we're switching gears. Get them on.
I was going to give my concession real quick. The concession was that apparently we potentially have the largest lithium reserve, but it's not been tested yet. They don't necessarily know. It's in a caldera in Oregon, which I guess has like 40 million tons, but it's only potentially because it hasn't been tested. As far as right now,
You said we couldn't do it. Dumb.
We don't do anything with it. There's nothing we do with it.
Nevada, North Carolina, Texas, and there's another one I was looking
Alaska.
up. Yeah, Alaska.
Nevada also. Nevada has a giant one.
Like, there's
actually one of the largest in the world.
Lithium is not rare, despite its name, rare earth metals. It's just really messy to process. That's why we don't do it here.
And
or
Clay,
have not been doing it here.
All right.
let's not forget too that tariffs are just one factor in all of this. You also have to lower energy, which this war in Iran is going to prove that. You're going to see gas prices the levels you've never seen before. And then on top of that,
yeah, we are.
There's a plan, you guys. And Executive Orders 13818 and Executive Orders 13848 are going to be the two that bring in a shitload of money from bad actors all over the fucking world, and including in this country as well too. So when this is all said and done, I do believe that our debt is going to be erased. Our dollar is going to be the strongest it's ever been.
Erased in 3 years.
6.5.
How much debt do you have again?
39 trillion.
39 trillion plus 200 billion in outspoken, or 200 trillion in outspoken debt that's incoming.
It's literally impossible to pay that off. It's
I want to leave one last point on this.
I do too.
Read the executive orders, folks. Read the orders.
All right, you know what? Here's what we'll do. We'll go around the room. Everybody's going to be quiet. Everybody gets a quick little 20, 30-second outro on this, okay? For the win. Final thoughts on tariffs.
Making America great again, folks. That's what's going to happen.
Perfect. That's exactly what I want everyone going forward. But Mr. Balderson, your final thoughts, please.
I liked it when America had a middle class and middle class jobs making middle class wages. All about tariffs.
Perfect. Exactly like that. Spin. Final thoughts on this topic, sir.
Make America great again.
I love you guys. And final thoughts.
Yeah, tariffs only affect us in pricing when it's a product with no domestic substitutes. If you can pay less here, you're not going to pay more for a foreign product.
Fair. Thank you, Ant. Storm, final thoughts on the topic.
They say land of the free, but nothing's free.
Fair enough. Perfect. Thank you, Storm. Clay, final thoughts.
There's really a reason that I don't get involved in the economics debates, because it's really simple to me. It's when you produce or when you do anything locally as opposed to outsourcing, you're going to get a cheaper price. It's just common sense. You do something in-house, you don't have to pay for it. That's the idea. And I loved how Effigy brought up that when I did the analogy, he brought up the service industry versus the production industry. We're literally discussing the production industry to combat this. But no, actually it would be cheaper for me to clean my office myself than to pay someone else. That would literally be the cheapest way to do it. So no, it's actually cheaper for me to clean my office. But also the point about that, it's funny how people say, oh, tariff these things, but don't tariff those things. And then they say that those things that did get tariffed will lower the cost, or bring back the manufacturing. Yes, sorry. But then it won't bring back the manufacturing for these other things that don't get tariffed. But that's literally this. You're tariffing so that you can bring back the manufacturing. That's the fucking idea. You can't get past that part.
Thank you, Clay. K.O. Dave. So glad you're fucking back. Go ahead. Final thoughts.
So I'm pretty sure this whole idea that tariffing, like these universal tariffs, will somehow bring back like manufacturing jobs and stuff is novel, and tariffs have not really ever been used like this before. So only time will tell.
They were well before 1913. Actually,
I would love for you to shut the fuck up. Okay. So my main issue with tariffs is the way Donald Trump is using them. He's doing universal tariffs, and it's he's tariffing like all of his trade partners. The problem is that that's just the trade partners like Canada, for instance, are just putting in reciprocal tariffs back at U.S. products. All that's happening here is everything is getting more expensive for everyone. Okay, things are getting more expensive for Americans. Things are getting more expensive for Canadians. Things are getting more expensive for Mexicans. Things are getting more expensive for everyone. This is the dumbest form a trade war could possibly take, and it until you wake up and understand that that's actually what's happening. like, just please read an economics book, okay?
Yeah. I'm sure all those little action figures behind you are going to go up too. So
Animated effigy.
They
Your
have,
final
actually.
thoughts on the topic,
They've gotten more
please.
expensive, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's funny. Clay hears the analogy, but he doesn't get it at all. The analogy is about high value, high skilled industries. And that was what the whole point of it is. And no, it's not cheaper for the brain surgeon to clean his own office, because the brain surgeon could be making fucking $2,000 an hour doing brain surgery. Instead, he has to go and work a job of, $10 an hour to clean his own office. That's the entire point of the analogy. And when they're analogizing actual businesses, when I say high skilled stuff, I'm talking about things like, like software development, aerospace engineering, biotech, financial stuff, like stuff that is driving global wealth. If we force our workforce and capital to pivot toward low margin, labor intensive shit, like stitching shirts or building cheap plastic toys, it drags capable resources we have from these hyper productive industries that drive shit. That's all I'm trying to say. It's not importing shit is not weakness. It's efficiency.
keep taking those vaccines so that you can keep those brain surgeries.
Oh my God. Too. What part of fucking final thoughts? Everybody shut up. Do you not understand? All of you. Thank you. Zers, your final thoughts on the topic, please.
I think selective tariffs are beneficial and have been shown historically to be beneficial to our economy. However, I think these broad spectrum tariffs that we are in now seem to be showing the opposite effect. It's not having a beneficial effect. So I think ultimately we should have individual tariffs on individual products, as we've done in the past, which seems to be quite effective.
Perfect. All right. And I do want to announce Joe motherfucking Cool is backstage waiting to get his ass up here on this panel so he can yell at all of you and then laugh at the same time with that iconic laugh. So if you want to see him up here, simply send $10, hashtag Vegas. That is the most important part. Every donation that comes through should be a hashtag Vegas, because Mr. Tom Carpenter is going to match the first 300. We are up to 110 right now. We still got just under 200 to go. So
can I squeeze in one more thought real quick?
Oh my God, no. So please hashtag fuck. I lost my fucking thought. This is why it's so important. This right here. This is why I say, like, I don't talk often, but when I do, just let me get through it and then I'll hand it back to you. But no, you got to interrupt me. So hashtag Vegas, boot someone off screen. I would say boot Zers just for that bullshittery. So we can get Joe motherfucking Cool up here, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Spin City, you have a topic. What exactly is the topic labeled as, sir?
Palestine in America.
All right. Palestine in America. And you have a video to share, although I'm very much against letting people share videos, but I will allow it this one evening, so don't get used to it. All right. What do you got for us, sir?
There is no sound to this, but I want to ask the libtards and the fucking morons, what do you think of this? This is Paterson, New Jersey. This afternoon, in the background, unfortunately behind the panelists that I had up, is the American flag. And they think it's appropriate to fly this one instead of the American flag. So I got the bright fucking idea to do a Google Earth shot of this place. One flagpole. Oh, and by the way, they named the main road in Paterson, New Jersey, Palestine Way. That's all. You can take it down.
All righty. Okay, so Palestine in America. Does anybody immediately disagree with Spin on any front-facing notes?
So all you motherfucking libtards call yourself fucking patriots, huh?
I'm not a patriot.
Good.
Patriotism
Nobody's got a motherfucking thing to say. See, whenever
I tell you what, hey, it looks like Joe
It's
Cool
such a
has something to say.
I
I'm gonna
actually looked up
bounce.
what it
I'm gonna
was,
bounce
so.
for a minute and let Joe Cool say something. He says he disagrees, of course. So, sir, could you please drop me down backstage?
Say that.
Joe Cool. Nobody's really giving him any kickback. It looks like Joe Cool in the chat says he disagrees. So I'll drop down for Joe Cool. And somebody has to have somebody dropped anyway. So
apparently it's a thing.
Against it, in my opinion.
Go ahead,
Hold on. Number one, Zers, respect the grift. They got to send 10 bones to boot your ass backstage.
I thought they paid.
So
I thought you said they paid. Sorry. No, I'm staying my ass right here.
I haven't received anything unless somebody sees something somewhere else.
Okay, I thought they paid. Sorry, I'm sitting my ass right here. Then.
Go ahead, animated effigy with your bullshittery that you're gonna fucking spew.
Up, you moron.
Oh, I'm a fucking moron.
Regardless of if you try to taunt me, like it doesn't matter. I was.
I'm not taunting you. Trust me.
Okay, I'm confused.
So it is part of the city hall, and I'm pretty sure it's a ton of places because it took me 5 seconds to look this up. It is part of that city hall.
Excuse me, that was right in front of City Hall.
Are you gonna let me answer? You fucking idiot.
No, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe you should. Maybe I should tell you to shut the fuck up.
Oh, no, that's fine. No, we don't have to talk about it. No, go to somebody else then. No.
Go ahead, libtard number 2.
5 seconds to understand this kind of shit. Yeah, you want to go off and
I already know what kind of shit you're going to spew. We want to keep Palestine. It's simply fact. We love these people. But you're sitting you're in the United States of fucking America.
You can shut up and hear the answer, or you
I
can
don't want to hear your fucking answer.
Where was this at again?
Paterson, New Jersey.
New Jersey, yeah.
Hey, there's 5 or 6 other fucking people in here that saw it as it was happening. So this is disrespect to the United States.
Or not?
And you have all you retards got something smart to fucking say about this country. Say something smart about
this. I have ever encountered. The single dumbest human being I've ever encountered. You can't. You don't even have the.
Hold on a minute. I'll get rid of you.
Fuck up for 5 seconds to hear my answer. That's how afraid you are.
I am not afraid to hear your answer.
Fuck up and let me answer.
Afraid.
Go ahead, effigy. I'll entertain your bullshit for a minute.
And if you interrupt me, I'm going to assume it's because you're a whiny little limp dick bitch. Gotcha. Okay, I'm going to answer you.
Okay, I got your fucking limp dick bitch. Let me tell you something. You are nobody. You will never be anybody in this country. Period. You will never be anyone.
Nope.
Ever.
Nope. Everybody. Nope.
You don't stand for nothing. You stand for your radical, tyrannical fucking views on life. Why don't you look at life for the way it really is?
All you do is shadowbox America shit in your head.
Okay.
You don't know because you don't listen to other people's answers.
Day after day after day,
you don't care about what people say.
Libtarded bullshit.
You're like a fucking broken
about
record.
how
You say the same
hate
words
Donald
over
Trump.
and over and over.
You hate America. Get the fuck out of the country, dumbass. If you hate it here, you don't like it here, I'll buy you and your family a one-way ticket to any country that you want to go.
You're still too scared to hear the answer of your own question.
Or you want to come back, you'll kiss the ground it's made on.
To hear the answer to your own question.
Yeah, go ahead. Answer it. I'm waiting.
Shut the fuck up. I'll answer
honestly. I'll shut the fuck up for a libtard.
The answer to your question is, you can petition City Hall to put up different fucking flags on that flagpole, you dumbass.
Oh, so
they put up a whole bunch of different flags in the past on that flagpole.
There it is.
So it has nothing to do with just Palestine. A lot of people put up different flags on the flagpole.
So you're trying to tell me to take the American flag down, which they did, and then fly the Palestinian flag in the United States of America? You're okay with that?
They had already flown many different flags from many different places.
Answer the question.
I'm completely fine with a meaningless act, yes.
Oh, it's meaningless to you.
Yes, Rando Small Town puts a flag up on a pole for a
Rando
day.
Small Town, Paterson, New Jersey is not some rando small town.
It's a rando town to me.
Do your due diligence, Effigy.
I just did. I just found out in 5 seconds why the flag was up there.
Yeah, it's some random small town.
And those people were doing nothing different than a shit ton of other groups had done in that city. The only problem is you hate them specifically.
So they're just going to leave it up there now.
Is you hate them specifically. No, it was
up the United States.
It was up for a day, like
the
every single one.
it was founded on. We're just going to say, hey,
like freedom of expression, right?
We the Palestinians own this fucking land.
What do you think it meant? Like they're like, I conquered, I have planted my flag. This now belongs to me. Like you think that's what they were doing? Instead of just like they went to the mayor and got permission, right? You get that, right?
No. Bring everybody back up, Sarah.
Run, little bitch.
I'm not running, little bitch.
Oh, I forgot you can't run.
So fuck you. You're a piece of shit. You've always been a piece of shit since I've even started seeing you.
What does it mean when
party
shit
of
says
fucking
shit,
bullshit? Yeah, I don't think half the people in this panel or in the chat think it's very fucking funny. You want to sit up here and laugh? You claim that you want to be in America? Well, go live in Palestine in Paterson, New Jersey. See how far it gets you.
I don't think anyone wants to live in New Jersey.
Well, it's the whole point. Why would you want a Palestinian flag?
Your outrage says more about you than anything, especially because it's something that people have done in the town before.
What's it say, Effigy?
Well, I certainly don't hear you talking about all the other flags that were raised on that flagpole. Like,
which one?
Were you pissed off when they raised an Italian flag? When someone was like, I have Italian heritage and I'd like an Italian flag up for a day, and the mayor's like, sure, dude, that's fine. Does that piss you off as much?
What pisses me off, they took the flag of the United States down and replaced it with another one of another country or little fucking puke fucking shit.
Do you know for sure
that is the
primary flagpole?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm reading an article right here.
I did a Google Street View of it. There's one fucking flagpole, Effigy. One. So you take the United States flag down and put a Palestinian one up. That, in my opinion, and I am sure other people's opinion, is a disgrace.
No, apparently it's not, because flying alternative non-governmental flags at municipal buildings is a widespread and highly standardized tradition in the United States. You idiot.
Hey, Sarah, let me ask you. If I came to your house and you had a United States motherfucking flag and I took it down and I put a different country's flag, wouldn't you be a little bit pissed off?
If you took my flag off of my property and put up your own flag?
Yep.
Yes, I have an issue with that. I have an issue with you touching my property for one, but particularly if I have the American flag up, that's a problem.
You served in the military.
If someone came to your property,
I'm done with your retarded ass.
Asked your permission, and you said yes, and you did it, and then someone else came over and pitched at you for allowing it, how would you feel then?
Hang another flag in somebody else's country and see what happens.
Yeah. How about you, KO libtard Dave?
Okay, so by the way, I'm literally looking at the street view of.
No one touched the American flag. They had permission by City Hall to do this.
It doesn't matter.
It happens all over the place.
If you come from another country, and say, "Oh, we want our flag up here because that's our heritage."
You're just quiet, Dave.
Is my mic working? I'm quiet.
I can hear you. I'm done with animated fucking fucktard over there.
From the articles I'm reading, it clearly states that the American flag wasn't removed, that it remained up the entire time.
I'm looking secondary flag. Let
me bring the video back up, dumb fuck. I brought receipts, asshole.
I am looking. Let me be clear here. I am looking at the street view of the front of City Council in Paterson, New Jersey. Right now, there are two. Count them.
Where's the other one?
There are two. Count them.
Where's the other one?
Flagpoles, like 20 feet apart from each other, And there's an American flag right over the front fucking door. There's 3 American flags there. 3.
Hold the fuck on. I'll bring the fucking picture up from Google fucking Earth. There's one fucking pole, asshole. That's all I saw in the video. And let's see.
Blind.
God's favorite aunt.
You're blind.
For the Win was there. P. Fletch was there. We watched the video.
The video only showed one full flag pole. It didn't turn. The camera did not turn around.
Am I the videographer? Did I shoot the video? No.
You should have double checked before you went on this tirade about it.
I looked at Google Street View and there's one fucking pole.
Then you're blind. I'm looking at 2 right now.
I'm blind. Says the guy that plays with kids' toys in the background.
There's 3 flags. You think that's an own? You think that's
wrong, Spin? Just fucking eat it, you moron.
I'm not
just
fucking wrong.
There's
I
3 flags.
I would never.
There's 3 flags.
Take the word of a fucking libtard
1, 2, 3
over mine. Trust
3.
me.
Well, there's a good way to fix that. Go to the place and find out how many flagpoles there are. If the libtard is claiming 3 flagpoles, you're just going to keep saying, no, you prove for yourself. There most certainly is 3 flagpoles there.
All right. I let you guys have your fun. Let's get it back to containment. Fourth Wiseman says with the Big Ten, hashtag Vegas. We're up to... Wait, is that 120? Did I already write that down in advance? We'll just call it 130. 130. He says, if you go into a casino and lay a bet, use 2 pockets. 1, you can afford to lose. 1, all you won walks out with you. Don't stay when hot. You'll make big mistakes. It ain't luck. Remember. Yeah, that's why I don't gamble, because the house is always set to win. So, yeah. But thank you, Fourth Wiseman. We're up to 130 on the match. Continue sending donos and be sure to put hashtag Vegas in the dono, because Mr. Tom Carpenter is matching every dono up to $300 if and only if you put hashtag Vegas. Don't mess me up. Just put hashtag Vegas in it. It's just one little extra step. All right, back to you guys.
Now, if this flagpole was raised to the same level or higher than an American flag, then I would most certainly have a problem with that, because that violates flag code.
Well, my
But
opinion
they
is
ain't
no
gonna
flag should
fucking
be
do
flown in
anything.
America if it's not an American flag.
What did you say, Storm? I'm sorry, you were real low.
I said no flag should be flown in America unless it's an American flag.
They do it at the embassies all the time. Have you seen a U.S. embassy before?
No,
we fly flags all the time. This is
flags.
Yeah.
No,
You should not replace the American flag with some other country's flag. That's the point.
Don't go looking at
replaced.
Don't go looking at NATO headquarters in New York. You'll get really pissed off.
Right?
No, I won't.
Yeah, you
They
will.
have
You'll
the
see a lot of
United
flags that
States
aren't the American
flag
flag.
higher than any other of them. I've been there, dumb fuck. Shut up.
No, fuck you.
I'm just proving how stupid you fucking libtards really fucking are.
No.
Okay, sorry. There's no other
Not at all,
nation
buddy.
flags flying at an American embassy, I guess. Apparently,
No,
according to this
don't
dipshit, who
straw
thinks
man
all the
me,
libtards
Zerzu.
are wrong.
Zerzu, don't straw man me. That ain't gonna work.
That is
with me,
exactly
'cause
what
I know
everybody's
different.
saying, is that there are other nations' flags in our country, as long as they're not flown above the American
Isn't that what I
flag
just
or
said,
at
Clay?
the
Isn't
same
that
level.
what I just
Big
fucking
fucking
said?
deal.
Clay, is that what I just fucking said?
I'm sorry, I was looking at something.
First of all, the American flag in this country is our flag. Yes, it is to be at the highest point. Yes,
And
at
it
US
was.
embassies, at fucking whatever embassies. Yeah, their flags are there, but they're not held higher than the fucking American flag.
Did you read any of the reports? All of the reports indicated that the primary
report?
flagpole had the American flag on it at all times. The primary flagpole is the highest flagpole.
No shit, that's what I just said. Thanks for confirming my statement, Zerzu. Shut up.
Did I confirm that the flag was not higher than an American flag?
What?
For the record,
What?
guys,
I'm too
for the
stupid to figure out
record,
anything.
for the record, I have the lovely, amazing, beautiful Tits McGee, also known as Nova Star, here, hanging backstage. Somebody get her up here now. Choose who you want to boot and get the twins up here now. Please and thank you. I love you. And also, oops, my scrolly went crazy. Fourth Wiseman says, #Vegas. I'm adding it on. We're up to 140 on the match. For Tom Carpenter, he says, spin. Please don't get upset with a simple flag. It's just a flag. This kind of critical emotional turmoil will make you physically ill unnecessarily. Any thoughts?
Flag.
I'm not mad about the flag in its shape, okay? I think it's very disrespectful to the United States, a place where these dumb fucks come from, to put their flag in place of an American flag. And I'm not even talking about a fucking Palestinian flag. I see it all the time. The Mexican flag is down here in Florida, is flown on top of the American flag. That's bullshit. That's my point.
All right. And then also Kraut says, Clay, get on point, brother. That's the second time you were looking at something. Bust out knuckle children
Somebody's
on your
sending them
own time.
That's a new one. I like that. Still that.
Damn it, Kraut, you didn't put #Vegas. Remember, everybody go forward. Just #Vegas.
Vegas.
#Vegas. I want everybody in the chat just to keep repeating #Vegas in the chat so that people will remember it when they send their donos in.
We know it. He's getting live nudes. Bye, guys.
All right, Zers to the back, hang out. Sorry, but you definitely got traded for very lovely, beautiful, hot diggy. Ooh, I got ladies.
4 ladies on panel right now.
Right.
My.
Sarah,
This is awesome.
can I ask a favor from you?
Listen, I'm not sending nudes. It's
No,
just
no.
not part of
Sarah, can I have nudes, though?
You got to get
Come
them
on.
from Andrew Wilson.
I posted the picture.
Fuck off. That's disavow.
I posted a picture of the front of Patterson City Council in
We're over
Tomato
that,
Farm
dumbass.
chat in your Discord. Would you please pull that up?
That means I gotta
We're
open
over
up.
that,
You beat
dumbass.
me to it,
Learn how to
Dave.
use
Yeah,
StreamYard.
I did.
You know you can present back here, right?
Yeah, you can. It's actually much easier if you do that way.
I didn't. I don't know how to use StreamYard. I'm sorry.
There's a little button at the very bottom of your screen, and it has a little plus on the inside of a monitor. Hit that, and then hit share screen, and then you can pick that thing. Because if not, then it means I have to open up my Discord on my laptop, and I hate opening Discord on my laptop. And I hate to be such a bitch, but I just don't like opening it on my laptop.
Discord's a resource hog.
Could I comment while they get this pulled up?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ant.
You know, Spin, look, I think we're just operating from bad priors. Like, we started off with some information. We thought they were taking down the American flag and replacing it with the Palestinian one, and found that offensive. Now we're getting new information that, look, that was not the only flagpole. It's not what we thought it was. This is probably some ceremonial area that can be used by the public for whatever flag raising they want to do. So I think I think it's a whole lot of hoopla about nothing now. Okay.
So I've got right here in front of us. We're literally staring at it. This is the city council building of Patterson, New Jersey. 1 flagpole, 2 flagpole.
Shall I
1
pull the
American
video
flag?
back up
Hold
between
up.
the
1 American flag.
flagpole?
2 American flag. 3 American flags. Look at that.
Go back to
Wait,
the other
was
one.
the question, was the Palestine flag flown
The pole on the right. That one.
Yeah,
That
was
one.
it? Hold on. Was it below the American flag when it was flown, or was it lifted at
No.
the same height?
It was at the same height.
Yeah, that is
no.
problematic.
Those poles are the same height, so that's a very good point. I have to admit.
Yeah.
Like, so here's the thing. Like, I
That
understand what
matters
you
to
guys
you
are
guys?
saying, but just perspective here. Now I could be wrong, but the flagpole on the left looks like the same exact height as the one on the right, and it would make sense that they would be on the same right because especially with buildings like this, they're very uniform. So I see both points here. But that the right one is probably typically used for ceremonial stuff. And I also see Spin's point. It's like you're flying this thing. I don't understand why this thing should even be a thing. Why are you making this ceremonial thing where you get to hang a flag that's not an American flag? And if it is hung, it should be on the same pole, in my opinion, so that it's clear and evident that it is below the American flag. So when you've got two poles here, that it's not a confusion. I kind of have to side with Spin on this one because at this point now there's too much confusion, and with flag code and all that, there shouldn't be confusion. Like, the law needs to be very clear and easy to understand.
Look at the flagpole right now. There's a flag on it that is not the American flag. It is lower than the American flag.
I understand. Like I said, I understand
But the point, Effigy, was the motherfucking flag was the same height.
It's just
so now you guys are shifting
There
your
was an
goalposts.
American flag there. How do you know that?
You're
I'm not
completely
shifting.
right.
This is my
You're shifting
first.
the argument, right?
This is
I'll
my
say
first.
one thing. I will say one thing. Google Maps. Somebody's got some noise going on. Google Maps. This is not like live, right? We all understand that.
No, yeah.
So
Yes.
this could be from last year, right?
Correct.
This could be from 2 years ago. So just so we're aware of that time difference and the potential conflict that comes from that. But I agree with the idea that the Palestine flag absolutely should not. I'm trying to search Google and see if there's like current image today of this to see if where the Palestine flag is in regards to America. But it should not be at the same level. That would be a big no-no. So
Agreed, but also I have to call bullshit. Sorry, Spin, but you didn't know that there was even American flag there until 5 minutes ago, so you don't know that it was flown higher or that it wasn't flown higher.
Well,
you
we
only knew
okay,
it one
too.
flagpole.
Because
If
we
you
watched
look at
them
that
raise-
image, Mrs. Balderson, the American flag on the left is at the top of the pole. I'm
Absolutely.
going to pull up, if Sarah permits me.
I agree, but what I'm saying is you just told us right before Sarah started talking that you know for a fact, and you don't know that for a fact. But also, I want to give you a little perspective, and I'm not saying that I think any foreign flag should be flown above an American one. It should not. However, have you all heard of the Sister City program?
No.
yeah,
I've never heard of it.
yeah, that's where
I
like
grew
there's
up in
another city in another country that becomes like a sister city to a city
Yes.
here in America.
Okay.
So I grew up in one such city. I grew up in a town that was founded by Danish settlers. Solving is in Southern California. It's this cute little Danish town. I love where I'm from. And once a
been
year
there
we
many
get
times.
together and we have Danish days. Like a lot of small towns across America, it's our little tourist thing for the year. And all weekend there are Danish
I'm going to
flags
stop
on
sharing now.
every single building. There are American flags. They're up higher. We're not saying that we don't respect America above Denmark. What we're saying is this is our celebration of our culture on this day or this weekend that we do once a year. It's our town tradition. It's our chance to do tourism. I'm not saying that I believe that Palestinian flag was flown for tourism, but we don't know what else might have been going on. We don't know that maybe there's not some cultural day that they're celebrating and flying both flags. It should
do know
not be
that.
above the American flag, but there are reasons that you might put up another flag. Celebrating
Why-
culture does not mean that you're saying that I respect this above America. You're here in America. We are known as the little like Danish America, but America is in there. just because you're celebrating culture does not mean that you're dissing the country.
Why? Can I ask? Because I still have yet to find like an article about it today, like from this week. But it looks like this is an annual thing in June that they do. Like I found.
Yeah, this was the third. This was the third annual.
Yeah. And celebrate Palestine Day on Palestine Way. I'm proud to have an appointed first Palestinian American to cabinet position and recently appointed first. But like, we come together in peace. Like this is just like something they do every year.
Yeah.
Regardless, yes, it is something they do. It might be something they do, but in the United States of America, we should not have people trying to make their city where they left. And if you do any research, and Sarah, I
How
will
are they
send
doing
you
that? They're
in
not.
Discord that you can read later. Of that whole town is dubbed Little Palestine.
So they're celebrating their cultural heritage for a day. It's a day. They're not doing it every day. This is their town thing where they're celebrating our Palestinian heritage. We're coming together on this one day and doing this. They're not saying the American flag isn't important or we don't love America. We're just saying, hey, it's our culture. We're going to celebrate it for a day. Every other culture is allowed to do that except for the bad brown people and the white people.
I would say Danish are mostly Christians, right?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay. This is a Christian nation, right? And I think what Spin's trying to say is he's getting really tired of seeing other people from other countries with disingenuous purposes, putting all of their shit all over ours and making it the forefront of everything and rubbing it underneath our noses 24/7. Because that's really what's going on.
So utilizing the same freedoms that all the rest of us have is rubbing your nose in it now.
No, I don't think that's the case.
That's exactly what you just said.
When your voice supersedes our voice in our homeland, I got a problem with
Nothing
you.
like that did that. They asked permission to have a cultural day to put a
I
fucking
live-
flag
hold
up on
on,
a secondary flagpole.
Hold on. I think there's more to this story because I'm finding other older articles. New Jersey Mayor Patterson is the capital of Palestine in the United States of America. This was from March 2025, March 9th. Patterson, New Jersey is undergoing a rapid transformation with local leaders emphasizing Islamic identity and Palestinian nationalism, sparking concerns among critics about the city's shift away from its historical roots. They did like a Halil lighting ceremony that was city endorsed. The ceremony took place in Little Palestine. Patterson, home to a growing Palestinian population, has seen its streets lined with Palestinian flags and Arabic signage. This cultural shift, led by Muslim elected officials, has led some to question if the city is evolving into an Islamic stronghold. Muslim politicians, including Mayor Andre Sai, Councilman Shaheen Khalik, and a couple other names I can't pronounce, as well as Deputy Mayor something, are at the forefront of this shift. The officials have championed policies catering to Islamic interests, such as halal food in public schools, school closures for EID, and the broadcasting of the Adhan, Islamic call to prayer. Let's see what else is in here.
None of this seems problematic.
The political shift in Patterson has led to questions about the role of Islamic influence in American cities and the line between cultural representation and political activism. Critics argue that the city's transformation into Islamic and Palestinian enclave could undermine the values that have traditionally defined Patterson. As Patterson continues to evolve, the city's identity remains a contentious issue, with Muslim leaders asserting their political and religious influence and others raising concerns about the implications for the broader community. And this was again, I think this was 2025, so just less than a year
I'll
ago.
never be for people intertwining religion and government ever.
Excuse me?
Religion. I said I will never be for any religion intertwining itself with government ever. So right on top, like I'm completely against half of what you just said. If it is indeed happening, but on the idea that this is simply a big group of Muslims who all live in one place and therefore they're catering their local government to them. You're all going to sound like a bunch of hypocrites if you have a problem with that, because Christians don't seem to ever have a fucking problem with it unless it's someone else who's doing it.
You don't see a problem with another country putting their bullshit into America?
Why do you assume it's the country and not
the
individuals?
history of this country is other countries' bullshit coming to America. That's every American citizen here today is other countries' bullshit if you go back on a far enough timeline.
This is how the U.S. was built.
I wanted to ask Nova and Angry American.
Learn your history, man.
With the immigrants that we have that are from Islamic nations that are already in the country, I'm not talking about immigrants coming in. I'm just talking about people that are here, and let's just presume that they're here legally. For the people that are here legally already, would you personally prefer that they are congregated into cities or communities where they're together and they're maybe segregated away from you? Or would you rather them be more spread out in smaller communities across the country? What would you prefer and why?
Can I pick neither? Or smaller?
So,
Can I pick neither or smaller? I guess. Because I'm well versed with Islam. Okay, and I to be quite.
I'm not defending Islam. I'm not defending a religion.
Okay.
I'm just.
Well, I'm letting you know you can't. Yeah. For me, there's other personal reasons why I don't particularly care for it. Okay, so one of them is I had one threatened to take my head off and grape me and do all kinds of shit, to which the Beverly Hills police grabbed them. Okay, and then deported them. To which then afterward, I started learning more about the religion. And so I'm from California also. I've been to Solvang. Last time I was there, yeah, it's a lovely little place. But last time I was there, a lot of like Muslim and stuff were coming in and buying up some of the bed and breakfasts and whatnot.
It's actually the funny thing is that it's now primarily Hispanically owned.
Is it now?
3 words.
Wow. Okay. Well, the last time I was there, it was gaining more attention in the other area.
I mean, the shops in the town in Salt itself, not necessarily in the Greater Valley.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
You don't want
I left California. So the last time I left,
so scary,
the last
man.
area I was the last area that I was in. All of the local parks, they were ushering in tons and tons and tons of from Afghanistan. And I had dark hair at the time, and they thought I was Afghanistan. They thought I spoke Farsi and everything else. And all the men were wandering around trying to pick up on women, okay, aggressively, by the way. To which after that, I was like, you know what? I'm out of here. Boom, I'm gone. So I'm well versed in what's going on in Europe. I'm well versed for years. I've been part of also the news media before. Hi, I never mentioned that before, but I am now, and I'm not interested in it. They can take their shit and go somewhere else with it. You don't like it? Too bad.
Back. Simple.
Okay, you want my fucking answer?
I do.
Actually, hi, Mrs. Balderson.
Hello. I know I'm a pain in the ass, but
no,
you have a lovely smile, by the way.
Thank you.
No, you're not a pain in the ass, not at all. As far as I'm concerned, get the fuck out.
There you go. Send them back.
Yeah.
Send them all back to where they came from.
If they have a problem being over
So
here,
you're xenophobic asshole is what you're saying.
So you're
this fucking beaver. Nobody's talking to you.
Ask China what they do with them.
What you're
I just talked to
essentially
you,
saying,
buddy.
because my caveat, my premise for the argument was that they are legal citizens. So you're now okay with
shouldn't be.
supporting citizens that are a specific religion or a specific from a specific country.
As long as they assimilate, sure.
Mrs. Balderson,
Assimilate.
under that assumption of being a legal citizen when they come here.
I'm sorry, I'm deaf. I can't hear.
Oh,
I was asking, like, you're under the premise that they are legal citizens when
Sarah,
they
you
come
might have
here.
to turn Storm up. She's
Aren't
trying
they?
to talk. I can just barely hear her.
It's because she's on a cell phone. There's nothing I can do to really control that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I was asking, so like when they come here, aren't they supposed to like swear allegiances to America and they disavow where they come from to become a citizen here?
Yeah.
So
they're still from there, right? Like a person who's
Sure.
been here 3 generations and is an Italian American and they put an Italian flag on their wall. They're not
Yeah.
proclaiming their disallegiance to America, right? They're just
Well,
like, my
and
genes come from
effigy,
Italy,
and
right?
effigy, you're absolutely right. That's clear the difference. Have it on your wall, not up on city
How about
fucking
St.
hall.
Patrick's Day? Like, what about St. Patrick's Day
Right,
when
like-
when Irish people and people who aren't even Irish all across the country dress in green and get drunk on green beer because they're Irish
Raise
for
Irish flags.
The Irish helped found the country.
A shit ton of different people help found the country of different nationalities.
I can't hear you.
No.
No one can hear you, Storm. Sorry.
Maybe moving forward, but no, not in the beginning. Absolutely not. That's incorrect.
Can anyone hear me?
Now, kind
Not
of.
really. Do you
And-
have like earbuds or with like a mic on them or something that puts the mic closer to your phone?
Well, earlier people could hear me fine, right?
Well, you're just coming in incredibly faint and far away.
Well, if I get off and join back, would that maybe help?
No, it's move closer to your phone.
Okay. Let me get right up into it. Can you hear me now?
Much better, way better. Holy crap, that was a difference.
I had
All
to,
right.
get up into the mic.
Yes, much better. Fourth Wiseman says with the Big Ten, and also, wait, did I read this one yet? Did I read this one already?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. With another hashtag to the Vegas, I'm adding that to the pile. We're at 150. We are halfway there to the match. Mr. Tom Carpenter's matching up to the first $300 that come in if and only if you hashtag Vegas. He says Palestine trades with America every day, regardless what MSM headlines say. Go look. It certainly ain't what MSM would have you believe. Any thoughts to that? No? Yes? No?
I agree.
All right. Fourth Wiseman also says a flag is a flag is a flag. It's a fucking flag. It's not a sign territory of valency, even though it's been used as such. To be so offended by such a thing, then fuck should also offend you. Well, I think the concept, and that's why I wanted to find some articles and figure out what was going on with that, because it sounds like this is a bigger problem than just a flag. And I think that the flag is kind of a representation of that problem that is currently
Where did
happening.
you get that it's a bigger problem and not that it's just a community of those people?
Ask China what they do with them. Ask China.
That is a
what they
big
do.
one. Who said that? Who said that there is a community?
Let me respond to that. What I read to you just a little bit ago exemplified why it was being critiqued and why it's a bigger problem, because you have the religious and political influence directly from like a Muslim Islamic basis, and people are starting to wonder, like they're saying, yeah, we don't mind celebrating communities and other nationalities and what they bring
You guys are
here.
freaking out because you're Christians. Basically,
And
that's
let
it.
me please allow me to
No.
finish, FG.
God,
Thank you.
you're retarded.
What they're critiquing is the fact that it's becoming a little bit bigger than just celebrating that nation. That they're not instead of assimilating, they're actually just straight being Palestine, right? They're that's why they call it Little Palestine.
Can I clarify what's really going on here? You guys know, because I've said it hopefully by now, that I've totally been against states' rights since the beginning. Like when I learned what states' rights really are, I've realized that the 10th Amendment created a warring powers issue between the people and the states. So that's what the 10th Amendment does. Well, this is kind of like that. It's called the home rule. Okay, I've been doing my little bit of research here for you guys. So cities, much like the states, have the ability to do things like this. It's called the home rule. And what it does is it's essentially like states' rights, where they can essentially, basically, it's this culture. This is our culture. We're going to run things this way. Now, I understand why states' rights exist, but again, I do have a problem with it because it does create animosity between what the people's power is versus that governmental structure. So what this is actually called governmental speech. Okay? And government should not, in my opinion, have the ability to put speech into practice. And the reason, in my opinion, is the First Amendment, right? So the First Amendment protects our right to free speech, our right to believe, right? And when you give that quote unquote power to the government, then the government essentially they have the ability to indoctrinate. They have the ability to what's the thing with the advertising? Subliminal advertise, right? So they can show you images at that point, and you begin to believe that sort of thing. And like I said, I understand it's the same thing with the education system. Why a certain doctrine gets taught in the education system, right? I understand it, but I don't agree with it at the same time. So this is called the home rule. It's the same thing as states' rights. And then you as an individual have rights. You're just going to have, like, here's the thing. It's what we have. Unfortunately, it's kind of the same thing with the federalist system. It's one of those things. It's like you see it, you don't like it, but without it, you don't have an identity with that community. So that community is largely Palestinian. So this is their home rule being exercised. In Florida, there's probably something similar. In Texas, there's probably something similar, but more rare. Okay. It's just something that we have here in this country. You have the ability to
Utah,
do it.
man.
Wait, who said what?
All right. Aria, is it Aria Moon Willow says a big two, says hashtag Vegas. There's exceptions to my previous comment. I don't know what if they sent
Can
exceptions. Exceptions to this previous comment. Got you. And motherfucking go complete. I didn't even have to ask. Shout out to the fourth Wiseman. He says with the big 50 hashtag Vegas. That brings us up to 200. We got another $100 to fulfill on the match, but we've come so far as to hit the 200. Keep hashtagging your super chats. Mr. Tom Carpenter is matching over on the Cash App for all of them. He says hashtag Vegas, fuck your gold. Not Vegas though. Piggy bank when you return from exploratory ventures. I'm sure after reflection, you'll soon realize what you learn is well worth all of it. And you'll do again, surely, sometime to repay what you know you owe. What I owe is back to the people of networking. And I'm actually in the middle of networking more people out right now as we speak. Been like hitting the messages all damn day, trying to hit people up and get them going. So yes, what I owe in return is to continue pimping you motherfuckers out. But tomatoes in the chat for Mr. Fourth Wiseman for putting my favorite, second favorite color up on the screen and completing the dono goal. I'll reset that one here in about 8 minutes and we will continue on from there. All right. Star, you said you wanted to backpedal to something.
I did?
I thought you said, can I go back on something? Oh, I'm sorry. I heard a lady's voice and I just assumed it was
I just wanted, Spin was weaseling out of answering me.
Oh, okay. Go ahead then. Yeah. Make him answer.
Which would you prefer?
Oh.
Would you prefer that they take and congregate more together in towns, or would you rather that they be spread out and not in places together? They're legally here. They're citizens of this country. So Spin specifically, would you rather see towns and like a town that has its Palestinian pride and once a year they have Palestinian Day? Or would you rather see them just spread out over the country in smaller towns?
Send them back.
If they want to be Palestinian, go to Palestine.
Yeah,
If you want to be
I'm asking
Palestinian,
send them
just say you're bigots and get it over with.
Can I talk now?
I mean, it's worthwhile to have some type of judgment for some things.
It's got Clay. It's supposed to be Spin that's answering this.
Yeah, okay. And I answered my way. So I don't think Spin has a problem with that.
I don't have a problem with them being in one area. What I have a problem with is them completely taking over a town, putting their own politicians in there that are not American bred and American born. That's number one. Number two, putting their propaganda everywhere. I thought I was talking, Bucktooth.
You're talking fascist, but sure, go ahead.
Oh, there it is. There the fuck it is. I'm fascist.
Back to me.
Yeah,
Me?
sure. Absolutely. Actually, would you like just you some one-on-one time? Maybe you
Yes,
need to
please.
maybe
Yes,
you need to
please.
one-on-one Spin and put him back in his place like the wonderful
I
mother
just,
that
yeah, I
you are.
just want to hear. Yeah.
Reminds
He
me of
won't
my
answer.
parents arguing.
Just watch.
Okay.
Alderson.
Hello. How are you?
Now I can actually answer you.
Yes.
Without interruption. I personally would rather them be in one area, truthfully, and not throughout our country. But what I have a problem with is them making a town to fit their laws and their rules.
Isn't that how all towns were originally founded? Some people had something in common. Maybe they all came to a mining town and they were all there for work. And so they all shared similar, work needs. So they built a town around that. Some people all came across because their whole town had to flee from a country. So they came across and they were there because they were family or they had a cultural heritage together. People came here for different reasons. And they came here with very specific values and eventually all coalesced into what we call America now. And like there's places all across the Midwest. I'm going to use people that are unfortunately cultures like mine that are mostly Scandinavian. And you drive through one town and it's very, very Norwegian. They have Norwegian pride. And then you drive to the next one and they are Danish and they have Danish pride. They don't even like the Norwegians, but they've got both the American flag and the Danish flag flying. And then you get to the Swedish town down the road. Like they're all very segregated. They came here and they're even just segregated from other Scandinavians, not even people that are vastly different cultures. And they came here, they brought their culture. They oftentimes had towns that were built around those values. In fact, you find that people who do, again, careers that are the same, people that are farmers tend to have the same values and they congregate together because they do the same thing. And that's why we have the states' rights. That's why we have regional differences. And I don't think.
Okay, so let me ask you this, or let me ask if you would agree with this. Norwegians aren't trying to take over America. The Danish are not trying to take over America.
Why do you assume that just because people are here from an Islamic country that they automatically want to take over the country? Why is that the
I'm not saying they're trying to take over the country. I want to be very clear. Right?
You just said that though.
No, I was saying that in a whole, right? Norwegian. Okay, let me say it better. Norwegians and Danishes are not trying to take over a town.
I disagree. My whole town was founded by Danish people. They celebrated that culture for 70 years until
Sarah,
all the.
Can you come up here a second? I need to clarify something, just really quickly.
You can handle it with the lovely lady.
I wanted to clarify what you said. Anyway, in the article that Sarah just read, they are not doing anything to assimilate to American ways.
Say they are not assimilating, but it did say that they are trying to make laws that suit their culture better.
Okay, but
it didn't say they're not trying to assimilate. My people didn't necessarily try to assimilate either. They came to a place where they thought they could build a life, and then they settled a town, and then they built laws around what would suit their town the best.
Okay, but there is a set of laws, and there's the Constitution of the United States. Would you agree?
Okay. There's the Constitution.
The Constitution of the United States applies to anybody that is either a naturalized or an American-born, American-bred citizen. Would you agree? So, in with all due respect, why the fuck should we, as Americans, make or build a town around their culture or their what they consider the law to be? I bet you, if I went into Paterson, New Jersey, and I committed a crime, and I bet you I would be arrested and held under the standard of American law.
Charter. Yeah. Well, if you were arrested in their city, it would be according to their police and the city charter and the laws that they have, which are then subject to the Constitution of the state and the feds.
Correct. But what if I remember correctly, they are building their town around Palestinian.
We have freedom of religion.
I don't, and you know what? I have freedom of religion. I'm a Catholic. Okay. But you do not see towns being built around Catholic laws.
You did in the beginning. You absolutely. In fact, the colonies. Wait. 13 colonies were largely separated by religion.
Okay. And how long ago was that?
And that was the founding of our country. The founding principle was that they were all free.
I'm talking about now. Respectfully, I'm talking about right now.
Okay, right now. What about it?
We have towns that are, and as you have said, that are assimilating their culture and not assimilating to being American citizens.
Okay, so
that's where I have the problem.
You're mostly upset because it's a religion you don't like. So are we going to get rid of the state?
It's not about religion. It's about the people.
Okay, so it's about the culture.
Yeah. There is no room in the United States for Islam. There is none.
That's a religion. That's not a culture.
We have freedom of religion. We just said that Paterson, New Jersey,
you have to change the Constitution.
Not assimilating. We just said that Paterson, New Jersey,
you're holding a different standard for other
laws around their religion, right?
You have a different standard for them than for every other culture or every other religion.
I have a problem with people coming into the United States and thinking that they can just take over the government, do whatever they want, assimilate to American culture.
Over the greater government. They're taking care of their community. That's entirely different.
Okay, so if I want to go live in Paterson community, you're telling me I have to convert to Palestinian or Islam?
What about them?
So you're telling me what I should do is, if I were to move to Paterson, New Jersey, the shithole that it really is,
well, if you would know what you were moving
to Islam to get along with the people there. What?
Okay, so if you're moving to a town that you know is predominantly Muslim, you can choose not to move there. If you don't like that the town is predominantly Muslim, you have that freedom.
Okay,
they also have the freedom to say, you know what, I kind of want to live near people that have the same values as me, because that protects us. And it means that we can congregate and we can do the things that work for us, and it doesn't bother other people and they don't bother us. That's okay. So a neighborhood is the same way. Okay. You might have a neighborhood in your town that's Italian. You might have a neighborhood in your town that's Haitian. You might have a neighborhood in your town that's Puerto Rican. You're in Florida.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not saying that we don't. But
and you know what? In those towns, They probably have a city council that is primarily Puerto Rican, and they're probably pretty proud of their Puerto Rican heritage. And it's probably the same if you're in an area that's Dominican.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Say you know my medical problems, right?
I do. Well, I know a medical problem, yes.
Yes. So say Paterson, New Jersey is a place where I can get assistance or help, quote unquote, that I may or may not need. So what you're advocating for, or what you've advocated to me, is that if I had to move to Paterson, New Jersey, for me to be able to get along with the citizens of Paterson, New Jersey, I should align with their culture.
No, I'm just saying that you might actually, if you move into a town that has a different culture than yours, you're either going to have to learn to get along in it, avoid it, or you're just going to have to deal with it. And that's the way that it is. And you can still make the choice to live there and make adjustments. You can make the choice not to live there and not have to deal with it and maybe get different treatment. There's options, but there's never an ideal option in life. And the fact of the matter is you're basically being bigoted, and you're like,
Boom.
It's because you have a problem with this one specific group, but you're not applying that rule equally to all groups and all categories of people. So it's not an issue of that's we all have our own specific heritage or our own specific cliques that we prize and we celebrate. But it doesn't mean that we're not fundamentally American. And I don't think that you can personally define what assimilation is. What is assimilation? And who defines and decides when assimilation has been met? Who decides what America is except for the American citizens? And that changes over time. We are not the same America from my grandparents' generation. They were not the same America from the founding generation.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that statement at all, Mrs. Balderson. Not at all.
Okay,
But-
so then why can we apply that to one group of people, but not all?
Okay, I'm going to generalize this to all groups of people. We should not have, and this just came to mind. It seems to me like Paterson, New Jersey is segregating itself from the rest of the country.
It's not.
Or the state.
No, that's not. They're just making choices for their town. That's not segregating. They're not saying other people cannot come here. You're choosing that you don't like the way they do it there, so you don't want to go there. That's you self-segregating.
I don't think anybody would
We've
like
heard these
to live
arguments
there.
before. Like,
I don't think anybody would like to live there.
I would not have
some bullshit.
people group together for safety.
Sorry, Clay.
They group together for likeness, for familiarity. Everywhere, Catholics live by Catholics in parishes. Protestants by each other. Black people by black people. White people by white people. Like it's not a riddle as to why there are all these Palestinians in one place, because they're away from their place where they're from. Well, you guys keep being like, well, oh my goodness, they're trying to take over. No, they just want to be around their own people, their own culture, because it's in a strange place.
Okay, don't you see?
I mean, Effigy, I would completely agree with you if Europe wasn't suffering the same exact thing right now.
We're not saying
Europe can deal with their own shit. We're talking about here.
We're just saying that flying the flag is
How they
not
get
the
started.
most critical thing that has ever happened in New Jersey, and that the whole country isn't suddenly going to become a Muslim taken over country tomorrow morning because some city that is largely Palestinian in makeup had a Palestinian flag flown. America is not dead tonight because somebody flew that Palestinian flag. I promise you, when you wake up in the morning, it'll still be America, and you can still be a proud American.
Okay, so would you agree or disagree, Mrs. Balderson? If you came into this country, you should denounce your previous and prior, what the fuck you call it?
You're denouncing your allegiance to the former country, but not necessarily to a
So why does
culture.
it have to be in my country?
You're
Why does it have to
denouncing-
be in my country?
You're misunderstanding. You're miscategorizing what I'm saying. It is okay for me to move here, let's say from Denmark, and say, you know what, I'm no longer Danish. Doesn't mean I don't still appreciate my culture and that I might not, let's say I still spoke Danish. I probably want to hang out with people that speak both English and Danish so that until I have assimilated fully, I can actually learn the language, but still communicate with people that have the same language as I do, that have the same heritage and culture as I do. It's comfortable. It's not that I'm saying I'm celebrating my allegiance to Denmark over America or the United States. I'm just trying to stay around people that have the same interests, the same history, the same language as I do until I have figured out a new country.
And with all due respect, Mrs. Balderson, growing up, my great aunt, she raised us kids in my family. Both my parents were at work, so she did that. And she was from Afghanistan. And all she ever wanted was us kids to teach her English. She had that desire to assimilate.
Yep.
I don't think Spin has a problem with folks that want to be here if they're choosing to assimilate. But the problem is that when these folks don't want to assimilate, that's where the problem stems from.
That's bullshit.
And it's not bullshit, Effigy, because
literally
generally
said that the people who voted into the government, who were actually running the local government, he said that they were invading because they actually came here and became
Words
part of our
invading didn't
system.
come out of my
I
mouth.
just told you that they were chasing everybody out of the damn park.
Those words
let's
never
give,
came out of my mouth.
Kay's going to make his exit. Let's go ahead and give him the room for his final thoughts. We're so glad you're back, Kay. I'm going to be saying that again for like the next 3 weeks. Go ahead, sir. Are you muted? Did you hit a button or something?
Yes, I did. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So this whole like Patterson thing I think is a little silly. I think it's entirely possible to assimilate into American society while simultaneously celebrating the culture that like you came from and that you were born into and that you've been raised in your whole life. Like these two things are completely compatible, and to say so otherwise, I mean, that's just, I don't know what to call it other than xenophobia. So, hey, I'm Canadian. We're doing a pretty good job of accepting a lot of people in.
No, you're
Canada, and I mean, we are.
No, you're not.
And
you're lying out your ass.
Don't say, I
no,
bet you
we're doing a
don't
pretty good job.
in Canada.
It's a closing statement. Come on, hold
The
on.
feelings police will come and get you.
Yeah, so we're doing a pretty good job. We aren't taking the we aren't taking the melting pot approach. We're taking more like the mosaic approach, and I think it's working quite well. There doesn't seem to be a lot of like infighting amongst groups of people and all this fun jazz that you guys are going on about. So, hey, our main problem in Canada is our mistreatment of Indigenous people, but that's a whole nother topic for another night. So yeah, thanks for having me on, Sarah. Effigy, I'm sorry for leaving you so early, but I gotta sleep, man.
Good night, Kay.
Hang in there.
Again over here.
I don't know. I got Miss Balderson now.
Yeah,
I'm all good.
Miss Balderson is killing it. Keep it up.
I have a question. I have a question for Effigy. So it's pretty clear and evident that you're okay with with these other flags being flown. It's not that big a deal, right? It's cultural, that sort of thing. How would you feel about a 1942 German flag being raised?
Before you answer that, Zers is next in line backstage. Admiral Gibbs just popped in. Avery just popped in. So if you want a little panel shakeup, you gotta hit the donos. So I'm gonna bring Zers up because he was next in line, but I do have Gibbs and Avery both just popped in together. So if you want some shakeup, you know what to do. And make sure every donation you send says #Vegas. We are up to $200 that Mr. Tom Carpenter is matching. We've got 100 more to go that he will continue to match. And Fourth Wiseman says #Vegas, which actually, I'm sorry, we're up to 210 already. So now 220. to 20. He says, shaking time never harm no one. It makes those break free from chains. It's like, what's that? Did Django Unchained? Fourth Wiseman also sends another 20, which that puts us up to 240. If you're so worried, Spin, about different people and cultures, then surely living in a box ain't living at all. Travel, indulge all the world has to offer. It's my world you live in. You too can call it your world also. Travel. Any thoughts to that, Spin? Spin's taking a shit.
Yeah, he's taking a shit.
Yeah, I can't count that one, Sarah.
Do I need to get off?
There's
so
no
somebody else
hashtag.
can join?
No. Respect the grift.
Respect the grift. And again, backstage, we've got Mr. Admiral Gibbs, who's bound to get a little cantankerous, and Avery. I think Avery's been here before. I can't remember. He looks familiar. Okay. All right. Yeah, I was going to say he looked familiar. Also, we're at the new hour mark, so I would 110% like a new topic.
Perfect.
Well, can I get an answer from Effigy before
California?
that, please? I really want that.
Effigy, give your one answer. No more responses after that. We'll go around, give our final thoughts, and in the meantime, start thinking about a new topic.
No, Clay, because
I
I
got
was
one for you,
fine with flags that were allowed to be on the flagpole. Was not an insinuation that I was maximally for every single piece of cloth ever to be on the flagpole.
I bet.
Like, yeah, you know what I'm also against? I'm also against like a flag of like a naked picture of your mother up there. You know, like, come on, there's an infinite number of things that I'd be against being on the flagpole. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Did
So you don't want
think
propaganda.
You made a point?
I get it. Yeah. No. Hey, look, I'm all for limiting.
You don't think that they have a list
speech.
of things that can't be on the flagpole? Do you actually think that?
No,
doesn't exist?
I'm all about limiting what government can teach. Yes. You and me are on the same side, Effigy. Don't fight a shadow.
Oh, I have not been fighting shadows tonight.
No, don't fight a shadow because we're on the same side on this one. We really actually are 100% on the same side on this one, by the way.
No, I just see nothing wrong as far as like them doing something that's been done probably since like the early 1900s when we actually could start making fabric really, really easily and flags were popping up everywhere. But like having flags flown ceremonially in a nation that's not that nation's flag, that's been fucking done since ancient times,
we can hang
right?
a
Like
1942 Germany flag too.
Or
Or maybe a North Korean flag. Maybe a North Korean flag would be better. How about a North Korean flag? You feel like a North Korean flag would be a good fit for that flagpole?
Did I say that I supported maximally all flags? Did I ever say that?
Mom chooses to boot the lady Storm from the panel. She says, #Vegas, bring up Gibbs, boot Storm. All right, Storm to the back, Gibbs to the front. And that means I'm adding another 10. We are up to 250. We got 50 more to go for the match.
Point of order, Miss Sarah.
Huh?
Ladies are $20.
Ah, fuck, you're right. Texas Bully Mom, I apologize. You got to either send 10 more or pick someone else on the panel. You're so right. I apologize. Ladies are double. Hold on, Gibbs. I'm going to put Storm back up.
Another point of order. Isn't it 20 because it said #Vegas? Hold on. No.
Stop. That's the match. That's the Cash App match. It's not included. So
Okay.
Yeah. Good thought though. But yeah, Texas Bully Mom, tag me in chat and either say somebody else's name or send another 10 to boot the lady. I do apologize. I always forget my own rules sometimes when it comes to those.
No, I'm going. I see my worth. I'll let somebody else get up. Talk to y'all later.
Respect the grift.
Besides, you are worth it. You're worth having up here. Don't sell yourself
Maybe it's Maybelline. All right. Well, all right.
Oh, well.
Gibbs was next in line anyways, so we'll leave it there. She said boot Ant, but Texas Bully Mom, she went ahead and left anyway, so we'll leave it at that. But here's what I can do. Since she left on that nose, if you want to use it to still boot Ant and bring up Avery, I will respect it. Either way, since that kind of didn't work out the way it was supposed to work out. So I'll leave it up to you, Texas Bully Mom. We can leave the panel as it is, or I can boot Ant and bring up Avery. Up to you. Your call. You let me know. You're a proud supporter here. Boot. Oh, nope. She said boot Ant. All right. Ant to the back, Avery to the front. Wah, wah, wah. We love you, Ant. I love this game. It's so fun. I like it. Like the funnest part of this game is when everybody like is really, it's just like boot this person and that person goes down, and it's like, no, boot that person and that person goes down. And then it's like this back and forth, and somebody pays to bring somebody up and it gets crazy. That's when I'm having the most fun, quite frankly. All right. Somebody told me they had a new topic. Who was it?
I have a topic.
Avery, you were not up here, but somebody else said
I
before
put it
said
in the back check. In the back chat, Sarah.
Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through everyone, give your final thoughts on the Palestine in America topic. Again, 20 seconds or less, Clay. Okay. And then we'll move on to the next one. Spin, your final thoughts, sir.
Get them the fuck out of my country. Make America great again. Make mental asylums great again.
Fair enough. Mrs. Balderson, to you.
Freedom of religion, the right to be around people that are comfortable to you and familiar with you. I just don't see how we can say that people controlling the government in a town that's their culture, that suddenly all of a sudden them trying to take over the country. I just think we're ascribing a little too much power to one town flying a flag on one day. I think that we're making a giant mountain out of a molehill. There are much bigger fish to fry here, and I think that that's kind of a waste of our righteous indignation.
Okay, Miss Nova.
That is technically an enemy to the state. You do realize that, everybody, right? So you have conflicting ideologies. You have enemy territories that, people that do not fundamentally get along with us or have us and best of minds or best of interest. And basically the Muslim culture does not even care about living in peace with anybody. Their entire culture is about domination and taking over. And what you're seeing is just the small, this is basically how they get started. And then they start spreading. And then before you know, it's going to look like fucking Europe. That's the problem with it. So assimilate or get the fuck out. That's my opinion. And I'm sticking to it. Bye.
All right, effigy to you.
Bigotry is the opposite of intellectual reasoned thought because it makes claims about the world without evidence and encourages irrational behavior. In the absence of evidence, bigotry embraces stereotypes as proof of its claims and will distort or ignore any contradictory information challenging these claims. This is the first paragraph in a book about bigotry that we demonstrated quite well on Mr. Spin City over there tonight. Don't be a bigot. It makes you a fucking moron, and you have to distort reality just to exist mentally.
All right. Thank you, Effigy, for the win. To you.
With this topic, it's like Spin said, make America great again. But on a more deeper note, I did get the opportunity to meet a Croatian gentleman in Clive, Iowa, about 10, 15 years ago. And I had a heart-to-heart with him, and he was telling me, he goes, look, you're a country. You gave me a house. You gave me a job. But my heart is in Croatia. There are so many of these people that would absolutely love to go back to their home place. And that's where they deserve to be ultimately. But they came here under multiple different fronts. And if their home countries were simply in better states, where it wasn't war-torn or whatever, I guarantee you I would say the majority of these people would be more than happy to go back to where they came from because they love their country.
All right. Thank you so much. Clay, to you.
I would say the first portion of judgment is examining the evidence. And if all you can do is call it bigotry because someone has examined the evidence, then you are missing the point.
All right. Zers, to you.
No, I don't go out to eat a lot or buy a lot of random like souvenir type products. But if I'm going to go out to eat, I think of things like, am I going to go to a Chinese restaurant? Well, where do I go? Do I go to the ghetto to a Chinese restaurant? No, I go to Chinatown. When I want to go have Mexican food, where do I go? I go to Little Mexico. There's a Little Mexico right down on 42nd Street. And if I want to have some soul food, well, then I go to the ghetto. These type of cultures have been blending into our societies forever. As long as they are not passing laws that prevent us from religion or dressing how I wish or any of the standard freedom of speech, I don't have any concern with a small town or a town turning into, let's say, in Florida, Key West or Key Largo. It looks like little Cuba. Why does it look like little Cuba? Because they intentionally designed the entire county that way.
Perfect. Thank you, Zers. Avery, I don't know if you had any thoughts on the Palestine in America, but if you want to do final thoughts with that one for now, that's fine.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think if an American goes to a different country to live there or to immigrate there, we are expected to assimilate into their society. And a lot of countries are very unforgiving with it. And I think we should do the same. You either assimilate or you get the fuck out. And that's sorry. You came here willingly. No one forced you to fucking come here. You had a plethora of options, but you chose to come here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Gibbs.
We talk about, okay, yeah. So, I mean, Alfred said something interesting. We talked about the bigotry and all these other things. Here's the issue, though, right? And it's a real big one. We can look at the studies. Latin American immigration has been quite a bit different than immigration in other countries, over in Europe, for example, where there's total different cultures. They're implementing Sharia law. They're trying to subvert the culture over there. We can look at the numbers of SA attempts on women there. It's significantly higher. We can look at the terrorism problems they have. All these sorts of different issues, drastically different than what we've had here, where we've had similar matching cultures. Most Latinos, they're Catholics. That assimilates well into a mostly Christian nation in America. Most of them just want to come here and work. And that's really that simple. Whereas over there, they're trying to change the things when they get here. So, yeah, I think it's pretty clear that it's bad overall. It doesn't matter which group it is, honestly. It's bad. But you know how they could become citizens of America? After we annex their state. And then guess what? Then we make them citizens because they're now part of the great empire of the United States. And I wish that one day we could just keep conquering all these little nations and taking their resources and taking their people. And eventually we have one world under the United States. So everybody gets our blessings. But they have to assimilate to our culture because it's the best culture.
Fuck yeah, take the booty.
Also, if I may, I'm also going to do this Vegas thing, and I'm hosting GridCon. So, guys, we're doing a sub-a-thon on Twitch. So, if you're on Twitch, go tune in and lurk and give me some ad revenue. Subs are on discount the next 12 hours. We're going to be going all weekend. It's going to be a good time. We're trying to earn some money for all these exciting things. We booked an extra day in Vegas so I can do some more IRL content. It's not going to be debate related, but let me tell you something. Going to Vegas with Papa Gibby is something you're going to want to see, boys and girls. So make sure y'all donate now so you can see wild things while we're there. All right, and all of us are there. It'll be good times.
Beautiful, Gibbs. I was already telling the people that you had some other set content for us planned to do and engage in. Yeah, we're going to be cooking all weekend, so we're going to have fun. And Tom Carpenter is sending me some super amazing tech-oriented camera to record us while we're there with a wireless mic and everything and all that fun stuff. So he's like setting us the fuck up and sending us on our way. All right, I'll read these super chats real quick, then we'll get to For the Win's topic. Fourth Wiseman says the Big Ten hashtag Vegas. We are up to 260 on the match. Shout out to Fourth Wiseman. He says new topic. Okay, find where the word topic comes from and how. New topic, you asked for it. All right, Google search, quick Google search. Where did the word topic come from? Does anybody already know the answer to this question?
Is it from topical?
Let's see. AI overview says the word topic comes from the ancient Greek word topos, meaning place. Over time, this evolved to mean a place for common arguments. Ooh, eventually shifting into the modern English word for a subject treated in speech or writing. All right, I'll take that.
Yes, the Parthenon.
I
It's
like
always
it.
the damn Greeks.
It's always the Greeks. Fourth Wiseman also hashtag Vegas got us up to 270. We're almost there. We need 30 more for the full match. He said hashtag Vegas, boot the door, stub your toe, and get an ice pack. Actually, I'm going to be getting a peanut butter and jelly and Nutella sandwich here in like 2 minutes because I'm fucking hungry. Fourth Wiseman also says hashtag Vegas. We're up to 280. We need 20 more bones in the door for the full match. He says next travel stop Madagascar because I want to learn about Eskimos. Some choices are not always the best in haste. What the fuck? Anybody want to go to Madagascar and do some debates in Madagascar?
No.
Wait, Eskimos in Madagascar?
Eskimos. Yeah, what the fuck? You know what? For some reason, when I read Eskimos, my brain thought penguins. And then I immediately correlated it with the movie where the zebra.
Smile and wave.
And now we know Sarah's racist.
Everything's black and white, apparently.
But the movie with it was called Madagascar, and the penguins went with
Chris Rock.
the Chris Rock, the zebra, the giraffe, all of them went to Madagascar. And so when he said Eskimos, my brain immediately just thought I read penguins. I don't know why. Maybe I've got mental brain issues. All right. Next topic for the win. Go ahead and introduce it to us, please.
The next topic I'd like to talk about, we should talk about as a panel, are the California elections right now. They're still counting, and this is keep counting.
Gosh.
The races are changing. Let's talk about it.
Rigged.
They're just going to do ballot drops like they did in the 2020 election. They're going to do the same shit.
That's exactly what they're fucking doing right now.
The conspirators are going to believe this even before they even have evidence to believe it. So it doesn't matter.
I already have evidence, Effigy. Shut up.
From what I've been watching, it looks like they're going to have at least 2 individuals win the Republican on that. Even as the counts keep coming in, it seems as the 2 individual Republicans that are right now up seem to be.
Hold on, sirs, because let's start with I'm specifically following the LA mayor race and the California governor race. Those are nationwide of what has been typically being followed. Right now, Karen Bass is in the lead for first place in the mayoral race with 215,868 votes. Spencer Pratt has 174,260. Now coming in third is Nithya Raman with 153,588. So the difference between second and third right now is about 20,000 votes. Right now, as it stands, 71% of the expected votes are in. They're estimating 253,000 more. All right. Now the governor race, wait for it. Okay. So up until today, Steve Hilton was leading, but right now Becerra is up with 1.731 million votes. Steve Hilton is at 1.703 with a difference of about 28,000 between first and second. Now between Hilton and Tom Steyer now, 1.703 to 1.360. So that's about 340,000. My math is right. So the gaps are shrinking. It is now Friday night, Saturday morning. This election was held Tuesday night. And right now, as this one stands, 68% of the vote is in, with an estimate remaining of 3,041,000 votes left yet to count.
All right. Let's go around the room and we'll get everybody's initial opening thoughts on it. And we'll go from there. It looks like Spin's on the phone. Are you on the phone, Spin? Do you want to give your initial thoughts on what he just said?
California will always put a libtard Democrat in there. They want nothing to do with somebody to make a real change. It has been that way as long as I can fucking remember. And But I will say anything will be better than the scumbag that they have in there now. $1 million to save the fucking trees fucking press conference.
So is that Democrat?
Hold, what did I just literally fucking say? God damn it. Sometimes I just wonder if we have our fucking ears on. Sirs, I said we're going to go around the room. We're going to let everybody give their initial thoughts. Listen. Go ahead, Spin. Finish your thought. Keep it brief. Thank you.
I was done after I was going to say this. Magical money for a high-speed rail that just disappeared in thin air. Emissions control that, isn't enough, and we've got to invest more money. And then, oh, by the way, we're going to raise your taxes even more. And then to talk about Miss Karen Bass and the, was it a wildfire, Ben, that caused that big incident just last year? Okay. Oh, you know what? Let's just shut the fucking water off. You got firemen holding a limp dick fucking fire hose, trying to put out and save lives and property. But oh, I'm so sorry. Let's save the fishes. I'm done.
And real quick, Spin. I'm sorry, Sarah, but he's a fireman.
Okay, let's just let it
Fair
go
enough.
around.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Around the room. If he didn't listen to what you said the first time or whatever, we'll do that later. Mr. Balderson.
I think that Newsom's been an absolute nightmare for the state and was a nightmare for the Democrats. And we're seeing a changing of the guard, and that they're definitely doing their best, and cheating is usually their best. And I say that for both sides. I don't believe in elections really are particularly meaningful. I think it's which party cheats better. And the Democrats are really good at cheating here. And I think they're having to offset a wave of Republicans in California. I think the midterms primarily are going to be the Democrats winning, because I think Trump's been a nightmare for the country, but Newsom's been a nightmare for California, and Bass has for the city also. So I think we're seeing a changing of the guards, and they're doing their best to try and mitigate that with as much cheating as they can get in.
All right, Doc, you are officially banned for the night. That bullshit you just put in the backstage, other people are dual streaming or they have the screen pulled up on their end, and that bullshit in my back chat does not belong there. Number one, you already know logistics only. Number two, if somebody's dual streaming and that private chat is pulled up, it's going to fuck their shit up. That was the dumbest fucking thing you could ever have done on this channel, and I will think about whether I'll let you back up here or not. That was fucking stupid. Miss Nova, to you, please.
As a native Californian, I just have to say they're screwed. They're always going to rig the elections. I voted to get Newsom out the last time before I left the state. Mr. Eldern didn't get in. Nobody likes that guy, just like Pelosi and everybody else, the Crypt Keeper. But they just keep sticking around, So it's unfortunately going to stay bankrupt. It's going to stay corrupt. And they're using old mob tactics to seize properties, which nobody understands that at all. That's how those fires got started to begin with. I did a whole covering of it when it was live going on. Anyways, that's all I got to say about that.
Thank you, Nova. Effigy, to you, please.
The big argument I keep hearing on this is that it's taking so long, therefore cheating. California has a universal mail-in system. They have a postmark rule where your mail-in ballot can be postmarked by election day and it still gets counted. That's why this takes so long. It takes a long time for everything to come through the mail. Once it comes to their mail, they actually have a painstaking security confirmation system that it has to go through. So it takes even longer. So the length of time that an election takes is not any kind of evidence as to like someone cheating. And as we just saw, people who don't know dick about shit about what's going on in this election are just going to immediately, because they've been given permission by the fucking turds in power to constantly say every election they don't like is always stolen. So who fucking cares anymore?
Thank you, Effigy. For the win, obviously, you introduced the topic. Clay, to you, please.
Sure. Yeah, I don't live in California, so I don't really give a shit. You guys do what the fuck you want to do in your goddamn state. assholes.
Fair.
Yeah, I'm like, for real. What the fuck am I supposed to do about a fucking California voting for a fucking Republican, Republican, or Democrat? These fucking people are retarded. Literally side or one side or the other politics. You guys are fucking retarded. Are you so blind to see? Have you actually done research on any of these candidates? They all suck, by the way. You're going to vote for these fuckers? Are you retarded? Like, don't make me go spin on you, for real. Don't vote for stupid. This is what you're doing. When you vote for any one of these fucking candidates, you're voting for stupid. Good job. Good job. Now you got a fucking stupid ass goddamn system.
Thank you, Clay. Mr. Gibbs, to you, please. You are muted, sir.
Let me just, all right, first off, yes, listen, you don't want to talk about cheating, but we can give examples of this. I was told, 2020 safest election ever. Now there's coming out, there's a lot of sus things. We all thought it was sus then. Then we come over here, we see in 2022, this is something that actually happened. We literally have a Connecticut mayor's race that was so fraudulent that they have the video of one of these people convicted. She's laughing as she takes a box of ballots out there and stuffs them in a mailbox, or ballot counting box, then comes back with another person, and they're on tape laughing about how they just did this, and they pull them out and then start counting them again. And this is on tape, and the mayor got pulled out because it was all clear corruption, all sorts of stuff. You can look up Connecticut 2022. So we know they already do this at the local level. It's not hard to believe they do it at the national level. That's why we introduced the census thing. We introduced the census, wanted to be doing that so we can track how many of these illegal people are here. That's why they don't want voter ID. It's a racket. We all know it. It's outrageous. Now, I can't think of one single time in history where a late ballot came in and it was for the Republicans. Not once. And you're telling me that there's, nothing sus about that? Oh, crazy work. There's a county that reported not a single vote for one of these candidates over there. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm sure in a county of thousands, there wasn't a single vote for this guy. Believable. Doubt. It's just so many suspicious things. But hey, we can't, I'm sure it's just lawfare, right? And also everything Clay just said, disregard, folks. I hate when the take, don't vote. Oh, if you're just voting for or vote for a third party. That's not what works, guys. I hate to break it to you. If a third party is popular enough, maybe vote at the local level. But what you should be doing is voting for the lesser of two evils, because, dear God, one side is burning this place down, and the other side, they might not be good, but they at least want a house to live in. I'd rather hang out with the squatter than the arsonist. I'm just saying. And I've got to be honest, when people go on vote, you're wasting your vote. And every vote does matter. And I think you need to go and vote for real candidates that have a chance of winning. And right now, the only way that y'all can get change is if y'all go out and vote. So the most important thing y'all can do is go vote. And come vote in the November when it's all big time. And make sure that these Democrats don't get back in power, because we're winning the culture war. Thank God.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Avery, to you, darling.
I mean, everything's kind of already been said. I mean, Steven Crowder exposed what was going on during the 2020 election. A bunch of people were registered to a fucking abandoned lot. It doesn't surprise me if they're going to do this in California. I mean, you had people moving in from other states to try and, staying there for 2-3 months to try and switch the state to fucking blue. It's never fucking ending. If they don't think they're going to get the popular vote, they're going to try and fucking cheat their way out of it.
Thank you, Avery. Did everybody see how short and sweet Avery's was? What a champion. I love this. Zers, go ahead, darling.
So I heard the word Democrat, and I think since it's a very complex subject and not many Americans understand it, you take the E out and you put a U in, and then, not a lot of Americans know that there's a B there. So you remove the B and it becomes Democrat.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to leave it for what?
Before we open up that, can I read a couple super chats that came on my side?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Is this the Irving?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't scroll down quickly enough. Yeah, go ahead. Go for it, Ben.
Yeah. Anything that has to do with liberal thinking just makes me glad to be a Republican. A well-informed minority will always beat the ill-informed majority.
Did you have a thought to that?
Very good. I definitely agree with the well-informed part, without a doubt. And then also he says, my previous donation got skipped. but screw them. And my wife was sitting here, Irving, and she doesn't know what she's looking at on the screen.
Yeah, no, that was my fault. I sometimes when I have it scrolled, it doesn't auto move. So that was my fault, Irving. But sometimes also, Irving, we do like wait 10 to 15 minutes before we read all of the super chats. Because if not, I'd just be sometimes interrupting everybody all the time. So, but thank you so kindly for sending love into Ben. We love you. All right. I will leave you guys into open floor. If you don't mind, Ben, if you can, I'm going to just go get a peanut butter jelly sandwich because I find myself becoming incredibly bitchy and hangry, and Duck fucking pissed me off. I was okay with waiting a little longer, but now I need one. So I will return. Everybody, you know and understand the rule. Ben is in charge. You fucking listen to him, and he can boot the shit out of you if he needs to. Give me like 10 minutes. I'm going to add a cup of coffee to that too. I love you. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Go get the hangry over.
Hey,
Darn
Ben.
it, I can't cut her
Ben.
off when she's gone.
Ben, real quick, he is been coming in your chat a lot and donating, Irving. So
thank you very much, Irving. You are greatly appreciated, sir. And I was not going to let your super chat get by without being read. And
sometimes I mean, even like whenever we're dual streaming, Ben, and stuff like that, sometimes the chat is going by so fucking quick. I miss one or you miss one. So
yeah,
it's not done on purpose, Irving. Thank you.
But back to the California elections.
Yep. So I was trying to go back to Spin earlier. Spin, you're a fireman, right? Retired fireman?
I was, yes.
Yeah. So I imagine you watched the streams of everything burning last year and everything. And
Okay,
as a fireman,
Yes.
tell us about what you witnessed. I mean, good Lord, like what the fuck do you do without any water? Like how do you combat anything?
Piss on it. That's what you do. There's not oh, hold on. Crack baby's a fireman. He's in the chat. Shut up, Crack baby ho.
Never mind. I don't want Crack Baby's opinion anymore.
The hotshots in Oregon's typically dig fire lines where they dig out the area in front of.
Stop. You're on the motherfucking topic that I am 110% fucking well versed in.
Okay, well, you don't just piss on it, man. I was trying to make it a little bit more clear than just piss on it. But go ahead.
First of all, a fire line is dug in pretty much in is wildland firefighting. Okay, this wasn't wildland. This was a neighborhood, multiple neighborhoods. Yeah, the fire started in the woods where they would have to do airdrops, where they would have to do truck water in, but there was no water to be had. So what you do in that position is stand there and watch it burn. That's what you do.
Is that the expert opinion? Because I would think that you fly helicopters or airplanes out to the water, which was right near the neighborhood, and then drop water.
But sir, everything burned, bro. Everything
I understand
burned.
That was a horrible event, but it's not to say that they didn't try to extinguish it via
are you going to question my 26 and a half years of firefighting that I have a master's degree in? Please
I'm
don't.
pretty sure I saw aircraft dropping water, but that's all right. I mean,
do you realize water though, was it?
Do you realize it's usually mixed with fire retardant? That's how the plane works, is they fill it with fire retardant and then add water. They go and flip planes land and add water to it.
No, they don't add water to retardant. That's retarded in itself, because fire retardant, if you put water in it, it makes it a paste, therefore clogging the tubes underneath the plane, and it's going to come out in one big clump. So shut up, retard. You're going to lose big time.
So part of my, astounding of all of this is that the leading vote getter for the mayoral race is Karen Bass, who is in charge of LA County with all of that. And at the end of the day, California pays the most in taxes. At minimum, I would imagine the fire hydrants to have water. That is asinine to me.
Yeah, and then for the win, not to interrupt you like an asshole, like.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Go on. It's okay. It's okay.
They cut the water off to the water basin that they had. I forget the neighborhood. Ben, you would know the neighborhood I'm talking about.
I actually don't remember the name of the neighborhood,
Yeah,
but
I can't remember it for the fucking life of me. Okay.
I do know that the story is that the holding tank was getting maintenance.
Yeah, getting maintenance. Yeah, sure it was. No, the bitch cut the fucking water off because they wanted to save the fishes and they wanted to save all this other bullshit. And guess what? Guess where that fucking bitch was? Not even in the country. And then
she pulled a Ted Cruz.
What?
Oh, snow, and he left the country to New Mexico. And
yeah, you go. No, it wasn't. It was not New Mexico. New Mexico's in the United States.
New Mexico. Correction. Correction.
Wait,
sorry, my bad.
That's so fucking retarded.
Wait,
I'm literally
the
in
problem
New
was
Mexico
that
right now, and I ain't never left the mainland.
You're still on it. Did you hear me immediately retract it after you mentioned it?
No, we were
I
too
made
busy.
the mistake.
It's a track record we're laughing at, sirs.
To hear me say, "Oh yeah, that's right, Mexico."
You have a track record of saying really stupid shit.
Well, then he's in good company.
He's over there having a good fucking time. Her city's burning down, literally. Oh, I'm not coming back. My lieutenant, my staff will handle it. I don't need to be there. Well, motherfucker, let me tell you something. That is just like saying, hey, half my town's on fire, but my fire chief says, my staff will handle it. That's the most asinine thing that I have ever heard in my life.
Well, I don't know. You just said that they didn't use any float planes to put out any fires. I mean, that's crazy.
They were putting float planes. If you know anything about firefighting, which it's very clear and obvious you don't know a jack shit, and I'm surprised if you would even know how to use a fire extinguisher, a very basic thing. You can't, there is only so much water an airplane can hold.
And if I remember, there were helicopters carrying like that, I'll call it like a big tarp of water kind of a thing.
It's called a water basket.
Yeah. And like they would drop, and they were constantly just moving and doing all of it, and it just simply still wasn't enough. Okay?
And what was happening is...
Well, not enough is much different than not doing it at all.
Oh, really? Oh, so you think.
So I have a
Try again. So what the water baskets were, that fire was so hot that anytime they were putting water on it, it was going out for less than 30 seconds because that fire was so hot, and it was so hot at the ground level, it was just combusting even more. And then not to factor in the winds were fueling it as well. See, what you don't take into account is the natural problem. You can't stop the wind, can you, Zerzu?
Oh, no. And it's putting out the fires quite hard, but the only thing I mentioned is that there was float planes, and also Admiral Gibbs admitted or confirmed that there were also aircrafts dropping water. That's all I said. And you've been yelling forever over me saying that they also use aircraft.
Give Gibbs here the floor.
Yeah, so I have a buddy. This is a great story, by the way. And this, so he was sitting. When was the fire? A few months ago, right? And so he's a smoke jumper. This guy's a former Navy SEAL. There's something wrong with this guy. This guy's like Chuck Norris was rabid, right?
That's the best guy.
Yeah, he's crazy as fuck, just like a super adrenaline junkie, like 2% body fat, scariest guy you ever met in your life. Just like when he looks at you dead in the eyes. But he's a nice guy. And he sends me this video, and he's like, we ain't got no water, we ain't got no retardant. He's like, but we smoke jumping, and we only got a 30% chance of surviving. Check out this video. And he sends me a Snapchat. And he runs out the plane, and then he jumps, and he flips it around, and it's just like this inferno, like shooting up in the air. And he's like, all right, I gotta go. And I'm like, this could have been his last video ever sent out. Like, and he's over here diving into the fire, and like they're like laser beaming, and they're targeted with shit, all sorts of wild stuff.
So that was battling the fire stuff, right? Now let's talk about after the fact.
Oh yeah, let's
and everything.
talk about that, because I know a lot about that too. They went out and investigated, and you want to know what the motherfucking biggest thing they said? There's no water. And then they wouldn't even let them fucking rebuild the insurance companies because the fire investigators and the fire marshals said, oh, it's inhabitable. Well, motherfucker, 2 weeks before it was.
And I think another great point, you guys, is that State Farm dropped the fucking area because California refused to do any forest management.
Yeah, and you know what forest management does? It clears the brush. So whenever a fire happens, we're not out there trying to get killed. Oh, but we take away the water. We don't fucking take care of our land. Oh, it's okay. We got insurance.
Reserves
Kiss my ass.
So, but anyway, back to the elections. This shit's clearly fucking fraudulent, boys. I think, and now they're walking around, and they got the assistant attorney general in there walking around. Yeah, someone's going to, like, they already have videos of people stuffing the ballot.
Why? Why do you make the bald assertion? Like, what's the evidence of clear?
I'll give you that. I'll give you that evidence right here. Hold on, Gibbs. Just 1 second. Over the first night, there was a ballot drop that happened where Karen Bass received 24,000 votes, and Pratt got 0.
Not suspicious.
Does that happen? Does that happen often?
Wait, is Karen Bass the Democrat?
She's the Democrat incumbent.
Exactly.
Yes, FG.
In
Not
California.
Not a single vote for the other side.
Yeah. The odds of that happening statistically, and the amount of votes she got,
almost statistically impossible.
Yeah, it's literally like
the Avery.
And it also happened with Trump too.
Fucking 0. That will never happen. Yeah,
we also have
the fact that these things happening in multiple elections.
No, I agree with you. Yeah,
if that
if
guy
it's a
even
specific
just
area or a
got
voting
one
location.
vote. Hold on, Gibbs. If that guy got 1 vote, statistically, would be impossible for him to just get 1 vote in 1 county.
Yeah, I mean, and like the amount of votes is like it was like 24,000 or some crazy number, right? So like it's not like it's just like oh, it's a 500 person county or some shit. No, it was a pretty good sized county. Like the odds of that happening, like with that number of people, is like astronomical now. Also, we have evidence. We have video of people stuffing boxes. We have videos of people burning boxes. These are already things that are happening, and I don't think those are organized cheating. But we already have evidence that happened. It might be organized. It might be some just like clown, But that's evidence that we got shit going down. We have the sus count. No other place on the face of the earth here in the United States takes this long. Florida's able to get it all done in one night. All these other places they've clearly designed this.
Did you
with a really good mind?
hear what I said though?
I heard what you said.
No, they have universal mail-in balloting.
I did hear that. I understand why.
All you have to do is have it postmarked by election day.
No, I understand that. I'm not arguing that that's why it's rigged. I'm arguing you're doing that because it's rigged. Because they set a system up so they can rig it through it. Now, that theoretically, if everybody was a good actor, that would be fine. But since we know that they're going to be like, oh shit, he's won this many votes, this is how many we got to go print in the back somewhere, then we're going to have that. That's why.
Psycho conspiracy theorist. That's all. Just like FG said.
We have evidence it's already happening.
FG's been saying it the whole time. You're a psycho conspiracy theorist.
Water you swim in ever since Trump came, right? Everything's a conspiracy. Every single thing.
Conspiracy. Yeah, here's the thing though. Like I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not one of these ones going over here.
I mean, I could buy into the both sides are cheating at all times thing.
Sure,
like I could totally buy into that. Sure.
Yeah, I agree. They're both probably cheating. This is just to the level it's too egregious of a level.
Until a Republican points out that the Democrats are cheating.
there are Republicans that have been busted here in Texas for cheating, and like it's a local thing. Like there's local cheating all the time throughout all sorts of places. Like I don't know that why you think that the gotcha play. Like at the local level, Republicans and Democrats don't mean shit. It's really only nationally that it matters, like which one you're voting for. Like because at the local level, people could be a conservative and end up being on the Democrat ticket just because they might have lost the primary or something, and they wanted to run it. That's how that works at the local level. And then they'll renounce their fucking position, like their affiliation half the time.
Conspiracy, bro. Conspiracy.
That's not a conspiracy. This is like hold on, Clay. But this is I literally got my undergrad.
Sarah wants to talk.
Specialized, and like you're saying conspiracy, whatever. It's like I'm sitting here quoting things that are scientifically backed by data over statistics over decades and decades and decades.
Sound like Alex Jones.
Yeah,
We've got
sure.
the data.
All right. Just so you know, we are logistics wise. We are down to the 5-minute marker for the dono goal. You have 5 minutes, and it actually should say 6 out of 10 on the dono goal, not 5. So you only have 4 more to go for the win. This is your topic. You don't want to leave on this note. You want to keep going. Tell them what they need to do, sir.
You guys help us out. I can't believe we're even doing this. I mean, we have Vegas on the line, you guys. We have. What did we meet the match yet of 300 yet, Sarah?
We have
We're so close, right?
20 more to go.
$20 more, guys. Let's at least hit this goal so we can all go home happy. We can kick off, day 1 for Sarah to go to Vegas the right way here, guys. So help us out, please.
Hell yeah. Clay.
Yeah, we're going to Vegas, baby. Major Nation. Yeehaw. No, Gibbs, I'm just giving you shit. This is funny. Whenever a Republican points out that a Democrat has cheated, that's when the Democrat says you're a conspiracy theorist. Completely wrong. But you guys, we're having a great conversation. You guys are having fun. You've been donating all night long. This is not the end of it. I know you're gonna fulfill it. It's only $40 to go. Let's get it.
There we go. Keep it going, Gibbs. Hallelujah.
Hey, excuse me, I was dying over there. Listen, I'm just warming up. I got like another 12 hours at least on my side. So y'all need to donate so that I don't have to switch content. So get your ass in gear because we are ready to go ham up in this bitch. All right. Make it happen, boys.
Hell yeah. I love his optimism. Avery, what do they need to do?
Donate your fucking money. It's very, what are we, like $20 off? Is that it? $10?
We need 40. So either 4 $10 spots or just 40 bones.
Just donate $40. It's fucking easy. It's really easy.
Hell yeah. Just like Avery says, it's easy. Zers.
Now you guys have donated some money, but I'm gonna go with my normal plan of you guys really suck, man. I'm telling you what, you guys kicked me off a couple of times because you couldn't handle my arguments. Bunch of little cowards. Anyway, I mean, come on, give us the money, guys. Give us some money.
And I'll use that note to say that Ant is still sitting backstage, and Hostile Hyperborean is backstage as well. So since you want to kick, so he just said, fuck you. He just said, fuck you for kicking him off. So you should just do it again with a 10 spot. Oh, who did we lose? Oh, never mind. I see he's back.
Before we resume, I do have something to say.
Not yet. Avagee with your grift, sir. We've only got 2 minutes left.
4 is the magic number. Yes, it is. It's the magic number. So fucking give us those 4 donations so you can keep this shit show going. And maybe, just fucking maybe, by the end of the night, we will make Spin admit how fucking wrong he was about those goddamn fucking flags.
Nova. I might leave Nova on the screen extra long.
If you want to hear me and Sarah on a speed date and talking sexy boys, do that dono. Okay. $40. Me and her talking sexy. We're going to start making small dick jokes. Okay. That's what we're going to do. So if you don't want to get roasted, come over here and give us that money.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear a word you said, and I can't figure out why. Mr. Boulder said to you, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear Gibbs go on and tell us all that they're turning the frogs gay. I hope Gibbs could do the best impression of that, and I think everybody should at least want to see that out of this.
And
also,
I can definitely do an Alex Jones impression. Can't confirm.
I knew it was possible. And Irving Vasquez says liberals have Pride Month, but what are they proud of?
What are they proud of?
Sucking dick.
Absolutely nothing.
And then let's see, Mr. Spin, to you, sir.
$40. I started this shit show. I helped start this shit show. And there it is.
Oh,
sexy
hey,
voice, do it.
Who's doing the sexy voice?
I think it's
You,
Spin.
you and
I think
Nova.
it's you and Nova, Sarah. You're going to go on a speed date.
You know what?
Might work.
Okay, number one, everyone needs to put fucking tomatoes in the chat for Mr. Alexander. We haven't seen him in a while. He's been doing kind of quick little drive-bys from time to time. We miss him so dearly, especially when he likes to join the panel as well. Okay, so we miss you, Alexander. I hope you're going to be patroning more often because you were a fun panelist and always had great insights to offer. Number two, here's what I think we should do. I think all of the men should do sexy voice first, and then maybe Nova and I will solo a little speed date and talk about small dicks for a minute.
Finally.
Spin, you're not going anywhere. Get back here. You started off, sir.
Nope.
All right, here's the new rule then. All of your arguments that all of you are going to be making tonight have to be in a sexy voice, or you can just do one little sexy voice right now and we can get it over with.
I mean, thank God my voice is always sexy. So.
Get
The rest of y'all are
ready
screwed.
for some shit you've never wanted to hear.
Say your ABC, Spin, in a sexy voice.
No.
Better do it.
Nope.
Everybody's checking out.
Fucking pussies. Well, then I guess Nova and I aren't going to do it then. It's unfortunate.
There's no sway in my step.
I was trying to get lucky with you,
There.
Sarah.
There
What
it
the
is.
hell?
You just did it.
You're
Do it
just
again.
ruining
Do it again, Spin.
Nope.
You guys are ruining
He
it.
did do that, though. He did do it.
Listen, there's no
Gibbs is the
sway
only
in
one
my
who's got
step,
some
lady.
balls up here. Come on now.
It's the second time. He did it twice now.
You know what? It's because I'm sick of them putting the chemicals in the water and turning the freaking frogs gay. You know, it's because they're a cabal of goblins. I'm telling you, they're sitting there taking child sacrifices to Molech and they're putting chemicals in the water.
What I'm talking about.
I will honor this short request. You have exactly 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. You're welcome, Irving. But unfortunately, I had the super chat up because for $2, that's all you're going to get. Send Ben more money and I will happily.
Oh, I'm sorry.
pay
I
that
totally
young
missed
lady.
what was going on. I was like, what am I doing up here?
Fourth Wiseman doubled down on the dono goal. I love this. This is teamwork makes the dream work, guys. He says, hashtag Vegas, which we are fully fulfilled. We have met the match of the full $300. Tom Carpenter will finish that Cash App and life will be good. And we are matched. He says, Vegas betting fun. Learn how to earn money. Then you can learn how to keep it like I do when I donate it. I'm getting a pizza ATM or a pizza at the moment from the pizza shop. It's also free. Yum, yum. Oh, garlic bread too. Ooh. How's the pizza free? But again, I don't bet. If I'm going to put that money somewhere, Fourth Wiseman, I'm going to bet on myself and my panelists. And that's where it's going because that has ROI on it. So shout out to you. Double whammy on the pink donos. More tomatoes in the motherfucking chat. Okay, I will let you guys get back. Did I miss any donos? This one you did. Did you hit this one?
No, there was one up there that said nothing.
This one. Shout out
Yeah,
to
we didn't do that one.
Oh, shout out to Stap for sending Ben lots of love over there. We love it. Hello and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Just get a round of thank yous in the chat for all the fucking maters all the time. Always here, always lit, always bringing on the content. All right, back to the content. And don't forget, we've got Ant and Hostile hanging out backstage. If you want to see them up, you know what to do. The only person you can't boot tonight is Nova because tits. Sorry. There you go. If anybody wants to fight me on that, fucking come fight me. All right, back to you guys. I forget who was going.
Yeah, I would like to stay on the topic of firefighting. You're never going to get it past me, ever. And about the water fucking problems and the problems that dumbass bitch caused for people to lose their lives, their lives, meaning their homes. So why would you ever want to vote that dumb thing back into office? Almost.
And on that point, Spin, it's not about just the homes being burned down. It's the after effect. Trump went there right away, cut all the federal bullshit red tape, and said, go. And yet, how many homes have been rebuilt to this point? How many homes have started in this? There's been a couple. Let's be right about that. I mean, the really, really rich people were able to do that and such, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah.
But for the regular us on the panel of the homes that burned out there, no, they haven't.
And that's pathetic. And it wasn't the federal government that did it. It was her administration. Let's be clear about that. So why the fuck would you ever want somebody that's against rebuilding to be back in office and power? That's the stupidest fucking ideology I've ever heard. I lose my fucking home because you turned the water off? Go fuck yourself.
I don't know. I can't vote for her and didn't vote for her, so I have no clue.
Where's she at for the win? Where's that dumbass bitch at right now in the polls?
Sure. Let me pull it right back up here. I was on the governor tab. Okay, Karen Bass, she's at 215,868. She's in first place right now as it stands. And keep in mind that the top two vote getters move on to November. Okay. Spencer Pratt, he's at 174,260. So right now there's about 45,000 give or take vote total between the two. And then between him and Nithya Raman, she's at 153,588 with about a 20,000 vote difference. As it stood earlier today, I believe there was about a 50,000 vote difference between the two. So that gap is shrinking. And like I said earlier, with the governor race specifically, now Xavier Becerra, he is now at 1.731 million, who unseated Hilton from earlier in the day as well, too. He's now at 1.703, losing by about 7,000 votes. And Tom Steyer's now at 1.360, a difference of about, what I say, 360,000, 460,000. So that gap between these now second and third places, they're shrinking a lot. And specifically, in the governor race, we have about 3 million votes still yet to count. We're only 68% of the way there, whereas in the LA mayor race, we're only 71% counted. And we're now Friday into Saturday.
And they're going to have their union break to over the weekend because God forbid you can't fucking do your job.
Now, I would like to push back on Effigy. Like,
how dare they get weekends? How dare them?
Well, you were talking about mail-in voting here, and California is our most populous state in the union right now. Does it make any sense in the world to take your most populous state and have mail-in voting?
Yeah, why not?
Well, you have the most votes to count. I mean, realistically, we should do it like the rest.
It's your side that have conditioned themselves to think that mail-in voting is some kind of evil.
Well, you know what, Effigy? I'm going to push back on you a little bit, too. When you have people that are registered to an address that are dead that are voting, I see a problem with that.
I mean, Effigy, we have Cam Hickney, we have James O'Keefe videotaping folks on Skid Row, having these folks fill out ballot initiatives, ballots themselves voting for specific people that they tell them to vote for.
James O'Keefe's one of the people who's getting caught lying doing this shit. Like it's his whole
They're
shtick.
videotaping it happening, dude. Like, you can't deny it. That's just what's happening.
I mean, I haven't seen the video, so
they took that person's name and address. They went out to that person's name and address and said, "Hey, is so and so in here?" And you get either, "Oh, that person's dead," "Oh, that person's not alive anymore," or whatever. And then the person that is actually there, that they actually went in,
which correlates to what, like the voter rolls or vote cast.
Well, and like I'm saying, is the person that they interviewed that was actually there present saying, "I didn't vote for that. I didn't do that. I didn't submit a ballot like that." That's voter fraud, dude.
But they just count the vote anyway.
I mean, cool. Prove it in court. People get convicted for shit like that, right?
Well, and now the DOJ.
No, there's a few Republicans who've been convicted for it. There are people who get convicted for voter fraud. Like, why can't we prove this in court? Like, why is this? Why do we have to just like sit here and talk about it?
Well, that's where it's going right now. The DOJ is investigating California right now because of all this shit.
How long does a court process take for that effigy?
Does it matter how long it takes?
Well,
That's our process
say,
to determining if someone's done something illegal, right?
Why would it not
just
matter?
the court of opinion, right?
Oh,
I mean,
wait. Before you go off on a tangent, why would it not matter?
In regards to it fulfilling the Constitution's promise to a speedy trial, that's the only way I could think that it mattered.
So due process,
You
right?
have the right to
Due process
process
makes
the
sense.
trial.
Right. So due process is a good thing, but that's a non
But the
sequitur.
angle you seem to be coming from, yeah, but you seem to be coming from it, but by the
It's
length
a
of time
non
that it's
sequitur.
taking.
You're trying to divert from what I'm asking you. How long does it take? How long does the court process take?
It can take years.
Court processes can take different lengths.
Typically at least about 2 years. At least. Sometimes 3 or 4, right? So the governor is elected when? 2 years
November.
prior to that, right? So this governor could be sitting running things for 2 years. So why do you bring it up immediately and talk about it publicly? Because, I don't know, the court process, and you make a big deal out of it, because the court process is due process, takes a couple years to even fucking find out the facts.
Then what should we do?
I mean,
Should we do?
what
Just
you're-
have
what
an
you're
angry
saying-
mob?
What you're saying,
No,
Effigy,
no,
is that
Effigy.
it's okay. Go ahead and cheat. Go ahead and do it. Just prove it in court. We don't give a fuck.
That's not what I said at all. I
Well,
said
that's
if
what
there's
you're,
wrong,
that's in a sense what you're saying.
you guys are sitting here trying to blow past the entire mechanism for us to prove if people are breaking the law, and you're like, well. Like, what are you asking? Like, what are you saying? Do you
We
need
have
a
it
fucking
on
angry
video.
mob?
It takes too long.
Case fucking.
And then what do you
closed.
do with that? What happens when you have someone on video committing a crime? What do you do next, guys?
We had people on video crossing the fucking border, but
All right, we've said it. We've said it 100 times. We got it on video. What do we do next?
They get deported. It's the same secular
Do we
argument.
form an angry mob and go burn down their houses, or do we call the cops or have a lawsuit? Which
Now,
one do we do?
To point to Clay's point with the 2 to 4 years, that's true with any other standard trial. But when it comes to something like this and the magnitude of this and the timeliness of things, I would imagine that things are expedited exponentially. Absolutely. You have to bring up the case right then and there.
Yes,
because
you can absolutely do that. How do we think that Supreme Court cases get up there in less than 3 or 4
correct,
months since they're first
correct,
getting there?
100% Effigy. Yes, yes.
That's what I'm saying. Clay's argument is bullshit because we know these things can be expedited.
But at the same time,
why can't we
Effigy,
just-
what we're bringing to you, this is evidence. This is what is happening right now on the ground.
This is what you believe.
No, it's
Like,
not what
that's
we
it.
believe. This is what we have as
The
evidence.
videos are online, dude.
Sure, cool. If it is fraud, yeah, convict the shit out of them. Go for it.
Okay,
I'm right there with
so
you. Like,
you argued that you had a problem with people having a speedy trial that came across the motherfucking border, but you're sitting here advocating
Boy,
that
you were
it's going to
like-
take so motherfucking long.
how are you wrong 3 times in one
It's
sentence?
going to take so long to convict them.
Hey, Effigy, you want to know how we
Oh,
solve this?
Effigy, you missed a golden chance.
I think he's arguing.
Sorry, I'm going to
in
give back to
both-
Avery, but I just want to say real quick, Effigy, that was a perfect chance to hit it with a Luke Skywalker. Man, that's amazing because everything you just said was wrong. You missed that chance, bro. You really.
I know I thought about it for half a second, but I was like, nah.
Yeah, epic fail. All right, sorry, Avery. Go ahead.
So it's fine. The way
You're
we
right to
fix
call me out for
this,
that. You're totally right in that.
the way we fix this is you have to go vote in person and you bring two forms of identification. Right?
That's what they're trying to do, Avery, but they won't do it.
No, I know. I'm on your
hold on.
side, dude.
No,
Hold
I
on a second.
Avery,
I just want to add in
Avery.
here. Avery we should have 100% had Avery do the sexy voice. Just saying. I mean,
wait a minute. You said everybody had to do it. Why was I singled the fuck out?
Well, if you said no,
Is the offer still on the table, Sarah?
stop for a second. I said all the men do it first, and then Nova and I will do it. But if you were the first person that I said do it, and you said no, I
never
refused,
highlighted anybody else.
Well, I'm not going to go. He said no. I said everyone else do it. No,
I did it.
He did it.
Group punishment. That's what she's saying here. Group punishment.
I did do it.
No, you really didn't do it.
Thanks, Clay.
You refused.
Hey, Sarah.
Because I don't have a
How
sexy
you
voice.
doing? How you doing? Hey, Nova. How you doing?
Or the wind wants to
Baby,
hear
I'm
us
doing
do a
good.
sexy.
How are you?
So Effigy, are you against, people going to vote in person and having to show two forms of identification, whether it be an ID, a driver's license, and a social security card? Would you be against that in order to cast your vote?
You want people to have to show their social security card when they vote? What do you think we do when we register to vote? We have to show ID when we register to
You
vote,
should
right?
still go do it when you go to the ballot box.
When you
The process
register,
takes several months to multiple years.
When you
I'm
initially
looking at it
register,
right now.
hold on. When you register to vote, absolutely prove your fucking citizenship. Once you do that, you're fair game. You did your job. But prove your fucking citizenship from the.
But this is uniform.
You should also
right?
do it when you go vote.
You always do this when you register to vote.
What
you guys are talking about is IDing when you go to vote. Those are two separate things. So everyone has to show all these forms of ID when you register to vote.
Right.
That's why we keep saying you're throwing up hurdles because we've already done the thing you're asking for.
Effigy, when I went here in Wisconsin, they just simply asked for my name and address, and my name just matched, and they said,
Yeah, some places don't
I didn't
ask
have
for
to show
ID when
my
you go to vote.
But that's be the law of the land across the board in all 50 U.S. states.
Here's the irony for the win. Here in Florida, when I moved from the state that I used to live in to Florida, when I registered, I didn't have to show ID. I didn't have to show my social security card. I did the same thing you did. I put my name and my address down on a voter registration form.
So they don't have vote by mail in Florida, correct? You have to go to the polling stations. Do they check your identification when you go to the polling stations?
No.
Not one. When I just voted in the primary, I didn't have to.
With your Florida government if they're not doing that correctly.
Wait a minute. Say that again, Zerzu.
It sounds like you need to complain to the Florida government if they're not making sure that you are a U.S. citizen before voting. I had to make sure that I gave my ID to make sure that I was a U.S. citizen and was able to vote. I wasn't a felon.
Okay.
And if Florida is not doing that, then that's a Florida thing. The same thing as the entire governor thing. If California decides to pick this governor, it's a California thing. I can't change their vote. I can maybe sway some minds of some viewers, but I can't necessarily change their vote. And nobody here on the panel that I know of, or any of you guys from California,
your argument.
Are any of you capable of changing what's happening in California? One. And that matters. Did you go and vote, sir?
Hold on a minute.
Are you going to go and vote?
Wait a minute.
Well, then it doesn't help
driver's licenses
about it unless you go to
in
change
many
it.
states.
You
Hold
have
on,
to change
Zerzu.
your
Hold on, Zerzu. There were driver's licenses issued to non-U.S. citizens that came across the border illegally. Oh, you forget about that? So wait a minute. Let's just give everybody a driver's license, let them walk into a polling station, show their ID to some dumb fuck, liberal fucking moron that has no fucking idea what they're even looking at, and let's just give them a vote or a ballot to go into a little box, and they have no right to even vote.
I don't agree with that at all. I think that's very wrong. And like I said, I had
Can I
to prove
interject
that I was a U.S. citizen.
Can I
I had
interject
to
here real
prove that
quick?
I was a U.S. citizen in order to
Nova.
register.
Go ahead, Nova. Did you? Who said interject?
That was me. That was me.
Oh my God, Avery, this is what I mean. You sound like a fucking girl.
It's the microphone, okay? It distorts.
Microphone, sure.
I get this so much, dude. Oh my God.
It's my microphone that makes my voice so low, like Igor.
Not you.
You still haven't answered my question, Effigy. So do you think that we should? Do you think that we should still have people, even though they've done the voter registration, before they vote, have it all be double checked again before they vote, before they cast their fucking vote? Yes or no?
I see it as unnecessary. I think it can also be used as a hurdle. So I mean,
Why
I guess
would that be used as a hurdle?
I wouldn't.
Why is it a hurdle? Who doesn't have their
because when you put things in front of people that they have to pay money for to be able to vote, you're putting a hurdle up. That
What
like
do you mean pay money for?
Effigy, when I went and bought my fucking brandy this evening, they said, "Hey, can I see an ID?"
You mean pay money for? Pay money for what? Your fucking ID that you have to get renewed? Really?
Is your brandy a privilege or a right?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck the brandy. Fuck that. Answer my question.
Nobody's
yes or no.
taking the right
Don't
away.
obfuscate. Don't answer the question. Yes or no.
I've already answered you. What do you want, dude? I'm fine
You
with
didn't say yes or no. Okay, there we go.
Nobody is taking the right to vote away. We are just saying that we need to make sure that you are eligible and legally allowed
we have
to vote.
been. Everyone does. Everyone registers to vote through their government, and then gets checked on a list when they go to vote.
Hold on. California issued how many driver's licenses to illegal people?
Is having a driver's license the same as registering to vote?
Well, you're advocating that anybody has a driver's license.
Hold on. This is actually a really important point you bring up here, because some counties openly said that they accept legal aliens to vote in local elections. Well, in California, they decided that. And then what they decided
Yes, I assume we're talking about federal elections, right?
Well, hold on. It gets better. Then they decided. Then they decided.
Let him finish.
They decided legal immigrants, right? Not illegals. Well, then they decided, well, we're going to issue licenses to illegal aliens here that did not come through the proper way in California. Okay, because they have sanctuary cities, they have something to the policy. Now, then what they turned around and did is in those counties where they accepted these legal immigrants, they said, oh, well, the only proof that we need for you to register to vote is a driver's license. So even though these people aren't actually legal immigrants, they're able to go and vote because they were giving legal IDs to illegal immigrants.
In local elections, right?
Yeah, and that's the most.
Does it matter? Does it matter if it's local elections or not? It shouldn't be any election.
Yes, there's a huge difference.
It shouldn't be any election. It shouldn't be any election.
I know it sucks to be in the United States.
I'm going to hit it home right for you, Effigy.
When you're fucking illegal, you don't have a right to vote in our system. End of discussion.
Exactly. And
end of fucking discussion. And the fact that doesn't bother you is fucked up.
Talking about legal immigrants.
Illegal.
And Avery, to the illegal immigration topic. Now, hold on. Before you guys go, I just want to point out that Effigy, you are 100% wrong. That there are no safeguards in place. There are none. Okay, it still takes 2 to 3 years for this sort of thing to get sorted out. Okay, when people commit crimes or even civil infractions, right?
I'm not sure how you can possibly say that when we have Supreme Court cases hit the Supreme Court in just a couple months from when they actually were filed. So,
bro, no.
I understand that it's an exception.
Supreme Court cases. Hold on, because maybe you don't understand why things go to the Supreme Court. You do understand that if it goes to the Supreme Court, it's because it was filed somewhere else first.
No, I'm telling you, sometimes they take years and sometimes they get fast-tracked.
If it's going to the Supreme Court, that probably means that it's at like year 5 or 6, right? The idea that the Supreme Court is the first stop is just you're just stupid, dude.
Well, okay, Effigy, do you know how they're cheating in the elections right now?
Because I called you stupid, okay?
Clay, to his point, he is right where there has to be a legal process for everything to be adjudicated. And when things get fast-tracked, it's because of the timeliness of things that need to be happening simply. And in this case, I fully expect that to happen. It's going to happen.
There's nothing.
What's disingenuous from Effigy's standpoint?
My point is that it's
let the cheating happen and let the Supreme Court decide.
No, what they have in place is like recounts and stuff, but there's nothing in the court that fast tracks it. Because due process is still due process. You still have to lay out discovery and witness testimony and all of that in the court. That process is the same process for any criminal or civil case at all.
I'm glad you mentioned recounts because they can even have a reset of the election, what's it called, a special election if it's shown to have massive fraud. But they still have to show it to have massive fraud. You can't just say, I think.
Who's going to do that with
Sirs, we have on video.
They don't do it without a court order.
$5 or
well, no, they do that through Congress.
Fill out ballot initiatives and ballots.
The
in
court,
this very case that we're
if
talking
you bring
about.
it to the court will make them do something because it's a court order. That's like the last stop of all American law is the court. Okay. So if it's not a court order, the executive branch ain't going to do shit. If it's not a court order, the legislation's not going to do shit. Okay. This is just the reality of things. Okay. You guys are living in la la land to think that the court is not like all of a sudden the court is going to do something fast tracked. That is not the American system. In fact, it's actually designed to be slower. And I like that idea, but it is a problem. So what do? We create restrictions, legislation, so that people who are voting are checked. Now, if you say to me that you don't want to make sure that the voter is is an actual legal voter, you don't want to make sure of that. That's on you. At that point, you're advocating for anybody coming in from any state ever with no fucking check on that. Now, if you say that,
no, I said that check ID. You must be talking to somebody else. Okay, go on.
If you're saying no checks, right? Like at least some sort of identifying, then what you're saying is I can come into California and make
that noise.
I don't know. Probably.
I don't hear anything.
I'm just no, I'm just kidding. But no, what you're doing is you're advocating for anybody to be able to come in and vote if there's no check.
Yeah,
you
but
think
hold on.
I think that's what he wants.
Hold on.
There's a
Hold
voter
on. Okay, here's the thing. You're like partially right, Clay, right? The judicial's not supposed to be slow, actually, right? It's the legislative and the executive that are supposed to be slow, and they're designed that way. And I agree. I think that's a good thing that they're purposely slow. I like that. Big fan, right? That, and I think it's worked so far. It checks us against going too fast or some stuff, but we have like ways to make it faster when everybody is on the same page, right? Now, as for the judiciary, you have like say it's a criminal case, you have a right to a speedy trial. There's other reasons you can also slow it down if you want to. All these things. Also, these cases a lot of times they bring them if they're relevant and they need case law now. Part of having a political system is you have a lot of these places they vote their judges in or they're politically appointed, so these judges can choose these cases, right? So say you have like a region or a court or a circuit, and they'll go and they'll choose the cases which one they want. Now, even at the lower courts, though, if it's a big enough case, the Supreme Court can still intervene because they are the ultimate law of the land. They decide, and so they have this ability to do it faster, right? And that's on purpose. They can also do it purposely slower, but like when you're saying it takes forever. That's why all these like cases with the like voting right now are going through so quick because it's been like such a hot button issue that's going to be determinative, and like that's why they're quick. But like this happened previous times where it's like things are slower. It just depends on what the issue is.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. That's perfect. Yeah, no, when you go to certiorari, right, you can push it up quicker, but then what happens is the higher court actually has to review it, and sometimes they don't look at it, right? Sometimes they don't.
It's just
as a priority, right? So sometimes, just sometimes, then the higher court will take it seriously.
They don't even have to take it. They can choose not to take it.
That's the point, right? The lower courts have to take it, right? That's their job. But when you push it up through certiorari, what that means is that the lower courts, which should be taking care of it, are not, right? That's the problem that you're really having is that these lower courts, these magistrates are just basically shitting on the people when they bring these cases to them. They're just like, whatever, I'm gonna throw it out. They dismiss the case on some bullshit. Like, so if it's a voter fraud case, right, and it didn't go to the magistrate immediately, and the magistrate looks at it and is like, no, dismissing, then you have to write rid of certiorari. Well, that case is still going to have to go back down to the lower court a lot of times. So it's going to actually go back and forth a couple of times, and then it might go back up to the Supreme Court. So that process right there is going to take a year. And then on top of that, when it goes in front of the Supreme Court, that process is going to take a year because you still have to present the evidence. You still have to present the witnesses. You still have to present all of this stuff. Okay, it's not gonna speed along within maybe 2-3 years. It's still going to be that 2 or 3 years at minimum.
Now, I'll add a wrinkle into the list here. So on March 31st, there was an executive order 14399 ensuring citizenship verification and integrity in federal elections. So the changes to mail-in balloting and absentee balloting handling. The order directs the Postmaster General to begin rulemaking requiring mail-in ballots sent through USPS to use secure election mail envelopes and unique tracking barcodes. It also seeks to tie ballot delivery to state-approved voter lists and federal citizenship verification systems. So with these envelopes and the barcodes, they have to all be scanned in by a certain time. So that's going to create that cutoff of election day, election night, ultimately with that. So part of the problem that I'm personally seeing is that when we're having...
So he's trying to override state laws on elections. He's trying to usurp the power of states to run their own elections.
Well, how are mail-in ballots
because states, as we just said,
FG?
states would determine, like California, when they would stop their cutoff. Whereas, like California has a postmark of election day, some people would say they have to receive it by election day. States get to determine this as the Constitution says they do. So why do you think it's okay for the federal government to usurp that state power in a fucking executive order and not having to actually go through the process of changing the Constitution, which is where this power comes from?
Because they're using the method of a federal agency as USPS to conduct their elections ultimately. That is his purview with that ultimately. So the problem is that it's fucking Saturday morning and we still don't know a winner. We don't know who's first, who's second, who's third, or fucking anything for that matter.
Yeah.
And the problem is that
this is not an argument. Do you know how long elections used to take?
Dude,
like historically in America?
Fucking Express right now. This is fucking 2026.
You're the one making this argument.
Right,
you have no grounding for this argument whatsoever. Like time is not a grounding for any kind of argument in an election. When the history of elections in this country, as we go further back, they took longer and longer and longer.
That
like,
part, and the point with this executive order effigy is that there's a barcode and it's scanned in by election day, just like you said.
Yes, and what you're
now
saying
on
is you're
Saturday,
deny
we don't know
vote
if there's an
moving
injection
through
of
the
ballots
mail
or anything for that matter.
because
And
you're
that
setting
is
an
what it's
arbitrary
looking
line
like.
the state law didn't. Like
Dude,
it's fucked up.
24,000 ballots went to Karen Bass and 0 went to Pratt. It is 100% a statistical anomaly. You cannot just get 0 votes.
Cool, that's a
and
whole
draw.
different thing. We can agree on that. Statistical anomaly, investigate it. Let's see. But what you're talking about is a whole different thing, and it's a federal usurpation of state power, as granted in the Constitution. And you have given no reason, no grounding, no shit for the president to be able to have the ability to even fucking.
I just did
at it in an executive order.
USPS is a federal jurisdiction.
Yeah, and the USPS can't dig in anyone's mail, right?
The mail has barcodes on it. They are scanned in by a certain time. Everything that is scanned in by a certain time counts. Everything after that doesn't count.
You don't get what I'm saying. States run the elections. So how are they going to institute this without actually physically stopping someone's mail from going through the mail?
Well, it would actually get to the destination.
You can't tell the state when to not get it.
Well, it would actually get to the destination, and then when it gets to the destination, what he's talking about is the barcode that happens to be there. Then you scan the state scans.
There's a chain of custody to it all, and that no mail after that fact isn't counted because it wasn't in on time.
Right, and actually, I kind of like that idea.
I get the chain of custody. I can be down with that, but we already have like postmark and stuff like that. We can already mark things and show when they're accepted and
It's
moved.
a fucking stamp, dude. I went to the fucking grocery store at USPS and they just roll the date on a simple fucking stamp.
Exact same thing.
There's no.
You're just saying because
security in
it's
that
more
whatsoever.
efficient. That's not what you were implying when you first brought it
If I
out.
may, FG, the mail-in ballot system is a convenience, right? So the idea that the mail-in ballot system is the actual voting.
I'm pretty sure mail-in ballots were started for the military.
It's a convenience, right? Yeah, even for the military, it's a convenience, right? So like, I understand that everybody wants something convenient, but that's what it is. It's a convenience, right? So if you're considering what that really means is everybody would normally be going to the ballot, lining up, putting their vote in individually. But because it's a convenience, it makes sense to at least produce some type of rules around it. And the barcode idea is not that bad of an idea because it's a convenience and because
no, I'm not against it offhand. If it's for a matter of chain of custody and stuff like that, like he was saying, replacing postmark, I could be down for all that. But the things that he was implying at first, that it was going to be used to usurp the state's power to determine when they accept ballots and when their cutoffs for accepting them that's what you are directly implying, because the federal government does not tell each state when they get to accept ballots.
That is when the barcode is implying, because it is scanned in by a certain time of the day. If it's by 10 p.m. election day, or whenever the cutoff is for that matter, that is the cutoff. If any mail comes in after the fact, it's simply not it's not counted because it didn't.
Then I misunderstand, because then you're just basically describing a problem that doesn't exist, because we already have things that cover that. You're just making it more efficient. That's all.
It also isn't solely a matter of convenience. It's also a matter of security. My ballot comes to my home, and out of my home, I mail my ballot. I don't have to worry about people trying to tell me who to vote for on the way into the place. I don't have to worry about auditors outside insisting that they can be there. What I have is I have a secure place to put my vote. Now, Oregon recently had this very well proven that there was a outside mail or an outside box where you could slide your ballot into and get your vote cast that way, that they picked up the votes at the end of the day. It was outside of McDonald's. Somebody set fire to those, and all of those votes were lost. In my mailbox, I don't have to worry about that so much. I'm right outside. It's right outside. I can hear it. It's much more secure, a much more secure way to vote.
And the problem, Effigy, with that is that when you come after election day and votes are starting to be tallied, you know exactly what the discrepancy between first place, second place, and third place is actually at that point. And if you were to steal an election, you know what you need to do to be able to do that. This is a way of being able to prevent that situation from ever simply happening.
Well, no, you would not be able to do that, because in any system, whether it's the archaic postmark or your new barcode, we would know when those things were mailed, and they would have had to already have been mailed.
And that's the world that we live in, unfortunately, Effigy. Is that there are shady ass motherfuckers.
The world we live in is that you guys are super gullible. Like, you guys are super gullible, and
it's not gullible.
It's not gullible. No, it is. I will provide evidence. I will provide evidence for you. The Heritage Foundation,
dude, the fucking city burned, bro. And right now, the lady who was in charge of it was in motherfucking Ghana, and she wasn't even in the fucking country. Okay.
Listen. The Heritage Foundation, who have given Trump every single idea he's ever had, did a 40-year fucking study on this, and at over 1 billion votes, they found 1,500 fraudulent ones. 1,500 after over 1 billion votes. That's the size of the problem that you guys are freaking out about.
I refer you to the videos on Skid Row.
I think that somebody said something about like 20,000 or something that was in the
20,000 and 24,000 and yeah.
We're about 20,000 between Pratt and Ramen right now.
That's a different
that
number.
is the gap right now. Earlier Friday morning, it was about a 50,000
people who are at the heart of the hate for liberals in America say there were only 1,540 years. I'm guessing there were only 1,540 years.
24,000. There's a number on the table. 1,500 is not one of them.
No, did you not hear tracking the timing? As far as tracking the timing on the votes, we can track our mail system. We can track it easily. I can call, if I get a package sent to my house, I can call the UPS and find out what time it left the original carrier and what time it showed up at my door. I can find out what time it showed up at the carrier here in Portland. I can tell every section that it moved.
Benny Johnson just showed a video where there was an empty parking lot with just a porter potty, and that there were 26 people registered to vote at this address.
Is that part of the
Was that
1500?
presented to the federal court cases that have went through that clearly said that most of that shit didn't exist?
They've said that there's 120 different ways to be able to traffic a ballot.
Right. I was wondering how the federal courts dealt with that information. Or is this just something that you're privy to and only certain people are privy to? The federal courts and they've went through this over 20 times. They went through this over 20 times and each time have deemed it no evidence to move forward.
Of course, the powers that be would absolutely, oh yes, it's the safest and most securest election we've ever had.
Well, that's kind of what we're relying upon.
Not my sexy voice, by the way. That is not my fucking sexy voice.
Yeah,
it's pretty crazy when the guy's boss is literally the guy who's saying it's stolen, right? For the attorney general to come out and be like, this was the safest one ever, when his literal boss is like, no, it's stolen. So something, right?
But who adjudicates whether something is cheated or fraudulent? Who actually adjudicates that?
Probably the head of the Department of Justice.
Incorrect, sir. Adjudicate, you know what that word means, right?
Oh,
I can have all the evidence in the world, and I can take every person on the planet, but there's only one person.
Federal or Supreme Court justice. Now, as far as who charges, it's the DA, I believe.
Attorney.
Yeah, Attorney General. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Where the charges come from.
But who adjudicates? It goes through the court system, and the adjudicator is typically the judge.
Even the prosecutor.
Talking about who's charging.
The prosecutor is an officer of the court, dude.
Right, he's charging.
Yeah, that's the court. That's the court.
But typically, the adjudicator is the judge, the person that adjudicates the hearing, the procedures.
That works, right? So, what my point is that, again, we fall down to the 2 to 3 year span that would take. In retrospect, if you had a process prior to that, like, I don't know, identifying every person, making sure that they're legally allowed to vote, you solve all of that. Just saying.
I'm totally down with making sure they're legally allowed to vote, including checking to make sure that they're not felons.
Hell yeah.
Shout out to Calvin with the Big Ten, says Republicans have become the definition of the boy who cried wolf. Your voting paranoia didn't begin until Trump told you so. Didn't you lie about Dominion? We don't believe you. You need more people. FYI, I'm pro ID verification. And our darling Nova wants to leave the screen.
I have to leave here. Yes, unfortunately. I might be able to come back, but I have to do some woman stuff. You know how it is.
Well, I'll even say we're probably going to shut down about 20 more minutes.
Okay. All right.
So
this is a good exit time then.
Go
you know
ahead.
what? We should all have our, we should be abiding by the law, and the law should be that you need to have your voter ID, you know? You need to have your ID and everything else that goes with it. And if you don't like it, then you're a fucking criminal. And if you side with that, you're a fucking criminal. That's how I feel about it. Come join me at School of Thought. And I will be streaming again shortly. And remember, everyone, Sarah has the best ass on all of YouTube. Okay. All right.
Bye, Nova.
And bye.
Can't figure out what Nova has whatsoever.
It's good seeing you, Nova.
There you go.
Hot diggity. You're all spoiled. I should have made you guys pay that. All right. I got Hostile and Brit's backstage too. But again, like I said, we will shut down about 20 more minutes.
That made me forget what that super was. What was that super just a second ago?
Hold on. Is this what you were talking about, Gibbs?
Yeah, so I want to talk about that. First of all, listen, I don't want to hear but nothing from nobody that's on the Democrat side about calling no wolf. And y'all remember Stacey Abrams? To this day, she wrote a book, and she's walking around promoting now, saying the election was stolen even after she lost the case. I don't want to hear this. They've been bitching about this since Al Gore about elections being stolen from them. And then they told us with Dominion, oh, Lord, there's no proof you lost the case, brothers and sisters in Christ. No, then we find out. Then we go down there and we find out, oh, there actually was access to the internet, and in other foreign countries might have even had access. Oh, they're even charging Maduro with this potentially now. And then on top of that, hold on, almost done. Hold on. Then Then we go and we see this stuff. Like, God damn it, I just lost my train of thought. You fucked me up. That was on a roll. But yeah, the Dominion, they said that wasn't a thing. Sure enough, now we're over here looking at Fulton County. We're seeing all sorts of things. We're seeing fishy things happening now. We saw this happen in Connecticut with the mayor's race there. Yeah, I can keep going on lists of over and over and over charges. People are getting convicted left and right for voter fraud right now. And y'all are saying, nah, it's paranoia. You're right.
You also forgot Hillary Clinton. You also forgot that, everyone. No, he cheated. Russian interference.
Sure, there's a lot of them. It's a pattern. It's a pattern of where they won't say these they're like, oh, we can say it's election fraud, but when the Republicans do it, oh yeah, you watch all the conspiracy theories.
On that, I think what he was trying to put, what the person was trying to point out was a contrast, and there is a contrast because when the hanging chads happened, all the Democrats were saying, hey, man, foul, let's start over. And every Republican was, oh, no, hanging chads? Who cares if we can't see what the boat is? We'll mark it in anyway. So, and that, I think, links exactly to this, that it's not like, it's quite literally crying wolf, that, oh, my God, there's fraud in the elections, and we got to fix it. Why didn't you want to fix it when they had the hanging chads?
Also, who can say that the voters decided the 2000 election? Who can say that? The Supreme Court decided the 2000 election. We all agree to that.
Huh? Agree.
Well, did they say that Gore actually won it after the fact, though? And we had to live with that? I'm not a Gore supporter at all, but that's what they said.
No, there were people who did some recount stuff that said Gore would have won. I mean, but that was both sides just saying that, right?
Can we agree that democracy leads to retards saying? Can we agree that democracy leads to retards having a say within society?
Well, I mean, that's kind of the idea. You take
but if you're the one deemed the
absolutely no skill required, no sometimes no skill at all, and you put them in a position to run our country. They often it's people that aren't, like I said, aren't skilled in law that end up getting put into positions where they have control over the legal system. There's people who aren't skilled in economics who are put in positions where they're in control of the economics of a system. It's quite literally the
would you rather have that or like
of America is to be a politician?
Would you be okay with authoritarianism as long as the guy knew what he was doing?
No, I'm not. I'm not okay with authoritarianism at all because we got rid of King George. We told him to suck our ass, and we did that for a reason.
And they gave us illusion of freedom.
I'm saying virtually